Opening week at horse racing's most iconic venue continues with 2 stakes on the menu for the first Friday of the meet. You never know in a given race at Saratoga who those horses might develop into. Last year's Wilton was proof of that, with winner randomized going on to Alabama Glory for trainer Chad Brown. In this year's Wilton, Brown has another potential emerging talent in Bells Beach, a dominant winner in her second career start at Churchill Downs. Twirling Queen has been unstoppable as a 3-year-old. She goes for a 4th straight win against some familiar foes in the Coronation Cup as she tries to keep her perfect season intact. Plus, we'll preview the first grade one of the meet as Brown tries to make it 8 wins in the last 9 runnings of the Diana. He'll send out half of the 10-horse field to try and get it. It's all next on the first Friday of the meet from Saratoga. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Great to have you with us as we continue with opening week coverage. Live exclusive here on Fox Sports 2 in upstate New York from Saratoga Springs. A terrific opening day that provided some fireworks as well. We'll get to that in just a moment. As mentioned at the top of the show, 2 stakes on the Cardinals 3-year-old fillies featured on this first Friday of the meet. We'll have the Wilton coming up, 1-turn mile, and then an absolute war for 3-year-old fillies sprinting 5.5 furlongs on the turf, where you can make a case for just about everybody that is going to line up in that race. And with the scratch of a certain 3-year-old filly, that race got a lot more competitive. We'll tell you that story as well. Motley Crew with me on the set here coming up. I don't even think I said my name here. I'm too excited about the action. Greg Wolf got Jonathan Kinchin, champion horse player, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, 4-time Breeders' Cup winning rider Rajiv Mirage. We love opening day. It was fantastic as always. What were you going to take away from that first day of action?
Yeah, I mean, I think 2 things in particular, right? First, we have the best riders in the country in this meet, right? You see it from top to bottom with the old guys, the young guys, the new guys, and it's and girls. It's an outstanding jockey colony. The second thing is I don't care if I'm winning or losing. I absolutely love this place. It's just so exciting, so much excitement, so much enthusiasm from the fans, Paul.
No, it's just amazing. It's just as soon as you get here, it's like kind of Christmas, or it's opening day, or it's your birthday, whatever it is. But you always get reminded that you always think you got everything figured out when you get to Saratoga, and then a 44-1 shot wins the Schuylerville, and chaos starts to happen, and then you're back to, okay, this is a place where I can make some big money. I just got to hit the right numbers at the right time.
Yeah. You know, for me, I just love how the races were distributed amongst various connections and different jockeys. I mean, there was 3 jockeys that won 2 races apiece. The Ortiz brothers won 2 each, and Dylan Davis throwing his name in the hat to be a jockey that to be reckoned with at the meet. And it just goes to show you how competitive this meet is, and it sets the stage for a real battle amongst the jockey colonies especially.
Yeah, good for Dylan Davis, too. Not just those 2 wins. One of them was that feature on a 44-1 shot, which we will look back on with the Queen's MG in that Schuylerville. We'll also preview the boys getting their turn in the first graded stakes of the meet on Saturday in the Sanford, including the full brother to 2-year-old champion Fierceness. Today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll bring you the entire card. Yeah, 44-1 shot resulted in that pick 6 carryover. 1 day in, $116,881. Pick 6 carryover begins in that 5th race, the Wilton for 3-year-old fillies. In race 8 in that Coronation Cup, sprinting on the turf in the Coronation Cup. You'll see it all on our program coming up in the next few hours here on the second day of the meet on a beautiful afternoon. We get our first action on the turf, washed off the turf on the opening day. We're back on the grass here today. $250 deposit match, new customer bonus. Get that when you sign up and punch in that code at sign up, SPA250, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Saratoga all summer long and beyond, right there at NYRABets.com. We're going to kick things off today on the main track, 7 furlongs, a maiden special weight. Everyone trying to get that first win with 3-year-old fillies and up, and 6-5 favorites. Sean Toos for Todd Pletcher has Flavian Pratt aboard.
And should be the speed of the speed, I would think. Don't you think in here? Yeah, obviously you're not going to really know what you're going to get from the first time starter with the 1 here, JK. But it looks like the 2 could be the speed of the speed.
Start with our post parade, and here's Lord I Wonder debuting for Al Stall.
Yeah, this horse looks to be taking some money here. Al Stall won yesterday. with the young horse in one of these 2-year-old races.
Sean
Excuse me, 3-year-old
Toos.
maiden races, excuse me.
Sean Toos for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, a horse that did show some speed, got in a speed duel, was part of an entry that day, but should be in front.
Reliable Lady will move turf to dirt.
That race 3 back, the debut, if they can duplicate that effort, right in the mix here.
Corona Princess debut came on synthetic.
Yeah, 41-1 that day. She did not do much. She needs to improve a ton.
Chad Brown with Martingale was 3rd last time out of Monmouth.
When you have a dominant trainer like Chad Brown who's taken 4 opportunities to try to get this horse's maiden broken, I start wondering if maybe it's just the horse.
And the only start for Ascension, Paulie, it came long in the grass.
Yeah, turf to dirt. You do get Joel Rosario for Carlos Martin here at 10-1.
5 minutes to post in our first action of this Friday afternoon. Let's check in for the first time this afternoon with Acacia Clement for more here on the opener. Hi, Acacia.
Phillies in a lovely way to start off the day, and taking a look at Chanteuse, your favorite. She is a horse that comes out of a race where there was a heavily favored entry between her and her stablemate Audacious, and there was talk about them and how they had been training coming into that debut race, because it seemed, looking at the DRF Clocker reports, that they'd been kind of taking turns outworking one another in the mornings. But from what I noticed in my notes for that debut, Audacious was the one who just looked more ready that day. Now, Chanteuse, she comes back just looking stronger overall. I think second time at the 7 furlongs for her. Even though she faded, she was part of a very quick pace and I thought ran quite well. Big solo warm-up under Flavian Pratt. Her last workout, again, according to the DRF Clocker report and company, was Speakeasy, who has not raced in a while, but he did break his maiden over the winter at Gulfstream with a 100 Beyer speed figure and has some talent. They've also changed the bit on her, I noticed. She's going to be wearing a ring bit for the first time, so a little bit of a stronger bit and giving her rider a little bit more control second time out. First time starter, number 1, Lord I Wonder. It's a tough ask to debut at 7 furlongs and also a tough ask to debut from the rail. So a little bit of concerns there, but she is a big, solid girl. There's a lot of good substance to her. She had great energy in the preliminaries for Al Stall. She definitely looks fit enough for this debut, but you can see that she is the firster amongst horses that have run already. So I really like her, but it's just a very tricky position to start off your career in. Now, the number 3, Reliable Lady, is a new face coming up from South Florida for Fernando Abreu, and I always pay attention to his horses that he brings here to New York. He tried running on the turf last time to no avail and cuts back in distance on the main track, and I thought ran pretty well 2 starts back in her last dirt start, beaten by Sedona, who is heavily favored and well thought of in her first race. She looks more like a dirt sprinter. She was incredibly sharp, had a big warm-up under Javier Castellano, circling out on the track. I liked what I saw from her, and versus the 5, Martingale, who we've seen already just run several times, I thought Reliable Lady, as a new face in this spot, was the one that maybe could upset the favorite, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. 5-1 right now. Javier Castellano, no worse for the wear after getting dumped out of the gate in the Schuylerville. Wasn't a literal yesterday. Right back to work for him. 4-5 favorite. Chanteuse, time to play. Bet the favorite, beat the favorite. Rajiv, you're up.
Yeah, in this race, I'm going to go with betting the favorite, Chanteuse. And the reason why I think that this filly, it's just everything is aligned for her today. She's the lone speed in this race. She's not going to face much early challenges. And her workout reports, the DRF Clocker reports, she's been holding big company in those work and holding her own with them. Her most recent work on July the 5th was in company with Speakeasy, the aforementioned, that won his debut running a 100 Beyer speed figure, which is an astronomical figure for a debut runner. Not only that, the 6th place finisher from that debut is none other than Batten Down, recent Ohio Derby winner, Grade 3 winner. So she's holding company with great horses, grand horses, and I'm definitely going to bet her in this race.
Odds on right now, from what we saw in that debut, she's quick. We know that. There is obviously a first-time starter in here from the rail. Let's take a look at that DRF Clocker report. Big filly worked evenly with debut winner Speakeasy. Extra credit again with this week work for company kept. Been with some good ones. You get to work with some very good runners when you're out of the Todd Pletcher Martin.
Yeah, and look, Todd has, there's no equity in Todd taking an overmatched horse and working it with a horse like Speakeasy or a grade 1 winner like Candied, right? He tries to match the good ones with the good ones. And sometimes you can just take a lot from that. Chad Brown does the same thing on the grass. He works his good ones with his good ones. This is just a sign that Todd thinks that Chanteuse is good. And if Todd thinks she's good, Jonathan Kinchin does.
You know, it creates competition in the morning. I'm with you. Either the two best trainers, they train their best horses against each other. Obviously, there's a recipe there. I mean, Rajiv, and you could tell in the morning, which horses are a little bit better, but sometimes horses like this, like Chanteuse, might surprise you, and like you said, working heads up with a horse like Speakeasy.
Yeah, and what John said, I want to echo that. It would be pointless for him to put, for any trainer to put an overmatched horse versus another rival, and for him to think that Chanteuse fits with Speakeasy, that just goes to show that she's shown to him that she has some high quality.
Back to the point, too, the 7 furlongs being tough to do first time out.
Yeah, that's true, too.
Maybe some of that for Chanteuse, and obviously, talent, the great equalizer, but that filly on the rail, she's trying 7 furlongs for the first time, so giving up some experience.
And Chanteuse didn't break the best. Now, she did get back on her feet and go. Now, if she breaks a little bit better today, obviously she's 1-2, JK, but, she's going to be tough to catch.
The number one, Lord, I Wonder, and one of the things about being in the one position with a first-time starter is they're going to usually face some adversity. An inexperienced runner being on the inside, if they don't break fast enough and the outside runners clear them, they're going to have dirt thrown in their face, and they're also going to be in tight positions. And sometimes that's enough to discourage a horse and completely throw them off their game. And that's why it's so difficult for first-time starters to win from the inside position.
9-2 on that filly from the rail on the man who's won his last 2 riding titles here, Rat Ortiz Jr. He had a 2-win day on opening day, and now on this first-time starter for Al Stahl. But the odds-on favorite, Chanteuse. We'll see if she's quick again out of the gate. She was part of a favorite entry first time out. It was her stablemate, probably a little more highly regarded that day, $700,000 daughter of Into Mischief, who wound up winning that race. We kick off this Friday card. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati to get us started.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Martingale, Ascension. Here's Chanteuse coming through along the inside, and Chanteuse up to take the lead. Reliable Lady in the blue silks racing in between horses takes second, and Martingale on the outside of them third. Then it's Lord I Wonder, who was off a step slowly, but now into the race, 4th and 2.5 off the leader. Corona Princess second to last, and at the back of the field is Ascension. It's 22-3 for the opening quarter, and it is Chanteuse who establishes a clear-cut advantage. Has a 2-length lead on Reliable Lady, who's right next to Martingale into the far turn. Lord I Wonder, 4 off the pace in 4th. It's another couple back to Ascension, who races on the outside of Corona Princess. Chanteuse continues to show the way, getting a little bit of heat from Martingale on the outside, with Reliable Lady in between. 45-4 for the half mile. Lord I Wonder will try to make a 4-wide bid as the field turns for home. Chanteuse, Reliable Lady, a half length back in second. Lord I Wonder picking up some momentum on the outside of Martingale. They're in the final furlong, and Reliable Lady goes right by the favorite Chanteuse. And Lord I Wonder is in the center of the racetrack. Reliable Lady with a 3-length lead close to home, and it's Reliable Lady to score. Lord I Wonder second, Martingale was third.
Reliable Lady, an upset to kick off this Friday card, 6-1, moving turf to dirt, JK.
Well, she was outstanding in her first race in terms of the way that she ran as a first-time starter, but she had kind of fallen off a little bit. She went a little bit slower in her second start, then she moved to the grass where she was 4th. Now back on the dirt, she has really kind of seemed to turn it around back to where she started.
Yeah, great call here by Acacia. She was the only one here that sniffed this one out. We were all on Chanteuse, who kind of got to the front, this big old filly, and just the 3 just stalked her. Rajiv would not let her go, and Javier Castellano seems to cause these kind of upsets here. You got 6-1 on this filly.
Yeah, Javier, he just put her in such a great position. Chanteuse had everything her own way on the front end, but Javier just kind of kept her within range, was never far off the pace, and Reliable Lady was reliable. She did deliver for him today.
And how about that effort
Yeah, from the
from
one,
a first-time starter who did not break well from that tough inside spot and really runs on big to get second. Keep your eyes on the one.
Yeah, and then we talked about being on the inside in this adverse position, and she hopped up at the start. Something that you see a lot from horses that have never run before, because she was just a little bit rusty coming out of the gate.
What's your game plan there, Rajiv, as a rider when you're put in a bad spot right out of the gate?
You just have to play the hand you're dealt and try to advance within reason. And I think that's exactly what Irad did. He let her run up there, but you can't go from one extreme to the other either. You can't just break bad and then make a big rush up, because you're gonna pay for that late. So it's just the way it happens with first-time starters. They usually, the inexperience gets them coming right out of the gate.
So Reliable Lady, fourth time the charm, and this is going to play big early on here if you're playing this pick 5, not just a 6-to-1 shot, but a 6-to-1 shot beating an odds-on favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's even so much more about beating horses that people are singling in multi-race wagers, and Chanteuse, I think without a doubt, is probably the most singled horse in this sequence. So although you're getting, yes, 6-to-1, it's actually even more attractive than that if you really think about it.
3, 1, 5, 6. In the end, Paulie, the big favorite here winds up nowhere on the board.
Well, I mean, the trip was what we thought. She got a clear lead. She's a big filly, as you could see going down the backstretch. She was actually bigger than most of her competition. She just kind of folded, and maybe there's just something there where she needs a little bit of a drop, but it's very disappointing considering how easy of a lead she got.
Fernando Abreu barn. Javier Castellano, again, got dumped in that Schuylerville right out of the gate. Right back to work in a victory to kick off this Friday card as fans are enjoying opening weekend festivities from Saratoga. We'll be back.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie in a dominant performance.
1,200,000 right there. 1,200,000. 25, 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500 and 500,000. Thank you.
450, 75, 475,000.
Enjoy Saratoga's first premium giveaway, a drink tumbler on Friday, July 19th, free with paid admission while supplies last. Plus, celebrate the 10-year anniversary with players from the Union College Hockey Championship team. Visit Naira.com for tickets.
Good to have you with us here on Fox Sports 2 as our exclusive live coverage opening week at Saratoga continues with this first Friday of the meet. You could play it all by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere. anytime. Go to NairaBets.com and play along with us all summer long. Javier Castellano kicking off this card the right way with a victory on Reliable Lady for the man standing by with Acacia.
And a very special win at that, Greg. Fernando Abreu joining me for his first Saratoga victory with Reliable Lady, if I could say her name. But Fernando, you of course worked for a long time with the Chief, Alan Jerkins, and you said you've been in the winner's circle with the Chief, but now the first time with your name in the program. How does it feel?
Feels unbelievable. When I won my first race, I thought that tops everything, but today in Saratoga is a different feeling. Last time I was here was with the Chief. And, you know, same colors, too. Society Selections wore the color. Big mare here that win the Test and the Alabama. So far, thanks to Mr. Cowan for giving me the opportunity to train this mare.
It all comes full circle, doesn't it? And as far as this filly, Reliable Lady, it seemed like she just got back to doing what she wanted to do, and she was sharp today.
Yeah, I mean, Javi worked on the last twice he worked. And he says the filly was doing phenomenal. I tried her on the turf last time because she's by a waterfront mare, and she handled the turf pretty good, but it wasn't as enough as she was doing in the morning on the dirt. So we put her back. We got lucky with a good small field in Saratoga, and she took it from there.
Well, not only did she win, but she pulled away from this field. What's that feeling like? Not only winning, but winning comfortably at Saratoga.
Well, it's always a good feeling, even just winning, but when she won that comfortably, I felt like, you know, I had her nice and fit, nice and tight, and that's all that counts, you know. She's been doing really good, like I said, over here. Shannon Yuski done a great job with her in the morning, so can't thank enough a lot of the people behind me.
Well, a wonderful team, and you're a terrific horseman at getting these big opportunities. Great to see you in the winner's circle here.
Thanks a lot, Acacia, for having me.
Big future for this filly and for her trainer, Greg.
Indeed, probably remember that name. He learned under a pretty good one, the Chief, Alan Jerkins.
Yeah, and Shananowski, an ex-rider, too, as well, helping him in the morning, Rajiv, and that's good for a lot of experience. Ex-riders can help out big time.
Yeah, I mean, in 2004, when I started riding, I got to start riding for the Chief, and Fernando was the assistant, and Shannon was also riding as well, and he gives the Chief, one thing about him, he gave everyone an opportunity. That was just so great to be around him and learn from him, and he's a legend in this sport. And to see Fernando get opportunities and hopefully can carry on some of that, it's really amazing.
I think we'll have a little more on him probably later in the show. As a horse named Remember the Chief, I would think an ode to Alan Jerkins coming up to close out this Friday card. Race 2 going to kick off the early pick 4, $25,000 claiming race, so all for sale for that price here. Horses who have not won 2 lifetime, 6.5 furlong sprint. And it's Stormquist who opens up as the favorite for Linda Rice, who of course tied on the final race of the meet last year to equal Chad Brown with 35 wins apiece.
And this is a race that is kind of complexing because the outside horse Dillinger, I know it's Irad Ortiz, I know it's a horse that if you look down might have the best numbers. This is a horse that's lost at 50 cents in the dollar, 60 cents in the dollar, 50 cents in the dollar, one maiden at 30 cents on the dollar. He's a lumbering horse, and he's going to get bet.
Are you saying it's a money burner?
All in?
No, all out. All out.
Going to take plenty of money, though. That's
Yeah.
race 2. We'll have more on this race coming up in just a little bit. We're going to take a timeout. The man's voice you hear, calling all the action, started last summer here at Saratoga. The Mirror Man, we love him, Frank Miramati. We'll have a visit with him when we come back on our Saratoga Live coverage on Fox.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mindframe. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NyraBets.com.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Winter Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site? Lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Back on our Friday coverage, Saratoga Live as we continue with opening week festivities brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Keep evolving here and bringing in new aspects to this historic racetrack, including the newly renovated Jim Dandy Bar. Order the Saratoga Sunrise, official cocktail of Saratoga Racecourse. Some of the premium dining areas will feature new items as well, like the Pat LaFrida Smash Burger. Give me one of those, please. Savory Asian short rib buns and a lobster salad croissant. I feel like we should be taste testing this during the program.
I'm kind of with you.
Yeah, I got my mouth watering right now.
Wow, that looks good.
Looking at this.
All right, we'll get to that eventually. I think, what time are we off? 3:30? New crew takes over. Race 2 kicks off the early pick 4 coming up. We talked about going to break. The man who is pretty recently the new voice here as well at Saratoga. We've had, I think most of us have known him for quite a while. Great guy, Frank Miramati, and that's where he is perched. High in the sky. It is not, you've ever been up there too, not an easy vantage point to call the action. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm joined now by the voice of Saratoga, the one and only Frank Miramati, up here in the announcer's booth. And Frank, your second year being full-time voice of the spa. What's it feel like being back in the booth this year?
It's an incredible feeling. I'm very grateful, and certainly a little experience here makes me more comfortable. And our big Belmont Festival made opening day a lot less stressful yesterday. So I'm just feeling great, and I want to come with it, period.
You mentioned the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival we had just about a month ago up here. The energy of the crowd was incredible. What was that like for you, being able to call all those big races?
Highly stressful on one hand, but so fulfilling and just a lot of joy to be able to do that. And I have watched the Belmont Stakes more times than I would like to admit because I'm just so happy that I had that opportunity. It's something I could never even dream of. So to be able to do it and to know that it's in the history books is a great feeling.
We all have our own traditions, our own memories of Saratoga. What about Saratoga is special for you?
Well, just the fact that I was here for the first time back in 1997 when I was just getting my career started. I was working at the Great Barrington Fair, visiting, and I remember walking in and just seeing, you could feel the greatness and what this place represents. And every day when I walk in, I look around and I just marvel at what this facility is all about, and the fans and people and just saying hello, and the fact that people have their schedule. They're going to come from this day to this day. Every year it's kind of a reunion among so many people, and I really enjoy that because I just love, I'm a racing fan first, so I just love to hang out with racing fans.
Oh, the booth up here, known to be a little notoriously tricky, so a quick question, sprints or routes?
I prefer the 1 1/8 is my favorite race because they're right in front of us to begin with, and the worst race for me by far, the biggest challenge where I'm highly stressed, is the 5.5 on the grass because we're very low to the ground. If you miss something, you're in big trouble because you got to get through them all, especially a big field. So if we could card some longer races, I'm happier.
Well, Frank, you're doing a wonderful job. Thanks so much, and we can't wait to hear you throughout the summer.
Thank you so much, Acacia.
He worked so hard, and he has paid his dues, risen through the ranks in a much deserved opportunity to be calling his premier meet in the country.
Absolutely. Frank's CEC is where he's been and what he's done. He's done it the hard way, and he's done it the right way. And I'll tell you what, I don't care where I'm at when I'm not at the racetrack. If I find a TV that has racing on and it's like muted, I start trying to find someone I can argue with. It's not the same game without the race call. It's just not. And Frank makes those calls so that much better.
And Frank's stock has risen drastically since his Price is Right episode. I don't know if anyone has seen that, but it's taken him to the next level. I mean, it's Saratoga race caller and the Price is Right participant. He's
Just
done
to
it
show you
all.
what a professional is, too. He won a trip to Hawaii, but he still showed up to call Saratoga. We weren't sure if that was going to happen. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We got the early pick 4. When we return, we'll have more in the field next.
Catholic boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse, is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the Storage Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Back on our Friday coverage on Saratoga Live as we continue with opening week at the premier meet in the country. 2 stakes on this Friday card coming up, both for 3-year-old fillies. And this is the Wilton 3-year-old fillies going about a turn and a quarter on the dirt out of that Wilson chute. Race last year, of course, that randomized would win for Chad Brown. She'd go on to win the Alabama. She's now a multiple Grade 1 winner. Chad Brown will send out Bells Beach this year, coming off a maiden win. You know, last year randomized was just a maiden winner coming into this race.
Yeah, Bells Beach didn't run particularly fast on debut, but in this race at Churchill Downs, she ran significantly faster and was wide all the way around there. The race kind of fell apart, and she might have been the one who made the race fall apart. I thought she ran well here. My only issue is that could someone else in here run a little bit better?
Yeah, well, you know, when you look at Miss Justify, I think she's the other one in here. And it does seem like we saw a horse from the Phil Bauer barn win out of Churchill Downs. We also saw the 13-hole Crushed Ice yesterday win from Churchill Downs. And we've seen a couple horses from Churchill and last year come in and ship and run well. I don't know what it is, maybe the fitness coming out of there. And both those horses, Bells Beach and Miss Justify, are coming out of wins at Churchill Downs with very high buyers.
I would think just in terms of who she met last time as well, Striker Has Dials going to get a lot of attention.
Yeah, I would think she's going to get some attention as well, but I think it's really about the other two. I think it's about Bells
Beach.
and Miss Justified.
That's coming up, race 8, Wilton, 3-year-old fillies. Out of that Wilson shoot, we also have the Coronation Cup later on in the card. And I want to remind everyone, too, for next week's stakes action, as we take a look at the open weekend stakes schedule here, Diana, first grade 1 of the meet, coming up on Saturday. That's Sanford with the full brother to Fierceness, Mentee. And then Sunday, the quick call. You plan on entering stakes for next week. Entries close tomorrow. So owners, trainers, take note. If you want to be part of this action, tomorrow, final day to be involved.
Owners, just bug your trainers. Tell them, why aren't we in the Amsterdam? Why aren't we in the Amsterdam?
Got to be in it to win it. I know someone said that who's pretty good. Oh, yeah, Dwayne Lucas. Let's go to Acacia.
And horses in the paddock for this second race, and we'll start off with the current favorite, the number 5, Stormquist, who's cutting back in distance, which I really like. This is a colt who's just smaller, more compact, just built more like a sprinter. And I thought that he ran very well when dead heating for a second, 2 starts back. And my complaint with him that day was that it just didn't look that great in his coat. Looks much better today, dappled out. And like I said, I just really appreciate the cut back in distance. He's half to a horse called Cajun Breeze, who is a very good sire down in Florida, particularly of dart sprinters and with 2-year-olds as well. So in the family, it just says that sprinting is going to be better, and I think that that should serve this guy very well, not to mention the drop in class. Now the number 7, Dillinger, a new face coming in from the Mid-Atlantic region for Brittany Russell. Very solid, handsome horse. He actually physically looks like he wants to go a bit longer, but he's incredibly fit coming in here, and I just think is well spotted for this $25,000 level to potentially find the winner's circle. You do have Irad Ortiz aboard. He's gotten himself a bit hot in here, and this is a horse that he does wear that Houghton bit or cage bit, kind of power steering for horses that have the tendency to drift in or drift out, and just gives their rider more control. So we'll see what kind of trip he's able to get from the outside post, but that certainly gives Irad Ortiz more options, especially for a horse that sometimes may be a little bit trickier to keep in a straight line. The number 3, Pascal Moon, first off the claim for Jimmy Ferraro, and he was second at this level last time out. Will need, I think, to take a little bit of a step forward, but he's run races that put him in contention. My one concern is that he's been really sharp and on the muscle throughout here, and as we know, it's pretty hot up at the spa today, and has gotten himself in a bit of a lather, so hopefully he'll be able to contain that energy and settle before post time, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Favorite, still the 5, Stormquist. Linda Rice, Kendra Carmouche. One of 2 in here, 2-1. Dillinger as well from the outside, who Paulie had talked about has burned a lot of money at that 2-1 price as well. As we get set for our post parade coming up, approaching the 6-minute mark to post here in race 2. And here they come out onto the track. We're going to begin here in just a moment with Muzara. Not a ton of speed in this race, and this is one who maybe could be a little bit forward.
Yeah, I think the inside draw could potentially help. Like you mentioned, the last 2 starts have not been particularly close, but if you look 4 or 5 races back, there was some speed. I would think from the inside, you're going to try to break away from there and get as much forward position as possible.
Biggest price on the board there at 19-1. Next door, it's Solo in Paris with Eric Cancel.
This one's best chance of making an impact on this race is if there was a pace meltdown, which it doesn't seem like it's going to happen on paper because there isn't much speed. So it makes the task a bit taller for Solo in Paris.
There's Cancel on Solo in Paris, 19-1 as well, as we said. Pascal Moon for James Ferraro off the claim.
Yeah, switching to the Jimmy Ferraro barn. Ran okay last time. I mean, if this horse can improve off of that trainer change, could definitely be in the mix. 6-1 seems fair.
Dangerous barn. John Terranova with Giants Fire.
Takes a logical drop in class after running at a $40,000 level last time. Drops to $25,000. I think this one has a real life shot in this race.
Linda Rice barn with a favorite here, Stormquist.
Yeah, I mean, this horse makes a lot of sense, and I just think there's probably some better options from a betting standpoint, but this horse will be cutting back, should be finishing.
We had a Nick Zito sighting last night in the finale. The 2-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer sends out Uncle Charlie's gift here.
Hasn't run since last October, which was a 2nd place finish in an allowance race. This is the first time this one's running for a claimant tag, so it does have some talent that would match up in this field.
And Dillinger, Irad Ortiz Jr. on the outside.
Yeah, Paul mentioned all the short price failures from this horse. Hard to trust. The bad thing is that there is a couple of races that absolutely dominate. That race 3 and 4 back dominate this field. But those last 2 starts were not very good, and it really does feel like Brittany Russell's decided to give up.
They were against better. We'll see if the drop in class makes a difference here for Dillinger. Short price again as we're 5 minutes away from race number 2. Here's one for the kids out there, new this year at the track. Check out Naira Star. Students of Thoroughbreds and Racing is a program for children 12 and under and their families to experience all the fun of racing at Saratoga for 2024. Go to naira.com/star to be part of that program. 5 minutes away from this early pick 4 coming up. Let's go back to Dillinger in here. 2-win day on opening day for the man trying to win a 3rd straight riding title, Arad Ortiz Jr. How much do you think, JK, this drop in class here can help?
Well, I mean, the drop can help. That's the only thing that Dillinger really has going for him. You know, he's one of those horses where he's, you know, last year at Laurel, he was outstanding. And like I said, that performance wins this race today by 7-8 lengths. But the problem is that this performance is nowhere to be found in his last 2 starts.
Yeah, and okay, the start before this, he lost at 50 cents on the dollar. So then he wins at 30 cents on the dollar. My worry about this horse lost at 50 cents on the dollar and 60 cents on the dollar in the Bob Baffert barn. They usually close the deal. And like, he's a big lumbering sort. His last 2 races, like JK said, are not that good. The drop does help. He seems like he's a little washy on the racetrack. I think he's a beatable horse. I almost did beat the favorite, or, you know, beat the favorite on this segment, but I also thought that Dillinger might not be favorite when it comes to post time.
Well, look at the man who's aboard here and what he's trying to achieve. Back-to-back riding titles here at Saratoga, where it means more than probably any racetrack in the country. He's won 5 overall. The Ortiz brothers, and they each had 2 on opening day, have won 8 of the last 9 riding titles.
Yeah, I mean, there's just such powerhouses in the riding game. Consistently, every race they give it their all, and they're always riding live horses. And like we talked about yesterday, Irad Ortiz and Jose Ortiz were on par for winning 80 races because they started with two wins each yesterday, and you expect every day for them to make an impact on the card.
And Wolf, you want to keep in mind that while the jockey title might seem like it's important everywhere else, it really, really matters here.
Definitely takes on extra significance at this racetrack. Let's go to Acacia.
And the number 4, Giants Fire, is where I'm going to land in here, as he is taking a little bit of a drop in class down to this level. Now, my big concern with him is that last time out, he didn't switch leads. Sometimes he hangs on that left lead in the stretch. Sometimes he's just very late switching. And if you watch our show, you know that that's just a bit of a pet peeve for me, because I do like to see horses show that professionalism in the stretch, be able to switch to their outside lead, and hopefully have a little bit more momentum, kind of get a little bit of a breather when you switch to the outside foreleg in the stretch. So hoping that we do get a chance to see that from Giants Fire today. But he had a lovely warm-up under Lane Leslie, who took him away from the pony, and he's 3-1 now. But I was hoping he could just be a little bit of a logical alternative to the favorites, who could potentially both win. But the question for the guys on the set with the 7, Dillinger, I actually just had a fan come up to me outside the paddock and ask me, which I thought was a terrific question, what's the difference between well-spotted and giving up? We often see here at Saratoga, especially horses coming in from out of town, but even some stabled in New York, owners that really want to win, taking these aggressive drops in class. How do you decipher, looking at a horse on paper, if it's a little bit of a give-up drop, if it's a logical drop, or if it's just an owner really wanting to get a victory at the spa?
Well, you know, Acacia, I think for me at least, it's the answer to that question is it's all of those things thrown into a blender, and then you have to make a decision, right? I mean, like in this situation, it's this horse has not been running very well. This horse has a race 3 races ago that make him a very useful horse that people can win a lot of races with. And the fact that Brittany Russell brings him up here in a place where people love claiming horses from Saratoga because they know how important it is for people to win here. They feel like they can get some value. I feels like this is a situation where they want to move this horse out of their barn.
I think it's one of those also situations that you don't know till the race is over with. let's be honest, like when they drop these kind of horses down to this level to 25, you have the 5 dropping in for 25. You have the 6. You have all these horses are dropping in for this level. You're not going to know till the end of the race which one is the one that's dropping that is live. Dillinger, the last 2 races, has gotten dead left. And I think the gate's starting to get to him. I think he's getting a little sour. That's why I think he's a play against here.
At some point, as an owner, you have to be realistic. They bought this horse for $150,000, and they've invested a lot of money over time to maintain him. And they've tried Bob Baffert in California. Now they switched over to Maryland, trying to find his identity. And right now, it's just a point where it is what it is. He's not a $150,000 horse anymore, and they just have to find a realistic spot for him.
Yeah, he showed a lot of promise early on. You mentioned he was with Baffert and was running some very big races, but he's had 2 legitimate chances now against better company, and he's regressed. So to Rajiv's point, you do have to be realistic.
No, he's going the wrong direction. You know, and it's not free and cheap for these horses to be in training every day, right? I mean, the average is around $100, even more a day. You can do the math in your head. If they're not winning, it can be very expensive. Sometimes it's time to just part ways. You don't want a $150,000 investment to turn into a $250,000 investment when you can make that $150,000 investment turn into a $120,000.
You know, it's a solid purse too. You know, you get a $45,000 purse here for $25,000. So, you know, if you lose the horse, you're still going to get $50,000 back, Greg. You know, that's the way I think a lot of them are looking at it.
Feed your competitive edge with live money handicapping contests nearly every week. Register now to win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration closes before Saratoga's 3rd race post time on Saturday. Visit NYRA.com/contests to learn more. Pace in this race is a little murky. We talked about Mazzara on the inside with some pace. Could Pascal Moon as well maybe be the one to catch?
Well, I think if I'm a jockey riding in this race, I could see that there's not a lot of speed in the race. So if I have remotely anything close to speed, I'm going to be more on the aggressive side and try to send out of there. And I think that's what this jockey Luis Rivera should be thinking about right now, sending Pascal Moon, because he's the only other horse with some resemblance of speed.
Wolfie, if the real Dillinger shows up, you're going to know in about the first 10 jumps out of the race.
Used to be very quick against a lot better company. Has become the favorite. Will he burn up more money here? The drop in class for Dillinger. Well, that get him into the winner's circle again. Second from Saratoga. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Thank you so much, Greg. We are waiting for Dillinger. Coming forward. He's in. We're set. And they're off. Dillinger very fast away from the gate. Stormquist has some early foot too, racing in between horses, and Muazzara has come through on the inside to challenge. So it's Stormquist and Muazzara to the front. Dillinger will be in 3rd, 3.5 or 4 lengths off the pace, followed by Pascal Moon. Then it's Giant's Fire, followed by Uncle Charlie's Gift, who has 6 lengths to make up. It's another 3 to Solo in Paris. 22 seconds flat for the long shot leader, Muazzara, who moves into the far turn, pressed by Stormquist. These two have been 1-2 since the gate opened. Another couple of lengths back to Dillinger in 3rd. Followed at the rail by Giant's Fire. Uncle Charlie's Gift is 5th, 5 lengths off the pace. Pascal Moon and Solo in Paris. Dillinger firing his shot on the outside of Muazzara. 44-4 for the half mile. They have less than a quarter of a mile to go. Muazzara hanging tough. Dillinger on the outside, right to him, and right on by with a furlong left to go. Then it's Giant's Fire in 3rd, followed by Uncle Charlie's Gift. Dillinger too strong, and he's pouring it on late. It'll be close for 2nd, but a no doubt about it victory for Dillinger, who streaks home 6 in front. Tight photo for 2nd, Giant's Fire and Uncle Charlie's Gift, followed by Muazzara.
We were talking about the prices right earlier with Frank Miramati. The drop was right here for Dillinger. Impressive in this win. Win number 3 at the meet for Arad Ortiz Jr.
I think these races are the most complicated races that you'll see here at Saratoga, is trying to identify, like that astute fan asked Acacia, how do you know if this is a good drop or not? And I think in this situation, this was a class edge for this horse, and despite the fact that he's been doing no running, just better than these horses.
100%. And I was completely wrong. You know, sometimes You just got to swallow your words. I did not like this horse at all and ended up jogging here, but you were right in here when you said you'll know in the beginning, and he broke like a rocket. He broke sharp. He was right on the pace, Rajiv, and able to lay in a good spot. I think the race was over.
He always looked like a winner because you can tell Irad, he knows he had Mazara measured. That horse doesn't finish up good in his race. And Irad just seemed like he had a very comfortable hold. He was confident. And when he squeezed on Dillinger to go, he just exploded.
And I'm not so sure this is what Connections wanted, but Dillinger's going to remain with Brittany Russell. Did not get claimed here.
Well, here's the thing. You know, after those 2 races, I can kind of see it. You know, maybe people were thinking, you know, maybe this horse is going in the wrong direction. I'm surprised at 25,000 that nobody dipped in because a lot of people like to claim horse here at Saratoga. They love the action. But I'm sure Brittany's pretty happy because you can go right into a starter allowance after this, or if you want to go into 25 non-2, this horse is going to be 3 to 5 or even money again.
Non-3. We won the non-2 today.
Yeah, non-3, yeah.
You know, one of the things about horses like this, too, that had high potential, you know, paid a lot of money, big pedigree, showed talent early, sometimes they get this confidence-building race, and it kind of gets him back in the right direction, you know, switches the trajectory a bit, because he was going on a little slope downwards, and now he runs a lifetime best. This has to be a lifetime best, and that could be a turnaround for him.
I know what Rajiv is talking about. When I wrestle with my son, I feel like I can beat up anybody in the world, you know, because I can handle him. He's only 12. I know exactly what he's talking about, that confidence, you know what I mean?
Gets a little tougher, though, when you get back in your own age group, doesn't it? We'll see what happens. But look, big performance against Dillinger, beating, you know, a much softer fielder. You look back at the last couple of starts. I mean, he was away for close to a year. You can forgive that first race back. Bit of a wide trip in that allowance race again, start number 2. But looked a lot better here. I'm sure the company had something to do with it. But impressive win as the 9-5 favorite with a man who is back to the same old, same old. Another win for Rad Ortiz Jr. here on the 9-5 choice to kick off this early pick 4. We're going to take a timeout. We talked about fireworks on opening day. This is the big reason for it. 44-1, the Queen's MG in the Schuylerville. We'll take a look back at the opening day feature right after this.
And they're off in the Curlin Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
It's Dillinger here in race 2 on our first Friday from Saratoga. Rad Ortiz Jr. visited that winner's circle quite a bit last year to pick up back-to-back riding titles. This horse wins as the 9-5 favorite. Let's go to Acacia.
I'm here with winning rider Rad Ortiz Jr. Dillinger victorious here. And Rad, you just seemed like you were always on the best horse in the way that you rode him, and he delivered for you today.
I think today wasn't the best horse. Brittany did a great job with the horses. She was positive on the horse. She told me ride it with confidence, warm up good, and ride your race. So I feel like his best race is stalking behind the speed, and that's what I did. I let him break, broke so good. Let him sit off a couple lengths behind the speed and make my run by the quarter pole. I was full of force.
And he wears that cage bit, and you could see kind of when you rounded on the turn, he kind of turned his head a bit, but then leveled off for you. What's going through your mind as a rider, knowing you have a horse that could sometimes be a little bit quirky?
I see the cage bit, and I watch his replays, but it wasn't that bad. He going by the first horse I going by was Linda's horse, and as soon as he get close to him, before I go by him, he's done like let me know he going in a little bit, so I have a good hold of him when I go by that horse, and after that I already have a good hold of him, so he don't go all the way in. I don't have to fight too much with him, and that helps because I never stop his momentum. He just keep going.
Well, coming up later in the stake in the Wilton, you'll be aboard Bell's Beach for Chad Brown. You're 2 for 2 on her, having ridden her in Kentucky. Coming from pretty far off of it, what can you tell us about this filly?
She's a nice filly. I rode her first time out. I think was a little short, and I learned from her. I think I tried to be involved in the race early, and she don't like it. Sprinting, and then she just the track was playing for the speed. I tried to be involved early on, and I think she hated it. She don't like the way I rode her that day, and she had given me another opportunity. I told him, please let me ride her. I think I made a mistake last time trying to be early on the race, and she don't want to do that. And he told me, ride her whatever you think is best for her. So she ran a mile. She broke so well. She got me a little closer than what I thought, but I give her the time, and she find her strike. By the half of my 3 pole, I was like, I know she's gonna be tough to beat because I was full of force, and she responded the way I thought she gonna do, and she's a nice filly. She was running all the way to the wire that day. Very impressive.
Looks like she has a lot of talent. Can't wait to see her, but congratulations on the win here.
Thank you.
Rod Ortiz with a big day coming up, Greg.
Yeah, Bell's Beach still to come for him in the Wilton. We have a bit of a beef with Rod Ortiz Jr. One of the things we love about Saratoga is seeing this riding title play out. It wasn't even close last year. I mean, he had that historic start, probably the fastest start anyone ever got off to here. He nearly doubled up his next closest pursuer that happened to be his brother.
62-37. Now, his brother did get hurt midway through the meet, so at the end of the day, when you're 25 clear of your competition, in this competition, now we're adding a little Frankie Dettori to the mix this year, which makes it even tougher, but it's a pretty amazing separation, Rajiv.
I mean, the way it's set up right now, if you look back at yesterday, you look at the first 2 races today, 2 different trainers that won today, you know, it's a more spread out, even keel so far, so it's going to make it very interesting to see how this develops. Each trainer that has won one single race so far. You know, it hasn't been multiple wins, so I think that this is going to be a different kind of meet and a more competitive, tight group.
Rider-wise, though, I'd say, what, it ran probably 1-9 to win this Riders title?
Oh, yeah, still, yeah, at this point. And you know, like you said, they're making it a little bit more interesting with Frankie and Jose being here. Yeah. And Tyler had a great year last year. I'm sure he'll pick up a lot of wins in here. And then Flavian, Flavian being here full-time for the second time. It's going to be a competitive one. But, yeah, they better not let Irad get too far in front.
And a more confident Jamie Torres.
Indeed. Well, I met on the way out yesterday. Terrific young man.
Yeah.
Going to get some opportunities here at this meet. We're going to continue, say goodbye to those watching on FS2. We're going to continue on YouTube, on the New York Racing Association page. You can catch us on the Fox Sports app as well. We still got 2 stakes later on in this card. We talked about Bell's Beach for Rod Ortiz Jr. He's expecting, sounds like, bigger and better things from her coming up later today.
Yeah, it seemed like he was. He seemed very confident. It seemed like he kind of learned from what happened previously. And so it's always exciting because, like we said, you know, Randomized came out of that race to come back and win the Alabama. So hopefully we'll have another productive edition of the Wilton.
Paulie, that Coronation Cup, do you feel like almost anyone can win there?
I think that's the best race of the day. I kind of like the rail horse Tupi for Graham Motion, who hasn't missed the exact in the 4 sprints that she's run in. But that, like you said, is a loaded field, and it's going to be about who gets the best trip, yeah.
All right, we'll say so long to FS2. We'll be back with us a little bit later. But, again, we continue on the Fox Sports app and YouTube at the New York Racing Association page. We'll be back on FS2 at 3:30 Eastern Time.
Monmouth Park's main event is Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 20th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $500,000 guaranteed late pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes. First post 12 noon. It's all Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 20th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
We know that the horses are the foundation of this industry, but it's the people that brings us together. We need to celebrate the community that is horse racing.
The stories are amazing. The people that you meet and the love they have for this business warms your heart and renews one's faith in this industry.
I think this is one of the best things we've done in the last few years in horse racing, but it has to happen with somebody nominating an individual.
Hi, I'm Tom Morley, and you're watching Saratoga Live.
Block, report this guy.
Back with you on our Friday action opening week at historic Saratoga. Opening day in the books, the nerves settling a little bit here as we move into action in day 2, and D. Wayne Lucas, 88 years old there with former protege Todd Pletcher, proving he can still get it done at the highest level with Seize the Gray in that Preakness win this year.
Yeah, you know, I was very fortunate to be at Oaklawn Park for the whole meet and got to really know D. Wayne up close. Man, he's still getting on horseback at age 88, still loves the passion. He does carry around a cane, but he's not going to show it to you during the interview as well, too. And, you know, I'll never forget the words he said to me after Seize the Gray had run a nice little third, and he had his other horse, Just Steel. He looked at me and said, "The best is yet to come." And I looked at him, I said, "Okay, Mr. Lucas, the best is yet to come." And boom, Seize the Gray wins the Preakness. He's just never out of it. He is not.
Absolute master, and he's just become truly one of the great ambassadors for this sport as he's moved on in years here. But as he proved on that Triple Crown Trail, absolutely still a major factor on the biggest stage. Sanford Stakes for 2-year-olds to come on that Saturday card. Created back in 1913, named after Stephen Sanford, former member of the House of Representatives. Fastest ever run of Fleet Alex, who'd go on to win the Preakness and Belmont as a 3-year-old. John Velasquez, 7 wins, most ever by a jockey, including More Than Ready, who won by 9 3/4 lengths. Todd Pletcher, he's won it 8 times, including Witt back in 2021, 6 of those wins with Johnny V. Green Tree Stable, 8 wins, including Tom Fool, who became the 2-year-old champion eventually became Horse of the Year as a 4-year-old. Biggest upset? Yep. Man of War's only defeat, losing to Upset. 4 2-year-olds have swept the series, include City Zip, who did it in a dead heat in a hopeful with Dwayne Lucas as Yana Guska, by the way. And 8 Sanford winners have been named 2-year-old champion, including the great Secretariat back in 1972. Lot of history in so many of these graded stakes races here at Saratoga, including that Sanford, which is coming up on our Saturday action. And all eyes, of course, in this race, JK, going to be on Mentee, the full brother to 2-year-old champion Fierceness. What did you think of his debut?
I thought it was sensational. And look, I'm not getting carried away with the fact that it was a track record. We don't run these types of races at Aqueduct very much. It's been a long time. But his Spire speed figure was extremely fast. I understand that the margin here in a second got a little bit tight, Rajiv, but for me, it was more about the fact that he did so much running early, and in the second place horse, Colloquial, was actually picking up horses late.
Yeah, I share those same sentiments. And one thing, if you look at Johnny Velasquez's jockey's body language, he was kind of wrapping up a little bit coming here. You know, he was running fast. He knew he had the race won. It got a little bit too close for comfort at the end, but I felt like it wasn't all out in that sense. I think that there's a little bit more there, but he's going to have to stretch out an extra furlong. And the last part of his race, he was getting a little leg weary.
Well, he probably won't run as quickly early, you'd like to think. And based on what Fierceness did, a full brother, right? City of Light, same mom. You'd like to think that stretching out's not going to be probably a problem for him.
And Paulie, look, it was a track record, but you don't run that distance a lot at that track for you know, that time of year. We're usually not there at Aqueduct. Still, big performance. What'd you think of that diminishing margin? Is it a concern?
No, I think a W is a W. I think Colloquial's a quality animal as well. I mean, he's the son of Vekoma. We've seen these Vekomas just run out of their skin. I do think that Mentee, like JK said, might be a little bit easier. I guess it's against multiple winners in here. You know, Studley Do-Right's the other horse in here. When you have a horse that's 2 for 2, got a little bit more experience, but you know what, Mentee might just be really, really good.
And a win over this track, JK.
And that goes a long way. I mean, I think that understanding that he likes the surface, he ran well here in the Tremont. I just feel like he kind of ended up working out a nice trip, right? You know, the 7-horse here kind of blew the turn. He had to dip inside, tried to re-engage here. Definitely deserves a lot of credit, Studley Do-Right, but this Mentee might be pretty special.
One of the things is with Studley Do-Right, he's a bigger size horse, and he was doing his best running at the end of the race, which makes you feel like stretching out in distance is even going to be better for him. He gets an extra half a furlong. He gets extra half a furlong to run at in the Sanford, which is only going to benefit him.
We look forward to it. That's coming up. One of the things we love most about Saratoga, these 2-year-olds and a horse with the pedigree of Mentee, full brother to the 2-year-old champion Fierceness, who we're expecting to see come back in the Haskell, hopefully the Travers. A lot of excitement around that horse in that Grade 3 Sanford. That's race 11 on that Saturday card. Getting back to today's action, this third on the turf at 1 1/16. Let's go to Acacia.
We'll start off with a first-time starter, one of 2 in here for trainer Chad Brown, and that is the 4 Passive Management, was purchased at the Tattersall's October yearling sale for the U.S. equivalent of just over $600,000. So paid quite a bit for the son of Dubowie, and we've gotten a chance to see a lot of Dubowie progeny here in the States, particularly in Chad's barn. And this one on the bottom side does have some pedigree as well. The dam raced 3 times, never winning, but she is the sister to group winner Pretty Perfect. And in the second generation, you do see Holy Roman Emperor, who was a champion in France, in that pedigree as well. This horse is on the muscle here in the paddock. Very strong, very, very well put together, very powerful. Is a little bit chatty, vocal, kind of hollering when he first came in here, which especially given the fact he's already gelding, I was not anticipating, and you typically don't see that from a Chad Firster. Usually they're so well schooled, and just hoping he can keep his mind on business. His 2 handlers on his head now, and seems like he's kind of keeping that energy a little bit beneath the surface, but he definitely is striding out like he is ready for this debut in here today. So I'll keep my eye on him and how he does mentally leading up to the starting gate. The entry favored right now, and the 1A Storm Ready is the one who did run that fast race last time out, was second best to Unit Economics. And still looks to me like he's figuring things out. He was late switching his leads in that race. He broke well, but looks like he just took a little bit of time to get going. He's an incredibly athletic-looking horse and gets just a touch more ground in here today. And maybe he's one that just is taking a little bit more time to kind of round into form. But hopefully we can see him be a little bit more professional throughout the running of the race as well. He's very calm, very relaxed here in the paddock, and we'll watch him warm up, but certainly looks like he's trending in the right direction. Can he step forward though and finally seal the deal? The number 7, Inherent Promise, coming up from South Florida for Lisa Lewis. Haven't seen him since last fall when he was with Belmont, and this was a horse who just never really seemed like he was very focused in the preliminaries. He was very sharp coming in here. I know that he hit the front and got run down last time, which I really don't love, but he does stack up favorably in here, as he's another one that's been knocking on the door. He has a little bit of natural speed. He is very alive, alert, everything you want to see with his energy, with his demeanor, and very, very fit coming in here. I've just really liked what I've seen from him, and he caught my eye right away. Is he good enough? Is he going to be able to take a step forward after already having 7 starts? I'm not sure, but purely from a physical perspective in the paddock, he looks the part, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 9 minutes to post here. Post parade coming up for this 3rd on the card. As we get a look at Tom Collins, who'll be making his 3-year-old debut for Shug McGahee. Paulie doing the tough deep dive research for us on this one.
It's basically a gin and tonic with a twist, is the Tom Collins. But the horse getting Lasix for the first time, you know, and as a 2-year-old, he had run some decent races. He lost to Agate Road, and there you see Mr. McGahee there talking to Joel. Joel giving him a little massage there in the neck.
That team won the Kentucky Derby with Orb. Same silks.
Yes.
Trainer-jockey combo.
That's when you can put your arm around a trainer who's a Hall of Famer when you won a Derby for him.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
What do you think about Tom Collins' chances in this race?
You know, I think one of the things that you want to look at, especially, you know, here at Saratoga, is you want to look at horses that showed talent as 2-year-olds, who took money, who ran well enough, but still haven't really turned into what you thought they might. Sometimes just that maturity alone can be enough. Tom Collins' numbers are too light, but remember, those numbers were earned when Tom Collins was a 2-year-old. Now comes back as a 3-year-old. I have no issue at all with the idea that this horse could take a step forward.
Get the inside track on handicapping with Naira Betts Track Stats. Want to know the best races to beat favorites at Saratoga? Track Stats has the answer. For more stats on tracks across the country, visit nairabets.com. Take advantage of all those options when you're playing with Naira Betts. We'll get set for the post parade here coming up. Storm Ready, this 1A, part of the entry. Luis Saez will ride. That is the only man in the last 9 years to win a riding title here other than the Ortiz brothers, Paulie.
Yeah, and he really had an amazing meet, that meet. And listen, Louis is as good as they come, too. And now he gets aboard the horse in Storm Ready. He'll be the 4th rider for this colt by City of Light. And, you know, maybe this is what this horse needs. And, you know, when you look at the 1A, you're getting 7-5. And I do like, this horse has the best numbers. This horse has gone off at 7-1, 7 and 12-1. It's kind of been dismissed at the window and keeps outrunning his odds at least.
Now, Rajiv, we're going to get a look here at Jamie Torres. He's going to ride for Dwayne Lucas. Not a big long shot, the 2 daily grind. But talk about what he achieved. He'd only been riding for a couple of years, and to win a Triple Crown event, just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, for him, sometimes when you talk to him, you can feel like it hasn't even quite sunk in that he's still on cloud 9, because you don't expect to have that level of success at such a early point in your career. You know what I mean? It's like these are things that you work years and years over to hope to once the time get an opportunity for. And for him, it came really fast and sudden.
Rajiv, do you have one moment in your career that was kind of your Jamie Torres' Preakness moment, that just like that first big race that said like, hey, my name's Rajiv Murrah, I'm here and I can ride good horses?
Yeah, it was definitely when I got the opportunity to ride Little Bell in the Ashland Stakes at Keeneland. I was just an up-and-coming younger jockey like Jamie was, and I just started getting opportunities for the top connections. And Karen McGoughlin, Darley Stables, you know, biggest names in the sport, and they sent me to Keeneland, and won the Ashland Grade 1, you know, my first Grade 1 win. So that was the same kind of feeling.
Here's our post wave. We're going to start with Steadfast Resolve. We'll break from post 4 with Jose Ortiz.
This is the other part of the entry. Now, this horse has shown a bit of ability, but needs to get out of the gate. Has shown no early speed.
Going to cut back from a mile and 3/8 last start. 6-5. There's Jose. Couple of wins just like his brother on opening day. Right next door. The other half of the entry, Storm Ready with Luis Saez.
Like I said, 2, 3 really good races. Is getting better and better, and that's why the entry is 6-5.
Preakness winning rider, Jamie Torres. Here he is for D. Wayne Lucas with the rail.
This $1.35 million purchase is trying to really find his way around here. He's just fifth at this level last time.
14-1, Manny Franco and Tiz Wicked Strong.
Yeah, now enters the Phil Antonacci barn, and the horse that's only run on the turf one time, but had the 12 hole and was really hung out wide, so an unknown here.
First time starter for Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, passive management.
Top connections, Irad Ortiz, he's one up on the jockey standings right now. This first time starter looks pretty good on the track.
Tom Collins making the 3-year-old debut for Shug McGahee.
Yeah, and I think the 3-year-old debut, Lasik, Shug is very good on this move. You get Joel Rosario. I think this horse is live at 5-1.
Another Chad Brown runner who debuted on dirt, Clever Mischief.
Yeah, I landed on this one as my top pick. Chad Brown, put him on the turf for the first time. I love to see when a horse gets beaten badly on the dirt and they don't just take a sudden drop. They're trying the turf, so I think that they have some expectations for him to improve.
And Inherent Promise on the outside, coming off a narrow runner-up defeat.
Yeah, you're right, just missed. This horse was clear in the lane at Gulfstream and got ripped at the wire by Mogo. Now comes here to Saratoga for Lisa Lewis. An honest horse here on the outside with Tyler Gaffley on the board.
4 minutes to post here in this third. Mile and a 16th on the turf. Let's go to Storm Ready in here. Saez for Pletcher. This will be the 4th opportunity here on the lawn, and again, beat by a pretty good one in unit economics last time out.
He was sitting in a perfect position here, looking like he's going to capitalize on the duel in front of him, and he's just kind of grinding his gears, moving at the front runner, but couldn't quite get by. I think this was a credible effort. You can see him running on his wrong lead. When he switched leads, he kind of found a bit extra and started moving forward. And I think that's one of the things that his jockey Luis Saez is going to be looking at today. He's going to watch this replay and think that I have to get him to switch leads when I come off the turn, because he switched leads too late. When a horse transitions into the stretch and they shift over the leads, that's when they give you their best burst. And he didn't do that until 60 or 70% of the stretch run had been completed, and that's why you kind of see him running steady and then found a little extra burst at the end. Luis Saez, I think he's got to be focused on getting this horse to transition over to the right lead and set him down a bit earlier. He'll get his best finish that way.
There's Saez on Storm Ready. We're expecting everyone for him to do plenty of damage at this Saratoga meeting. We'll see if he can get on the board here. It's strange, JK, to see even money in a maiden special weight turf race when you have 2 Chad Brown runners and they're not one of the favorites.
Yeah, well, I think part of the reason is that Storm Ready has 2 races that are basically better than what anyone else has run. And then the one, Steadfast Resolve, is actually an interesting horse as well based on that debut where he broke slow and came running late. And then the 11 furlong race last time I thought was actually pretty good as well, even though the horse was 5th that day. I think that it's a combination of those 2 horses that you're getting in the entry.
Was inside here. The 2-horse didn't break particularly great, Paulie, and then
got steadied back
had
to
to
last
take
then.
back and go wide.
Yeah, I got steadied back to last, and that's why I said this horse has got a little bit of talent, because he did not, he lose the whole ball of wax by, what, 3/4 of a length, 3/4 of a length, something in that, or 3 lengths or somewhere in that area. So, you know, like you said though, Greg, he is cutting back from a mile and 3/8. He's got to be more involved. But yeah, this is not just a throw-in. Also, as your entry, you're getting a solid little other part of the entry here.
What I don't love about this entry is that what you see is what you get on paper. The tail is out. They already had multiple chances, and it's not that impressive. Now, they're both good, quality, decent horses that have credentials to make an impact in this race, but they don't stand over the competition, and you're going to have to take a short price. Right now, it's even money.
See if some others potentially can step up with more on that. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, I think Rajiv just hit the nail on the head when it comes to this race. Either part of the entry can absolutely win, but there's some really interesting alternatives, including Tom Collins, who you guys mentioned. And I did know what a Tom Collins was because my grandma was a huge fan. Well into her 90s, it was a Tom Collins or a whiskey sour that she was always drinking. But this horse has really filled out and developed as a 3-year-old. He's taken a huge step forward from 2 to 3, which I love to see. There's a lot of him too, and maybe he's the type of horse that just needed a little bit of time to grow and develop. He's sharp, had a good warm-up, as you see, under Joel Rosario, framing himself up nicely out on the track. I'm definitely expecting some better things from him, and as JK mentioned, you're going to see a natural progression anyway as they age, as they come back. They've had more time in the racetrack, and good to see him back. The 7, Clever Mischief, bit of a wild card because he's trying the turf for the first time, and there really isn't an abundance of turf pedigree. Into Mischiefs can certainly go either way. The second dam tried the turf a couple times to no avail. As far as Clever Mischief is concerned, though, according to the DRF Clocker report, in that last work on the turf, he was just never let out for his best. So he really was able to handle the turf in the workout, and that's one of the beautiful things about being at Saratoga. He's a big, burly horse. I do wish he looked a bit more fit in his second start. He also has a little bit of skin disease going on him. One that I'm going to take the wait and see approach with, I preferred his stablemate in the first-time starter, Passive Management, who did settle down beautifully on the track, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Behind the gate, about to load as we get set for race 3. Again, a mile and 16th on the grass, and JK, even money on this entry. How do you feel about that price?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't have a problem with it at all. Like I said, you get the 1A who's established, who is, you know, arguably on paper the best horse in this race. And then you get the 1 who's interesting, a horse that I think gives you a shot. So I have no problem with the 4 to 5 here, depending on what you're trying to accomplish, of course, and what wagers you're trying to make.
There's the 6 moving in.
He's the dangerous horse.
First time turf.
Because, you know, he, like Rajiv picked him, and he's the horse ran 7, and he's in the Chad Brown barn trying the turf for the first time, and you know how those go sometimes.
He even seems to win with horses that don't have turf pedigree when he moves them to the grass.
From a race dynamics, I think the entry is going to be up against it because there's not a lot of speed in the race, and they're both late closers. And it's going to be tough to overcome, you know, coming from off the pace in this race.
Frank Miramati with the call. Here's the 3rd from Saratoga.
They're in the gate. A little bit of movement there from Tis Wicked Strong. Straightening up. And they're off. Tis Wicked Strong came out smoothly, as did Daily Grind along the inside. Tom Collins is the gray, and he's quicker than all, so Tom Collins is up to take the lead. Storm Ready, Whitecap is up and on the pace too, and Clever Mischief makes his move right into second. Tom Collins the leader. Clever Mischief takes second. Storm Ready is now racing in 3rd. Down at the rail, it's Daily Grind, who's 4th at this point and 4 lengths off the lead. Passive Management is the first-time starter, settling nicely in mid-pack, 5 lengths off the leaders as they make their way around the turn. The opening quarter went in 24 and 4/5 seconds. They're followed by the Wicked Strong. Inherent Promises second to last, leaving Steadfast Resolved at the back of the field. Down the back stretch, Tom Collins under a nice hold, and Clever Mischief trying the turf today is just a neck back in second, traveling comfortably enough. Then it's the Wicked Strong moving through along the inside on even terms with both Daily Grind between rivals, and Storm Ready is just outside of that pair. Passive Management comfortable, 51 and 1 for the half mile. Inherent Promise is down on the inside, and it's another 3 back to Steadfast Resolve. Tom Collins pressed throughout by Clever Mischief, and those two are on even terms midway on the far turn. Now Steadfast Resolve is asked to pick it up from the back of the field. He's still last. Entry mate Storm Ready is right there in 3rd and swinging out for the drive. Passive Management is finding his best stride. They're a furlong from the finish, and Clever Mischief has put away Tom Collins and quickly opened up a 4-length lead. Inherent Promises coming through along the inside. Continued progress from Passive Management late. Clever Mischief and Flavian Pratt taking to the turf nicely to score by a length and a half. Inherent Promise was second. Passive Management got the show dough.
Clever Mischief and Flavian Pratt, so crafty keeping this horse close early on and really taking to the grass, JK.
Yeah, this horse, Clever Mischief, if you looked at that DRF Clocker report, you would have seen, actually, you didn't have to do that. You could have just looked down at the regular works to see this horse worked on the turf last time for Chad. When Chad works him on the turf and then runs him on the turf, I think he's got a pretty good eye for who can handle it.
A good call by you here, Rajiv. You had this horse, and right before they went in, you kind of looked down, and you're like, dirt to turf, 21%.
Number
this kind
6,
of stuff
Clever Mischief, was first.
that Chad does, Rajiv.
And,
good call.
And Flavian just perfectly executed, tracked Tom Collins, who, this was one of the races. I'm watching the race. This is what's so amazing about being in Saratoga. Every jockey was riding optimally how they're supposed to ride the race. Luis Saez, he put his horse in a perfect spot. Joel Rosario was trying to walk the dog on the lead. Flavian was tracking in perfect position. Just a really fun race to watch, watching the best of the best do their thing.
Rajiv, they were pretty slow in here early, too. Do you give Flavian extra credit for recognizing that early and staying close to that leader?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Flavian, he doesn't give up anything that comes easily. And his horse was putting him right there. He was giving it to him. And it was one of the things that we talked about going into the race. This big favorite entry, they already defined that they're late closers. Those jockeys can't really do much than they can to kind of cut it in the middle a little bit, but you can't go from one extreme to the other. And in a race that was lacking early speed, they were compromised.
Had a European feel to this race as slow as they went.
Chad, you got to give Chad, listen, the 7 ran a great race up the rail here. Inherent Promise. But the other first-time starter, the 4 for Chad, come rolling too, so he's first and third. At the end of the day, like you said, do you want to bet an entry at 4 to 5 when Chad Brown's not involved in that entry?
6, 7, 4, 1A. Another upset. We've had 2 odds-on favorites defeated through the first 3 races on this Friday of opening week at Saratoga. One of the best riders in the game, Flavian Pratt, for Chad Brown, as fans take in this first Friday of action at the summer place to be. We'll be back right after this.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mindframe. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Gunrunner is the sire of 13 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gunpilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, track record setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Monmouth Park's main event is Naira Bets Haskell Day, Saturday, July 20th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $500,000 guaranteed late pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes. First post 12 noon. It's all Naira Bets Haskell Day, Saturday, July 20th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Back with you on Saratoga Live, opening week continuing here at the premier meet in the country. Flavian Pratt aboard for Chad Brown, and Clever Mischief moving to the grass for the first time here in start number 2 and getting his picture taken for the first time.
Yeah, congratulations to CHP Racing and into Mischief out of a Tisnow mare. Flavor Flav aboard for Mr. Chad Brown, and when these races stay on the turf, Chad's tough to beat.
$13 winner here for Clever Mischief in this third race. Inherent Promise, Passive Management wind up second, third, and a big pick 3 for those still alive in this pick 5 here to kick off the day. $214.25. So
Good
race
start.
not bad.
This pick 5's
Always have to pay attention. Most of the attention went to the other Chad Brown horse with the pedigree, I guess.
Yeah, and like at the end of the day, like I said right before the race, like this was the sneaky horse coming out of a 7-furlong race, probably got fitness out of this race. Now you're wondering, and then JK hit the nail on the head. Chad puts the horse on the turf. Now Chad goes, okay, the horse worked good enough on the turf. Let's go. And there's the results. Crazy.
Impressive, and you get an upset. Again, a couple of odds-on favorites defeated through these first 3 races on the card coming up. We're going to have a turf sprint ahead, a little preview of what we're going to get with 3-year-old fillies in that Coronation Cup.
Yeah, 5.5 turf sprints. They're a part of what's going to happen all the time here at Saratoga. I don't mind them. I like it. I like speed, and speed does well in those races.
Let's go to Acacia.
And a pleased to be joined by winning rider Flavien Prat as Clever Mischief gets the job done. Flavien, there's always a question with a horse if they're going to take to the turf, and it seemed like yours certainly did.
Yeah, no, he certainly did, as you say. Chad really liked him going for his first race, and unfortunately he didn't show much, and then he had a chance to try him on the grass. He really thought he breathed well, and he just repeated that.
And it seems like you really made the right call in having him be a little bit closer, given how slow that pace ended up being. Can you talk a little bit about having to sense the way the pace is playing out, particularly in a turf race?
Yeah, I mean, it looks on PPs, it looks like it could have been a slow race. Fortunately, he jumped well out of there, and I was able to get myself in a good spot right out of the gate, and from there, he get the job done.
You're going to be riding for Chad in the feature tomorrow in the Grade 1 Diana aboard White Beam, who, of course, you won the race on last year. You know her well. Last year, she was kind of the surprise horse, whereas this year, we know how good she is. Can you just talk a little bit about how she's developed?
Yeah, no, she's always, always right there. As you said, last year, she a little bit of a surprise, but she always showed talent, and she ran very well last time. To be honest, turning form, I thought, it's a race that she could have win. Unfortunately, she got run down the lane, but I thought it was a good effort, and she did definitely have a chance Saturday.
How dangerous is her speed, too?
Yeah, no, she has very good tactical speed out of the gate, so it's something that you could use, yeah.
Thanks, Flavien. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Greg?
We see, thank you, Acacia Prat, aggressive a lot of times, even when he's on horses that don't look like they're going to be forward. Rajiv, do you think maybe some of that is coming up in Southern California and that West Coast where they emphasize speed?
Yeah, I mean, he has that embedded in him, riding for many years on the West Coast. The dynamics of racing over there runs a little different than the East Coast, and even completely different than European racing. But what impresses me the most about Flavien Prat is he has different things in his wheelhouse. He can be aggressive when necessary, but he can also take horses back. He has very good hands. He's a well-rounded rider that can adapt to any scenario, and if I was putting him on the horses that I trained or I owned, I would never give him an instruction, because he seems like the kind of guy that you want being free reins to call audibles on the go. That's where his real strength is.
All-around talents, but yeah, one of the smartest riders out there as well. Is there an Eclipse Award you guys believe with his name on it in the near future?
Oh, yeah, I would think so for sure, because I think one of the things about him coming to New York is, and running it at Saratoga, he's going to have a more diversified portfolio of the type of horses he gets on. You kind of parlay that with a horse like he had, like Flightline, the right year with the right money earned, and he could definitely win an Eclipse Award.
Yeah, but Eclipse Awards, you still have to go through the Ortiz brothers when you talk about Eclipse. Those guys are tough year in and out.
No question. Arad just collected his 5th. It's been amazing, and his drive is something else, and that's what we see summer after summer here at Saratoga, why he's quite often atop those standings. 5.5 furlong sprint coming up next on the grass in this first allowance race, and Tunisian Spring, bit of a trip, JK, last time out for trainer Wesley Ward.
Yeah, did have a little bit of a trip last time, and you're seeing that with the 8-5 on the board right here. Not to mention, for whatever reason, I guess it has something to do with the top hat and the tails, but Wesley Ward is just always overbet in turf sprints, and I think it probably has a lot to do with his success at Royal Ascot.
Look at this beautiful scene, this historic racetrack. Opened back in 1863. Everybody wants to be here all summer long. We'll have coverage for you all meet long. We'll be back.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry saw room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
Back in our opening week coverage from Saratoga Springs here at Saratoga Racecourse with you all meet long. And as if you needed extra incentive to come out to this racetrack, we have for you anyway some giveaways, including this little tumbler, which I think somehow Mig got his hands on before they even gave it out.
Well, no, Mig's tumbler's twice the size as the baseball jersey. We also have a hat, and then the closing day one's pretty cool because it does rain here a lot, but everybody does love the hat as well. But there you go with the rain jacket.
Sorry, I got to correct you on that. We heard from JK yesterday. Got an updated weather report. It is not going to rain the rest of the meet.
It's done.
It's done.
Yeah, it was just yesterday.
But it's helpful into fall.
Yeah, in the fall, yeah.
Yeah.
You can use it during snow, too.
So all those dates, there they are. That drink tumbler, July 19th. Then we end things with that windbreaker closing weekend on September 1st. Now we got a 5.5 furlong turf sprint coming up next in the 4th, and that's the distance, what we're going to have of one of our two stakes on this first Friday of the meet. 3-year-old fillies in the Coronation Cup. We've alluded to it a couple of times, how wide open this race is, especially with a big name and star of mystery coming out of this race. It was going to go against tougher competition on Sunday.
Well, I tell you what, she was going to be the single of all singles if she ran in this race, but now that she's out, I'm looking for a horse that can try to wire this field, maybe coming from the middle there, the 5 Twirling Queen, the 6 Ever So Sweet. Speed in turf sprints, Wolfie, is always dangerous.
Let's take a look at one that a bit of a trip. Last time out, the grade 3 Soaring Softly Cairo for Cherie DeVaux. Jose Ortiz will ride.
Yeah, Kairu was sitting in a good position here in between horses in about 6, but as you can see, it didn't have much room to work with. And jockey Kendrick Caramucci was trying to navigate through. He finally finds a seam. They weren't making it easy on him, pushing around from the outside. And Kairu got out just a little bit too late. When she got out, she did come in with a furious finish, but the momentum was in favor of Pipsy on the outside, who actually scratches out of this race. You know, sometimes you see a trip and you think that the horse had trouble, it was a bad ride. In that scenario, Kendrick was in the right spot. It was just very unfortunate that the room didn't open up for him when he needed to, and Pipsy got the momentum on him.
Well, filly that's on quite a roll right now. The top 3 finishers are going to come back out of that race, but the filly who won it was Twirling Queen. She has won 3 straight, Paulie.
Yeah, she's on fire right now. And then when she won the Mamselle, she was very, very tough. She's won 3 in a row, 2 of them on synthetic. And Jose D'Angelo's got the keys. And Luis Saez will be aboard. He was aboard for a couple of her wins. How about 3 of her wins? He even broke his maiden on her on the dirt. But this was her race at Churchill Downs. And she was able to beat Tupi, Cloud Walker, some of the horses that are in here. I do think Tupi now getting to the inside does help her a little bit more. And then Ever So Sweet, JK, you talked about this horse is very fast for Brad Cox.
Yeah, has a ton of early speed, and one of the differences you got to keep in mind when you're watching these races from Aqueduct, that these turf sprints are at 6 furlongs. And then the turf sprints here, Saratoga, are going to be at 5.5. And I know that half furlong might not seem very much, but in a short race, when speed is so valuable, I think it makes a huge difference. Ever So Sweet feels like one who's going to appreciate getting back to the 5.5.
And the connections of Ever So Sweet, they had to be tickled to death when they saw the number 8 Barre scratching out of this race, because that was going to be her major pace rival. Barre would have made it very difficult for her, so that's a big scratch in this race.
Yeah, as was the filly was going to win the race, who we talked about is going to run on Sunday instead. Star on Mystery. I think everyone happy to see her come out. Paulie, you're going to put your bankroll to the test coming up in this race?
Yeah, I like Tupi a little bit in this race, a 3-year-old filly that draws the rail. And I get it. There's some scratches in here, but I think tactically she can break okay from that spot and lay maybe in that second flight. She's got to stay close to Ever So Sweet. She's got to stay close to Twirling Queen. But if you look at her 4 efforts sprinting, she's about a couple lengths away from being undefeated. She's got 2 wins, 2 seconds. Jorge Ruiz knows this horse very well. Graham Motion. She's never been on Lasix, so you're not getting Lasix today. She's run well. I think she draws well in the race too. So I think you're not going to get 8-1. I think you're going to get around 7-2 to 4-1.
Brave play in a wide open race, and that's where I think a lot of people playing JK multi-race wagers want to get some coverage in there.
Absolutely. It's turf sprint. I understand why some people might need to feel like they have a little bit more coverage. And look, there's a couple of good speed horses in there. There's also some good closers. Those are the tough races, right, where you have to identify which way you think the pace is going to work out and then make sure you're on the right side of it.
So you can have the best horse, too, and may not find running room and get through. That's coming up. Intriguing addition to that Coronation Cup 3-year-old fillies going 5.5 furlongs on the lawn, and that's what we're going to be doing next here at Saratoga. 5.5 furlong turf sprint to come when we come back on our Friday coverage here at Saratoga Racecourse, established all the way back in 1864. And the minute those gates open, the rush on to get those picnic tables. Stay with us.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Hey, I'm Nick Zito, and welcome back to Saratoga Live. If you're not watching that, you're not watching anything. So get yourself some popcorn or whatever and hang out and bet a few horses. You know what? It'll change your life.
We feel the same way, Nick. Thank you, two-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer. The great Nick Zito had a couple of big upsets, including ending a Triple Crown bid from Smarty Jones with Birdstone. Fourth race coming up, 5.5 furlongs on the grass here for 3-year-olds in up the 6-5 favorite, Tunisian Spring from the Wesley Ward Barn. Let's go to Acacia.
There are several coming out of that race, including Tunisian Spring. We'll talk about 3 of them, and that was on the final race of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. And as you guys had alluded to, Tunisian Spring did have a trip. Now, early in the race, it looked like he was kind of chasing in no man's land when the group, two kind of groups of the field split, and he just looked very uncomfortable doing that. Sometimes horses without cover and just in that no man's land chasing spot really are not able to settle, and it looked like that was the case for him. Then when he was asked to run, he was met with a wall of horses, had to steady back, and just had that trip as we talked about. But getting back to the turf, he obviously appreciated it. It was a 7-1 price that day, and you're going to have to take 6-5 today. But he definitely looks like a turf horse and has shown he can handle either surface. But glad to see them sticking with the grass for him. Incredibly fit and athletic looking here in the paddock. Not to mention has had the opportunity to work on the Oklahoma training track turf course a couple of times too since that effort. Also out of that race is the 6 Yarrow, and got a lot of love for my man Yarrow, who actually his last win was on opening day last year. He is one of those horses, and we talk about loving Saratoga, but he is the perfect example of a horse that thrives up here. He does better with his weight, he does better with his coat, with his attitude, even the way that he trains. He just thrives up here versus even being at Belmont. And I think it's taken him a little bit of time to come back to the races as far as fitness is concerned as well. This is by far the most fit that he looks. And like I said, he's just thriving right now. So seeing if he could potentially take a step forward, third off the layoff, and while he's gone through his New York bred conditions, he's shown that he can be competitive in this open company. The 5 Cigarette Boat, another one out of that race, was a big price that day too, but he is a turf sprinter. And once again, love that he's getting a chance to stay sprinting on the turf. He had a wide trip that day as well. See him getting very hot, and like I said, it is warm, but that's typical of Cigarette Boat. He always gets a little bit washed out prior to the races, and I think we're going to have the opportunity to see him be forward in this spot today. He has natural speed, and he is on his toes, touting himself in the paddock, Greg.
Keisha, thank you. Post parade coming up 8 minutes away from this 4th on the card. As we had a look at Joel Rosario, Christophe Clement a few summers ago, they were on a torrid beginning here in upstate New York.
Absolutely. I mean, a dynamic duo, right? And they just kind of fit, right? It feels like Joel, one of the most patient riders with a great internal clock. Christophe's horses that patiently ridden, you know, not a take back, make one run, but horses that are going to be finishing their races. They seem to kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah, riding for Christophe for many years, one of the things, he has that European style of how he wants his horses ridden. He's a firm believer in saving ground. number one. And second thing is he loves to be covered up in the pocket. He wants to be the one that is being the hunter and not being hunted. And that's why a lot of his horses you see come running from off the pace. That's his kind of style of how he wants his horses to be ridden.
Joel, we always see him looking just so cool, so calm all the time. Is he like that behind the scenes in the jocks room too?
Oh yeah, Joel, his riding style is a reflection on his personality. You know, away from the track, he's been a friend of mine for many years as well, and he's the calmest, coolest person. He just smiles. He hardly ever says anything.
And from Acacia getting this information, it's actually be Christophe Clement's first runner of the meet here coming up. First of many to come. Yarrow with Rosario here, 4-1 right now on the 6.
Yeah, and sometimes, or more times than not, horses that like Saratoga run well here. And this horse is a 3-time winner. 2 of the wins are here at Saratoga, and this horse has not missed a trifecta in 5 starts. So Yarrow loves this turf course.
Here they come for our post parade. 7-5 favorite, Tunisian Spring, who we'll get to from the outside for Wesley Ward with Jose Ortiz. We'll kick things off here in a moment with his brother, Arad Ortiz Jr., on Inflation Nation from the inside, trained by Mike Maker, and the blinkers go on.
Yeah, puts the blinkers on, has tactical speed, gets IRAD. This feels like a perfect pocket trip for me. This is where I landed.
Next door, horse cutting back in distance, Aaliyah.
And puts blinkers on. This horse had shown speed on dirt, then showed a little bit of speed on turf. I'm wondering how this horse is going to do sprinting or where he's going to land early.
Tyler Gaffleone for Linda Rice, Sesame Seed Bagel.
Yeah, this horse ran pretty well last time, trying to close into a slow pace in a turf sprint. Not easy.
It's a big effort from 26 Black. Last start at that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival.
You draw one line through that 1 mile effort around 2 turns, Greg. He's not missed the board, and he comes running.
Cigarette Boat was right behind him back on June the 8th.
Yeah, another one with some tactical speed with Luis Saez and Mike Maker. There's been a couple winners out of that race.
Yarrow finished between 26 Black and Cigarette Boat.
Yeah, like I said, this New York bred likes this race course, and he's been a nice little horse for Mary Legs Farm.
And 7-5 favorite. Here's Tunisian Spring with Jose Ortiz.
You know, this horse could win by absolutely open lengths in here. Has the talent, has some back numbers, but does need to kind of put it all together. Last time, a little bit disappointing.
So 5 minutes away, back on June the 8th, Tunisian Spring. Trouble in this race, steadied late, was waiting for room.
You can see Tunisian Spring had a lot of run. It was the number 1 here in the yellow in the second flight behind this wall of horses. Jose is looking left, he's looking right. Nothing is opening up. In the meantime, his rival today, 26 Black, was having a perfect trip coming at the front runner. So, you know, looking at this race, Tunisian Spring definitely had the worst of it, while in contrast, 26 Black had a perfect trip. Now, she still has to make up 2 lengths because 26 Black finished 2 lengths in front of her. It's going to be really close between these 2 horses. They're going to be splitting hairs. One of the big differences in this race, though, Tunisian Spring was drawn towards the inside in the 1 hole, which caused a lot of the traffic in front of her. Today, she's drawn perfectly on the outside, so she should be having a clear path to sail into.
Well, the uncharacteristic thing about the 7 is Wesley Ward's horses are great gate horses. That's the one thing he's so very, very good at. That's why he wins with a lot of his 2-year-olds. He has fast 2-year-olds, and usually a lot of his horses do break out of the gate. And that was probably part of his problem last time. He just did not break. Where, like JK said, if he breaks today with the field, he's going to be a handful.
And usually is, with the exception of last start, has been forward every single start.
Exactly, yeah.
8-5. Jose Ortiz will be aboard, the favorite from that outside slot. And there in the background with that yellow cap, Luis Saez, Cigarette Boat, will be the 3rd off the bench for this Mike Maker 4-year-old.
1 for 13 lifetime. You know, when you look at this horse, you just see so many horses in here that are really good at the distance. This horse hasn't hit the exact at the distance. I just think Cigarette Boat, you know, at 7-1, is going to have to really step it up against some of these other horses.
Do you guys feel, it's tough to tell, I mean, you're playing with things you may not know, but do you feel Tunisian Spring would have won that race with a clean trip?
It's hard to say. I mean, I think playing the what-if game is tough. I think that Tunisian Spring ran better than it looks on paper. Whether or not he was going to win or not, I'm not sure. But I will say this. If he can find a way to run like that Keeneland dirt race on the turf here today, he's going to be extremely tough to
I'll
beat.
tell you about a horse that would have won with a better trip last time is the number 3 Sesame Seed Bagel. And that's why I picked this one. And it's a pretty long shot here at 12-1. I was in Jersey for that day covering the races at Monmouth Park, and he didn't have a good trip. He, first of all, didn't want to load into the gate, was acting up behind the gate. So I would love to hear what Acacia sees from this horse, if he looks settled or not. But in the race, it was a slow pace in front of him. The leader went wire to wire, and he was just zigging and zagging in front of Sesame Seed Bagel, who never really got to level off. I think the racing chart doesn't say that, but if you get the chance to watch a replay, you'd see that he had some trouble in the stretch.
12-1 right now. Let's get more from Acacia.
Yeah, I totally agree with Raj. There was a trip that day. And when you have a horse that's reluctant loading, especially one that's as big as Sesame Seed Bagel is, it can really take a lot out of them early. You know, you can see just in contrast to his lead pony, this is a massive horse. He does not look like a turf sprinter. There's a lot of him. And Rajiv can speak to this as well, that sometimes horses that are so big, it takes them a little bit of time to get their feet underneath them. And so when they're stopped and started throughout a race, it's hard for them to kind of regain their momentum. And so for being such a big horse, and he definitely looks more overall like a turf horse and has that proverbial turf hoof and showed he could handle the grass. For being such a big horse, he's remarkably light on his feet, which I do appreciate. As far as the number 4, 26 Black, I agree. He was the one that had the best trip that day. I prefer the 5, 6, and 7 coming out of there, but I can never throw out 26 Black because he's just always visually so appealing. He's also mentally improved a lot now. As a 4-year-old, he's settled so much. He's just much more responsive to his rider, to his trainer when even saddling back in the paddock. Hopefully he'll be able to seal the deal today like he was not able to last time, but he's a horse that I just always have a lot of appreciation for. Now the number 2, Aaliyah, stay with me here. I know he's a massive price. He was acting up a bit back in the paddock, particularly getting the blinkers on, and he's gotten himself pretty washed out, which I don't love. But the shortcut cheater blinkers go on for the first time, and he cuts back in distance. And I had talked about this horse at 40-1 last time because there was so much pedigree for turf, and he looks more like a turf horse. All of the siblings were turf horses, and he's half, including to a horse named Traipsing, who was graded stakes place going long on the turf for Christophe. Well, she was by Stroll, and yes, she wanted to go longer, but this horse, I think, will appreciate a cut back in distance. Hopefully he's able to keep things together mentally. I know he's a huge price, but just maybe underneath for a horse that I think fits these conditions, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Look at this crowd here on this Friday afternoon each and every day. These 40 days of this meet at Saratoga, crowd's just tremendous. What was it like, Rajiv, playing to this crowd on a daily basis?
The energy. You know, with this crowd, you come out there and, man, you get pumped up. And as a jockey here, whether you're winning a lot of races or it's your first time riding here, you feel like you have something to prove when you see this big crowd out there. So, you know, I always looked at it as feeding off their energy, but also, man, like a showman. I want to do good so that I can, you know, bring value and show to the fans and the crowd that, you know, our art of riding.
Come here, you compete against the best, no question about it. So many important races that go a long way towards determining a championship, Paulie.
Well, you go back to the Breeders' Cup. Besides the turf races, every race that was won on the dirt, horse made a start at Saratoga. That was kind of amazing.
It's incredible.
Incredible.
And all the championships, it feels like, go through here as well, you know? I mean, it's like, Sure, I mean, obviously, you know, California has some prominent horses, but as a whole, what happens here in New York and especially at Saratoga, it goes a long way in dictating the entire landscape of the national racing scene.
Yeah, Saratoga is a watering hole for stars of this sport. And as a jockey, every time we came out to ride a horse, you just never know if you're going to be sitting on the next champions, particularly in these 2-year-old races, these on-race horses. So that was one of the excitements of being a jockey here. You never know who's going to call you to work a horse that might be the next Kentucky Derby winner.
There's Rajiv's pick stepping in. Sesame Seed Bagel, 13-1. Tyler Gaffleone. He'll be aboard for Linda Rice on the second-time turf starter coming up. Favorite, though, outside, been throughout Tunisian Spring. See if he can get a cleaner trip this time around under Jose Ortiz for trainer Wesley Ward. It's the 4th from Saratoga. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
2 more left to load. Yarrow comes up. And Tunisian Spring completes the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. Tunisian Spring is very quick, so is Inflation Nation along the inside. And those two stride for stride in the early going. Cigarette Boat splits that pair and is now battling with Inflation Nation. So Tunisian Spring will be 2 off the pace in 3rd. Aliyah is tucked in 4th, 2 clear of Yarrow, racing on the outside of Sesame Seed Bagel, and 26 Black is at the back and has to get closer, doing so willingly. Just 5 lengths covers the field, 21-3 for the opening quarter mile. Around the far turn, it's Inflation Nation leading, prompted by Cigarette Boat in 2nd. 2 more lengths, Tunisian Spring, Aliyah on the fence. 26 Black will circle up on the far outside. Yarrow is just inside of that rival. And Sesame Seed Bagel, top of the stretch. Inflation Nation, Cigarette Boat on the outside, up on even terms. And 26 Black continues to motor home in the center of the race course on the outside of Tunisian Spring. And Yarrow too, it's getting wild late. Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck. Tunisian Spring was 2nd. It's a photo for 3rd between Yarrow and Cigarette Boat.
26 Black from the back of the pack, closing with a rush under Manny Franco.
Yeah, the roulette players hit it right here. 26 Black. What a perfectly timed ride by jockey Manny Franco. And a furious finish. Like 5 horses look like it could be amongst any one of them to win it. But 26 Black, Manny let him settle at the back in this sprint race. And for a jockey to have confidence in just being patient and not rushing your horse in a sprint race, that, you know, got to give him a lot of credit for that. And you see that, you know, he's got the momentum going on the outside. No excuse 2nd for Tunisian Spring. But 26 Black proved the best today. Manny Franco, New York's leading jockey in wins over the past few years.
Last to first, you don't see that very often in a turf sprint, especially the way this race didn't fall apart. All the other speed horses that were attending the pace were right there at the end. 26 Black was much the best in here today, and it was an outstanding ride by Manny Franco.
Yeah, and you know what? Tunisian Spring, if you go back and look how high-headed he is. I mean, he's really high-headed. He's kind of, I wonder if they're going to have to put blinkers on him or something, Rajiv. When you get a horse that high-headed like that, what would you do?
Well, it looks like a good point. And the thing about it is, not only is he high-headed, but he's ducking in and out.
Yeah.
He's veering to his left, veering to the right, so he's losing focus on finishing up the job and going straight. It's something that we saw in his last race, so it seems like a tendency for this horse. And exactly what you said, I think the blinkers is something that you can use to kind of cover his eyes, to limit the visibility of the spaces for this horse, and sometimes that's what keeps them going straight.
But like we said with 26 Black, Greg, you draw a line through that one race where he went long. He is now what? He's got 4 wins sprinting and a 2nd and a 3rd. I mean, he's pretty darn good when he sprints.
Really is.
What's your number in roulette? You know, you're walking by, put a little 25 spot on it. What's yours? Mine's Black 22. That's where I go with it.
I'm 16. That was my number.
4. 4?
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Checking.
Maybe
Rajiv's like a 0 guy. I can tell he's a 0.
Never plays
Double
zero.
zeros or 0?
Oh, never plays. I'm trying to look for the wheels that don't have zeros on them. That's
Welcome
the
to those
guy I am.
just joining us on Bally Sports SoCal. Good to have you with us. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin, Paul Duca, Rajiv Mirage, and we just saw the 4th here at Saratoga. I believe you joined us mid-race. Bally Sports SoCal, last to first for this horse here in the 4th race, and Manny Franco. We expect to see him visit that winner's circle quite a few times. Here's what we still have ahead. One day in and already a big pick six carryover after a 44-1 shot in our traditional opening day feature in the Schuylerville. $116,000 carryover on the line begins next in race 5. That pick six includes that Wilton for 3-year-old fillies in the Coronation Cup.
It's an outstanding sequence, tough sequence too. You're gonna have to work to get a piece of that $116,000 plus all the money that's gonna come in late. It's Saratoga. It's a nice carryover on opening day. I'd imagine that pool is gonna get up there pretty good.
Yes, it will. The official betting app of Saratoga. Get signed up and play along with Naira Bets. Get that $250 deposit match sign-up bonus with the code SPA250. Punch that in for new members at sign-up. And you'll get that promo at NairaBets.com, and you can be part of this pick six carryover beginning in the next race. I call him the silent assassin, Rajiv. Manny Franco just quietly goes about his business, but he has gotten better and better, and it's become very close to elite over the last few years.
Yeah, he quietly wins over 200 races a year in New York now. And why you say quiet? He hasn't been consistently getting the big name horses to ride as yet. He's won a Breeders' Cup race with Sharing, and he's getting better mounts. But day in, day out, this is the guy that grinds it out in New York, and it's made him the New York leading rider over the past few years.
And JK's made some big inroads too with Chad Brown, and he's delivered when he's had those opportunities.
Absolutely, and I mean, Chad's given him an opportunity, and it feels like the success that he then had for Chad has even encouraged others to kind of open their eyes a little bit and say, wow, if Chad can ride him and he can have that success, I can ride him as well.
Well, you said it, Jonathan. We don't see a lot of these last to first runs, especially where the speed does not fall apart. These 5.5 furlong turf sprints, but that's how 26 Black did it.
Yeah, I mean, this was a frantic finish, and at one point it looks like the Tunisian Spring was going to battle back, but the momentum catapulted 26 Black to the front.
So Manny Franco for Horacio de Paz here in this fourth. Let's go to Acacia.
I always love getting a chance to catch up with Manny Franco, 26 Black, getting the win today. Manny, they were just saying you don't often see last to first in turf sprints, but he definitely responded when you asked him.
Yeah, definitely. He's a nice horse. I told Horacio in the paddock there's gonna be a lot of speed in the race, so I don't gonna panic. I just gonna ride my race, my horse, and that's what I did. They kind of run away from me, so I didn't rush him. Stay calm, and when it was the time, I just move it, made my move in the outside, and he was rolling. It take a little bit to get there, but they was running. They never came back at all, like I expect.
You finished so strong there today too, and you touched on it, that calm, that patience on the turf, especially because turf and dirt are different animals. How important is it to be patient in these turf races?
I think it's a key. I mean, you gotta trust your horse, trust yourself, and make the right move at the right time, and that's what I'm trying to do.
You're doing it well, coming off the riding title over at the Belmont at the Big A meet. How good does it feel keeping that momentum going into the Saratoga meet, which of course all eyes on you guys and where the riding standings are each day?
It's very important because every time you win, I think you get a lot of more opportunities, and it's important to win here. So that's what I'm trying to do every day, in and out, and that's what I keep doing. That's what I'm gonna keep doing.
We can't wait to see it continue throughout the summer. Congratulations on the win here.
Thank you, Acacia.
Manny Franco picking up right where he left off, Greg.
Indeed, he's one of the top riders out here in New York. Year after year, wins here on a Son of War Dancer. Is 26 Black. Paul talked about the consistency of this horse. Take away that mile race and all those turf sprints. This horse is right there just about every time.
And outside of New York company today, and gets the job done and gets a piece of that $110,000 purse. And if you're alive in this pick 5, keep it rolling. That pick 3 was nice.
Pick 6 carryover is coming up next. It's going to start with this race, 6 furlongs on the main track, $20,000 claiming event. And we'll see. Has a feel like it could be one of the more wide open races of the day, unless you believe Safa's Day with that massive drop in class is going to be just too good for this group, JK.
I did pick Safa's Day. I think Safa's Day is kind of the speed of the speed feel. There's a lot of speed in here, but I'm just hopeful that that the 9 at the end of the day, if they're all a little bit tired, give me the best one that's tired. I think Joking Way is a little interesting as a closer.
More on this field to kick off this Pick 6 carryover, $116,000 in the pool. When we come back, that man, it's been domination in the Diana. 7 of the last 8 runnings he has won. He'll send out half the field. We'll have a preview next.
Monmouth Park's main event is Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 20th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $500,000 guaranteed late pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes. First post 12 noon. It's all Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 20th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
We know that the horses are the foundation to this industry, but it's the people that brings us together. We need to celebrate the community that is horse racing.
The stories are amazing. The people that you meet and the love they have for this business warms your heart and renews one's faith in this industry.
I think this is one of the best things we've done in the last few years in horse racing, but it has to happen with somebody nominating an individual.
White Beam on the outside, market segmentation, trying to get by Fev Rover for third. Coming to the 16th pole, in Italian set down. White Beam trying to get her. In Italian ahead, White Beam, big effort from Fev Rover. In Italian, White Beam, a final try. White Beam in Italian in a photo finish in the Diana.
Last year's Diana, in Italian, led every single step of this race until the final jump. And her stablemate surprises, comes and gets her late on a turf course, JK, that had a little bit of give in it. Maybe that was part of the reason in Italian was not able to finish, but it was a big win for White Beam.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, White Beam was talented in her own right. It's just that in Italian had kind of been the queen of this division for the last couple of years. And I think that a lot of times what will happen in these races, you'll see Chad Brown will have a number of horses, and it feels like they might take turns beating each other. It's the different distances, it's the different circumstances, and it's the different surfaces, right? Sometimes some will have some give in it, some won't. So that's what always I feel like makes it seem like, you know, the other one's winning all the time. I think it's just kind of the circumstance.
Yeah, it's just whoever you want to choose. I like chili flag. I mean, there's so many different ways you can go in the race because Chad's got so many different, but I kind of like Chili Flag because I think that she's moving in the right direction. She's won 3 in a row, and I kind of think she's a horse that has a nose for the wire, you know what I mean? So, like, again, when you look at this field, it's a loaded field. The one thing we do have is, can Evie Jets or somebody put pressure on White Beam?
It's our ABR race of the week, and even though Chad Brown has 5 of the 10 lining up, last year probably felt a little bit better. He had 4 of the 5, including a 1-5 favorite. Still, he's loaded this year again. Let's take a look back to the Just a Game, and he ran 1-2 here, with Chili Flag getting by White Beam. For Chili Flag, 3rd win in a row.
Unbelievable turn of foot here, Rajiv. I would imagine sitting on one's back like this, where Irad gives those shoulder taps and she responds, got to be a great feeling.
Yeah, and one thing about riding a filly like this for Irad, he knows her well, and he knows he's going to get that response from her. She always does it. She's consistent. She's always there for him. And he can just let her fall into place and not have to worry about if their pace goes a little bit slower or if it goes a little bit faster. He's going to let her do her thing and knows that when he calls on her, she's going to give him the run. And it's very good for a jockey. And it's one of the things about riding the better horses than the inconsistent horses. The better horses, they always show up with their run, and she's one of those.
How difficult a proposition, though? I know she's won 3 in a row. She's in terrific form. Having to deal with the outside post on Saturday.
Well, you know, you can't give up anything in this race. It's such a wide open race and such a close race that Irad is going to have to work out an inside trip somehow.
JK, what an incredible list of stars that Chad Brown has brought to this race in the past.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's won this race a lot, but the important part to me is the superstars he created within this race. In Italian, Rushing Fall was outstanding. Sister Charlie, back-to-back wins. And then, of course, Lady Eli, who was another one that was just outstanding. Not only is he winning this race, but he's creating superstars with this race.
So, look, Paul, he's got half of the 10-horse field, but he doesn't have that star power that he's bringing to the race like he has in years past.
Well, I think he's got some star power in it, but you're right. It could be more. You forget Segura won the Breeders' Cup, too, by the way. On the bottom of that list, you see D. Wayne Lucas with his charge, and here Cold as Hell. And it seems like the horses that have come in from Churchill Downs have run well. But, yeah, you know, I do think, you know, he's got some tough competition. You know, the one in there is very tough. Didia in there for Nacho Correas is a very nice mare, too, as
Probably
well.
leader of this division right now, coming off that Grade 1 win in the New York. We'll see if she can back it up. In the Grade 1, Diana, first Grade 1 of the meet on Saturday. Pick 6 carryover, $116,881. Carrying over into today's sequence that begins in just minutes. Here in the 5th, we'll have the post parade when we come back.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
26 Black almost there. 26 Black.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch up both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
The breeding shed is still open. Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why Naira is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The Naira Foundation, supporting our community.
These New York bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at Naira Tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Well, this is coming up Saturday night. Double dose of action. We got the Meadowlands kicking off at 8 Eastern start time on FS2. And a horse likely headed to that Hamiltonian. Carl, they had to order a larger bike for this runner because he has such a large stride.
Wow, that's incredible. Larger bike. And Carl is legit, by the way.
13 for 14 lifetime, I believe.
Yeah. And I want to say he cut out, I mean, these horses are cutting out miles now and 149 and change now. It's crazy how fast these trotters and pacers can go now.
That is coming up Saturday night, again 8 Eastern on FS2. Back to our Friday coverage here at Saratoga and this Pick 6 carryover. One day into the meet already, no one could solve the Pick 6, so $116,000 carryover. That begins here as we take a look at the 6. And this is 3-1 shot Chateau. Rudy Rodriguez off a short layoff. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start off with the horse taking the early money in the number 9, Safa's Day, for our colleague Tom Amos. Second off the claim for Tom, and does take a significant drop in class. Now was running against much tougher competition last time out at Churchill, and maybe it's going back to basics, but also David Jacobson, a tough guy to claim off of. And so I'm guessing it's finding the right spot for Safa's Day. Haven't seen him since with that win 3 starts back, I should say, in April, in which he got very hot in the paddock that day and just looked like he was lacking a little bit of muscle condition in his hind end. He strengthened up a lot. He looks terrific in here for Tom, and maybe he's just going to be better than his competition and what he's facing in here today. Pretty significant blinker cup on him as well. 3/4 cup blinker and a cage bit on him. Used to wear a ring bit with previous connections. Again, giving the rider a lot more control, and for a horse that has at times shown quite a bit of early speed. I doubt anybody, though, shows as much early speed as the 6 Chateau, who he's never one that really kind of flaunts his speed in the paddock. He's always very laid back in the preliminaries and then is able to turn it on out on the racetrack. He was a horse that at a time looked like he just totally lost his form, and he's been able to find it again and at lower levels than what he was previously running. This will be his 60th start, and he has a ton of back class and showing that he's still quite competitive. Amundsen came back to win again in his subsequent start. He's on a 3-race win streak, Amundsen, and that's the horse that beat Chateau last time out. Looks terrific in here in the paddock for Rudy Rodriguez, and again, just that laid-back demeanor. That's typical of Chateau. The number 5, Funny Joke, is a little bit of a wild card, a horse that did show speed last time, but off of a big layoff from March of 2023 to June of 2024. He wasn't in the paddock that day, but looking at him here today, was pretty hot coming in, but looks very, very fit and undoubtedly should be able to benefit from that race last time out. I mean, you look at horses that show speed and then end up kind of fading, and oftentimes it is a fitness thing. So he does have that race off the layoff under his belt. Definitely, I think the shorter sprints are better for him. I like him staying at the 6 furlongs in here, even turning back slightly from the 6.5 last time as well. And this is a horse who will try to get back on track for one that's been quite popular throughout his career at the claim box, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. 10 minutes away from this 5th race. Again, starts this Pick 6 carryover. You see the numbers right there. And, I mean, you have to start, JK, when you talk about this race with our colleague Tom Amos' runner, Safa's Day. I mean, this horse, if he could somehow run back to his race, 2, 3, 4 back, he should probably be 2 to 5 in here.
He's got a ton of races in his past that put him in a very commanding position in this race. I also like the fact that he's drawn towards the outside of a lot of the speed that's going to be inside of him, which gives him a lot of options and to try to work out a trip. The other thing I like about this horse is when you have a race like this where there is a bunch of speed in here, I always sometimes will look for the speed of the speed. When they're all going to be a little bit tired going fast, give me the horse that I think is the best. And from what we've seen from Safa's Day in the past, I think it's him.
Paulie, though, it's a major concern with how this horse ran last time out. You can't get around it.
Yeah, it is. I mean, but then you go back and you look at what happened yesterday in the Schuylerville. Sometimes you just got to draw a line through some races. And, you know, this horse had blinkers last time, just stopped at Churchill Downs in a really tough event. Extra Nail and Call Me Fast for Chris Hartman's. They're really hard knocking horses. So this drop down to 20 is a huge drop.
Well, Jonathan, I disagree that he's the speed of the speed, because if he's trying to make the lead in this race, he's going to gas himself out. There's just too much speed inside of him. If he tries to lead Chateau, he's not going to be able to hold on. So he's going to have to sit off the pace.
Pick 6 carryover coming up on this Friday from Saratoga. Welcome to those rejoining us on Fox Sports 2. Opening weekend from Saratoga here at the premier meet in the country continues as we get set for a few extra fireworks coming up. A Pick 6 carryover on the first opportunity for that to happen. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, Greg Wolf alongside champion horse player Jonathan Kitchen, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul Aduca, and 4-time Breeders' Cup winning rider Rajiv Mirage. This Pick 6 carryover will start with a $20,000 claiming race and JK2 stakes to come later on in the card today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough sequence, but if you can get it right, you'll be rewarded. The pool looking around $400,000 now, 8 minutes to go. Something tells me it'll be no problem getting over the $500,000 mark.
Can, Paulie, we find races to make that ticket a little smaller in this sequence today?
Well, when you look at the sequence, you have the 9 here at 2-1. You have a bunch of first-time starters. Now, the 10 in the next race is getting bet in the doubles. Do you want to try to beat that horse? Because if you look at the rest of the card, I don't see anybody odds on. The last race, Chad Brown has a horse off a 2-year layoff that you're going to have to guess there. So there's no really odds-on horses or a lot of horses that you're going to have to make a bold single in this.
There's the favorite just stepping by Safa's Day. It is a massive drop down in class for that runner. For our colleague Tom Amos, he'll have Tyler Gaffleone aboard. Tremendous crowd as we expect each and every day of this opening weekend and all meet long here at Saratoga. Even though we were just here 4.5 weeks ago for that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, if that was the first time you visited, you definitely want to come back. And you probably caught that bug of Saratoga.
Kind of true.
No doubt. And look, it's in fairness, it was busy around that time. You can have a lot more elbow room on a normal basis. I wouldn't try Travers Day on a Saturday or Whitney Day, but outside of that, you can bring the family and spread out a little bit if the Belmont was your first opportunity to get here. If you like the crowds, Saturday is just for you.
I've never really had the time to appreciate as a spectator and when I was riding. And I went to the Kentucky Derby for the first time this year as a spectator, and I thought it was the most amazing thing. I didn't know that there's any sporting event in horse racing that could rival that. And then there was the Belmont at Saratoga, and it was the same. I mean, it was so in excitement, and everything was just as good as the Derby.
Well, we kick off our post parade with Can't Beat the Rock, remaining half of the entry.
Yeah, switches back to David Jacobson. We'll need to get a little bit faster to beat this group.
The rail inherited by Charging Arrow with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, I mean, look, that race 2 back puts this horse in the mix, even though he's being a little bit ignored on the board at 23-1.
If Gangley can repeat what he did last time out, he's going to be a major player here.
His second place last time in an allowance race in Florida, and that was off of a 4-month layoff.
Funny joke, away for more than a year, had every right to get a little tired late.
And did get a little tired. I think this horse is going to take a step forward in here, a very dangerous one for sure.
Chateau, very quick horse, has a Rat Ortiz Jr. aboard.
The expected pace setter, he's going to face some challenges, most notably from Funny Joke on his inside.
Joking Way, for the most part, been facing a lot better company than what he's facing today.
Absolutely, and should have some pace to close into. And the rider, interesting last name, huh?
Lovely last name, Mirage.
Indeed, Romero. Cold as hell at 12-1 with Luis Saez.
Another one that does his best running early of a major pace factor.
Here's the massive class dropper and the favorite Safa's Day.
Yeah, if he runs his race and works out at least a decent trip, I think he'll be tough to beat.
Disco Dino has a rider change, K Barcoa. More speed with that runner for Anthony Ferraro at 25-1 on the outside. So this pick 6 pool, we expected it to inflate pretty large with the carryover, and we're seeing just that.
Yeah, you know, JK said conservatively 500,000. We're going to get over that. 4 minutes to post. We could get with the late influx close to $750,000 into this. So it's a $1 wager, folks. And it's, if you can pick out this sequence, you're going to get paid handsomely.
And Wolfie, if for those that are watching from home, that's how carryovers work. No one hit the pick six yesterday. So the $116,881 from yesterday's pool carries over in today's pool, almost like we're seeding the pool today, getting started with some money in it, so it's a great opportunity.
Although if I should have talked to the security guard at the gate who lets us in, he had the Queens MG at 44-1, and that's the whole reason we have this pick six carryover.
Yeah, oh my God, that's amazing. And don't forget, if you do get 5 out of 6, you do get paid. So check your Naira Bet account afterwards. You will get paid if you get 5 out of 6. So don't give up. Sometimes when you do play a pick six, you always say, I'm fighting for 5, trying to get some of those consos. But, yeah, this is a pool that you want to maybe jump into, even on the smaller side of a ticket.
There's a look at Gangley. Big effort at Gulfstream last start and a narrow defeat with more. Let's go to Acacia.
And that was against New York Bred Company. But, I mean, you look down at his races, or I should say Florida Bred Company, so used to saying New York Breds. But you look down at his races, his past races in Open Company, and he's run some very fast figures. And if we think there is going to be a hot pace in here, he could potentially be one of the horses that sits the best trip, as he does kind of have that stalking running style. Last time out, too, he was herded by the horse that actually ended up winning that race. And I thought kind of took the worst of it. We haven't seen him since the end of March, but he comes back here very, very sharp and on his toes. I liked what I saw from him. He's very strong. I like the cut back to the 6 furlongs as well. And toyed with picking him because I really do think that it's going to be the horse that's able to settle and get the right kind of trip in this spot. The number 7, Joking Way, as Jonathan mentioned, that race a couple back in March where he ran an 80 Beyer speed figure would make him a huge contender in here. Often my complaint with this colt is that he just doesn't really carry a lot of conditioning. He's a very tall and kind of lanky individual, and by his standards, he's really carrying very good flesh today. One thing is that he's gotten himself pretty washed out in the preliminaries here. You can even see the lather on his neck. Again, it's a hot day. You want to see them sweating a little bit. It is, as Richie Migliore always says, their natural cooling system. You just don't want to see them over the top and expending too much energy before the race even begins, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Yeah, I see a little sweat on that neck. They're Joking Way, horse who would benefit from some pace up front.
He's a horse that kind of just falls out of the gate anyway. If you look at Joking Way, he just does not break well. You just don't look for him to be out of the gate first. In his last, 4 starts, he's broken dead last. So, but that might serve him well in this race, because he is a horse that's going to come from way out of it with a ton of speed.
Rajiv, what do you talk often with Romero about riding?
And especially about this race today. We talked about it this morning, and we looked at paper. He looked at the paper. There's a lot of speed in this race. And Joking's Way best chance of winning is for a complete pace meltdown, which is quite possible in this race. So I expect him to see him let this horse settle back, almost like Manny Franco did in the race prior with 26 Black, and just try to make one run at the end.
Rajiv, conversely, if you're on a speed horse, a declared speed horse, like what we would see from maybe the 5 or the 6, and you see other speed in here, do you try to get cute and rate, or do you just hope maybe they don't break? How do you make a decision on what you're going to do when you see there's a lot of speed on paper?
It has to be based on your horse's adaptability. If you have a horse that's defined that his only chance to win is if he's on the lead and he's never passed the horse, then you just have to go with it, because you're in a darn if you do, darn if you don't situation. Whereas that's one of the good things about Safa's Day in this race. He's passed horses before. 2 starts back when he won, he was 2 lengths off the lead in 5th, and then he progressed throughout the race. Whereas Chateau has never passed a horse before. He has to be on the lead. So Chateau, with Irad, he has no option but to try to maintain the lead throughout. And even Funny Joke is a horse that could come from off the pace. So the one horse in this race that has no chance of adapting to be coming off the pace is the number 6 Chateau. And you'll see him go on a mission that is a one-option mission.
And he's been fairly successful in the past, too. He's earned over $800,000, the 6 Chateau. 10 wins, 13 seconds, 14 thirds They used to be very, very good at one time. Obviously, getting up there in age now as a 9-year-old, as that crowd, as it does throughout the day, swells and gets larger and larger as we get closer to the bigger races on the card.
Yeah, you're right. Usually around this time, around 4th, 5th race, you start rubbing elbows, like JK says, to finally get some space there on the rail. I know you've rubbed some elbows, moved some people
It's
aside.
also because a lot of people know JK is going to be off the set and they get his autograph soon. So he'll be walking the grounds.
You see that pick 6 now up to 620,000. Yeah, could get up to 700 with the late influx. That's a nice pool.
What will we get from this favorite here, Safa's Day? I mean, you look 3 starts back. I mean, this was borderline elite performance from this horse.
Yeah.
And then just did not show up last start.
No, didn't. And like I said, but that was a tough group. They went fast. This horse was fast at that part of that pace. 121-2. Like I said, Extra and Nail, Call Me Fast, Raise King. Those are some real horses. All 3 of those horses would be 1-5 in this spot.
Here we go. Pick 6 carryover on the first opportunity to have one here at the meet. Starts here. $20,000 claiming race at 6 furlongs. Safa's Day, the 9, the favorite. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Here is that favorite, Safa's Day, taking up his post, the 6-year-old. One more. They're in the gate. And they're off. It's a quick start for Chateau Racing. Side. Can't Beat the Rock is about 6 or 7 off the lead as Disco Dino is vying for the lead. In between horses, Cold as Hell. So it is Chateau on the inside, just in front. Cold as Hell presses from second. Disco Dino 2 off the pace in third. Then it's Charging Arrow in fourth, followed by Funny Joke in between rivals. Safa's Day, the favorite, has 6 lengths to make up, starting to inch up a bit on the outside of Can't Beat the Rock. The 2 trailers are Joking Way and Gangly. 22-2 for this contested battle. Disco Dino putting the pressure on 3 deep on the outside of Chateau with Cold as Hell battling in between them. Then comes Charging Arrow along the inside in fourth. Safa's Day trying to rev up. Whitecap on the far outside. Blue Blinkers has a lot of work to do as they straighten up for home. And it's Cold as Hell in between horses, dueling with Disco Dino. Disco Dino gets the upper hand and puts a half length on him, 4 lengths back. Funny Joke weaving through traffic, a 16th to go, and it is Disco Dino. Disco Dino pulls it off to kick off the pick 6. Cold as Hell was second in front of Funny Joke and Safa's Day.
Disco Dino, K-Bar Koa comes in from Finger Lakes here. It's a 9-time winner, earns number 10 here against a tougher group.
Yeah, you could have told me this was going to happen 5 minutes ago, and I still wouldn't have believed you. I can't. I'm looking at the paper now, trying to think of something clever as to why this horse won. I can't figure it out, and I know a lot of people are at home wondering the same thing when their pick 6 tickets are torn up, or at least virtually torn up on Naira Bets.
I'll tell you one thing. If your favorite number is 11, hopefully you've been betting, because the 11 horse is the horse that won. And look how big this gelding is, and wow, you're right. Now 10 for 33 lifetime, and the pick 5 just paid $22,000 to this horse, and payouts again. And another horse from the outside just rated and was the best.
I mean, it's pretty cool for connections like these lower profile connections coming in from a 2nd-tier track like Finger Lakes, jockey, trainer, and to be able to win on this stage at Saratoga is just definitely meaningful for them. And K-Bar Koa, the jockey here, he's from a jockey family. His dad, A-Bar Koa, was a many times champion New York jockey at the highest level in Aqueduct and all these places, who was actually injured, permanently disabled jockey in a spill following a race at Gulfstream Park many years ago.
Huge upset after we had a 44-1 shot and the opening day feature. Now to kick off this pick 6 carryover, another monster number. That good thing we have the pick 5 coming up next.
Yeah, look, hey, if you hit the all button, or if you're a Finger Lakes fan or a fan of the Koas and you're alive, good luck to you the rest of the way. If you were knocked out like many I know were, just a couple more big prices And we might be looking at a Saturday double with a horse like this to get started.
Wow. By the way, Dwayne Lucas running second in here at a monster number as well. Tough start for many who played this pick 6 this afternoon. Regroup, late pick 5 next, don't worry. Next crew coming up as well. That's it for the 4 of us. Show continues, though, with the Wilton still to come for 3-year-old fillies. Bell's Beat for Chad Brown, and the Coronation Cup, 3-year-old fillies sprinting on the lawn. Perhaps a double carryover heading into the first grade win of the meet in the Diane on Saturday, just one leg in, shaping up that way early on. Coverage continues on FS2 right after this.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
It's a quick start for Chateau racing in between horses.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as the first leg of the pick 6. Big balloons, as they say. Big upset winner, Disco Dino with the victory, and a pickup mount for Caber Koa, who's standing by with me. This horse paying $71.50. As Caber, you actually know this horse quite well, having ridden him up at Finger Lakes, and you said when he won the stake at Finger Lakes too, he paid a big price. Talk a little bit about how honest and consistent he is, because he was game today.
No, he is, and yeah, like you said, back in the stake a couple years ago, he paid about this much, and he's always a hard trying horse. He just sometimes it's difficult because he's normally in front as to get a trip, you know, and then he usually got somebody pushing him in the front. But this time today, he was able to relax right off the pace, and I mean, I had plenty to make it home, and it was nice. I'm happy for Mike and his owners, and it's always nice coming from Finger Lakes to surprise everybody here.
And this is a massive horse. You can even see it in the replay. There's just a lot of size to him. How important is it to kind of get him into his stride? Because with big horses, it's hard to kind of stop and start.
Well, actually, in the beginning, out of the break, he actually puts himself, he shows enough speed for himself just to put himself right there. I don't really got to ask him too much. I'm worried at the end is, because he usually likes to stop early towards the end. But today, he had enough to make it. So I'm just happy it worked out. Everything worked out great.
Well, we love getting a chance to see you when you make it down to the spot and in the winner's circle as well. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Cabercoa with the victory, over $71 on Disco Dino. Congratulations to the Connections. We'll take a quick timeout. The late pick 5, don't worry, there's still a chance for you when we come back from Saratoga. Lafitte Pinkai and the rest of the team on the other side of this break.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mindframe. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Head back, $1.5 million. Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
They're off at Saratoga.
A stunned Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. Opening week celebration continues on the first day of last summer's meet. A filly named Randomized rolled in the Wilton. Sign of things to come. 5 weeks later, she dominated the Grade 1 Alabama. A second for trainer Chad Brown. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Brown is back with another filly on the ascend. Bell's Beach 5-2 favorite in today's Wilton Stakes. And later in the Coronation Cup. Twirling Queen coming in hot. 3 straight wins. Can she keep it going? And her Saratoga debut. This is Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Iconic Saratoga Racecourse, stunned by the upset in the first leg of the Pick 6, day 2 of the 156th season. Great vibe on this first Friday of the meet. Clear weather, temperature in the low 80s, and the main events still ahead. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. No time for an opening day hangover. We have lots to get to. The best news, you're just in time for the late Pick 5 in case you didn't survive the Pick 6 with that monster upset just moments ago. As for those 2 stakes races, 3-year-old fillies, 3-year-old fillies, but they're very different. The Wilton middle distance out of the Wilson chute on dirt, and the Coronation Cup, all about speed, 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. As promised, late Pick 5 coming up, starts in about 20 minutes. The Wilton Coronation Cup, they go back-to-back races 8 and 9. Main track is fast, turf courses are firm. So I welcome in my co-host, the Big Three, champion jockey Richie Migliori, multiple Grade 1 winning trainer Tom Amos, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling. Didn't I sit next to you yesterday? Like, why do I have to do this again?
I've actually tried to forget about that. Yeah, and apparently that happened. I've seen video proof of that.
It's called the short straw.
Can I speak
to a manager. Please, we have to do this till 6:30. For the guys on the set that I do like, guys, Richie, Tom, what are you guys looking forward to most this afternoon?
Well, look, it's opening weekend, right? And yesterday there was a little threat of rain, but it never came. I think it kept the crowd kind of down, but they're rocking today. They're betting, they're partying. And we got a big pick six carryover there. We're just starting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the carryover and see what happens, because obviously one big price doesn't make a carryover, and there was almost $700,000 bet into it. So the prospect of a double carryover with $500,000 in it, but we don't want to be rooting against people that are alive. If you're alive, we wish you the best of luck. But with a $70 horse to start out and a probable $70 horse, one or more sort of weirdo horses, and this thing could carry you a $500,000 carryover tomorrow.
What I'm looking forward to already happened. I'm here. Saratoga is the most exquisite smorgasbord, if you will. And we've got 2-year-olds coming up. We've got a stake going a mile out of that Wilson Chute, which has been a great addition to Saratoga, as well as the 5.5 furlong stake as well. Something for everybody.
Something for everybody. Exciting second half of the program coming your way. All of it right here on Saratoga Live. We start with that Coronation Cup 13th running. Key defections. Number 10, Star of Mystery, out, runs Sunday in the quick call. Number 4, Pipsy, out, runs next month in the Mahoney. Still a good race. Number 5, Twirling Queen, let's start with her. This is her latest. Mamzelle, late May, Churchill, Andy, Twirling Queen, like they keep ignoring her as she just keeps winning.
Yeah, no, she's good. I mean, there's nothing you can. It's amazing, right? 30-1, 13-1, 10-1 in races. You won't see that today. It'll be interesting to see how this race plays out, because she is inside the speedy Ever So Sweet. And are you going to see Luis Saez come gunning out of there and maybe risk getting into a duel, or does he let Ever So Sweet go, but then risk maybe her running her off her feet? However you cut it, this is a very, very nice horse.
Twirling Queen, Tom, her versatility, she can beat you several different ways. It doesn't matter what surface she's on. How advantageous is that for a trainer?
Yeah, I mean, we refer to it as tactical speed, and tactical speed is the most dangerous weapon a horse can have. It allows the rider to do whatever he chooses to do out of the gate. If the race sets up in a certain fashion, he can go to plan B or even plan C and know that his horse is going to be just fine.
Coronation Cup race 9 of 10. Post time around 5:47 Eastern, about a half hour earlier. The Wilton race 8, the field, Alabama. Implications? Who knows? Worked for randomized last year. Mile, Wilson Chute, number 6, Bells Beach. 5-2 morning line favorite. Richie, this was her latest June 1st maiden race at Churchill. Bells Beach in cruise control when Arada Ortiz says go.
Yeah, this was a big effort for her at the mile distance. Now it's a 1-turn mile at Churchill. It's about a 1.5 turn out of the Wilson Chute. And, I listened to Irad Ortiz Jr.'s comments earlier, and he felt like he didn't give her one of his better rides first time out. I didn't really see it that way, but jockeys can be critical themselves, and they own it. And he told Chad, please let me ride her back, and they were rewarded with a resounding victory here.
Unfortunately, last year, there was no Torpedo Anna waiting in the wings for the winner of the race, and Randomized is coming with better credentials. This one's coming up a maiden win. Randomized on a maiden win, but she ran a 98 buyer that day.
How good is Bells Beach? How good do you think she is?
I don't know. I mean, what's interesting about her is her race was the 4th race on June 1st. Miss Justify, her chief rival here, she ran the 5th race the same day, and Miss Justify ran a much faster race. Now, I think the morning line is having favored Bells Beach because people may think that Irad Ortiz knows which one's better. Now, we don't know why Irad chose one horse over the other, but to me, Miss Justify is the more likely winner.
Well, you're going by your version of what you think are the best speed figures, but they are contradicted by other speed figures. So just because
there's not an inaccurate speed figure that actually thinks Miss Justify ran worse than.
Yes.
Really?
Absolutely.
You're not using those, right?
I do use those.
No wonder you're having a tough beat.
Lots to look forward to this afternoon. The Wilton 3-year-old fillies, the stakes races back-to-back, but first things first, 2-year-olds. And the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 5-time champion General Sire, Into Mischief. Field for the 6. Starts the late pick 5, 2-year-old maiden special weight. With a restriction, all runners last sold for $50,000 or less, and while the current favorite is Classic Time, even money, take a look at Ratico, number 2, 5-1, trained by Tom Morley. Morley on Ratico coming into today's event.
Yeah, it's been a little frustrating, to be honest. These restricted maidens, in my opinion, should be run all through the summer. So a lot of us have been sitting on these horses waiting to run in these maidens, and as such, it's come up a big field. But look, he's a horse that Carl Keegan found at the October sale. He's owned by Hand Two Way Stables, who also have Easy Roll with us. And Kevin and Michelle live locally, so it'll be great for him to debut here on Friday. And he showed a good bit of speed out of the gate. Javier Castellano's worked him twice from the gate and been quite impressed with both works. My biggest concern is the 5.5 furlongs. Although he is a very, very big horse, he's also very, very quick out of the gate.
Cool.
So, well, it'll be nice to get him started.
Ratico and Maggie Wolfendale is with us, right behind us in the paddock. I know you're good about being objective with these things. What are you noticing from him in the paddock pre-race?
Well, Lafitte, it's always tough because you do know just a little bit more about horses that, you know, you're kind of immersed in their stable a little bit. And Ratico is a horse that I've kind of been watching train. I think we cut the sound from Tom saying that he was purchased by Carl Keegan, who is, or used to be, a well-known fixture here in the Saratoga paddock. He used to be a former valet, but now has a successful kind of prep business, and a co-signing business. So he bought this guy and Ratico, and we've been watching him train down in Florida. He's been training beautifully up here. He just has a really nice way of going. Now, as Tom mentioned, he is a bigger, scopier type. So you kind of wonder, is more ground favorable as opposed to this 5.5 furlongs? Look, if I didn't know much about this horse, I would say yes, he probably does need to go a bit further than this. He is wearing blinkers first time out here, but has handled himself beautifully and does appear fairly fit. Tom, not really known to get his first time starting babies ready to fire first time out, especially on the dirt, but he does look very fit and very well defined. Now, taking a look at some other first-time starters, including number 5, Storm the Streets for Joe Sharp, who will send out the experienced number 3 in here, Concrete Cruiser. But Storm the Streets, son of Street Boss, whom I do love Street Bosses. This guy is a gelding, and he's fairly effeminate looking. He was it was listed that he was gelded early in January. I don't know. He was very green when watching that Fasig-Tipton sales workout at Timonium and kind of wondering all about the track. Work 22, which isn't that quick, but does come in here at least well prepared. I prefer some others as opposed to him, and especially Joe's other horse, you know, if you look at them comparatively. But we'll see how he does. His number 6 is King's Leap, coming in here from Finger Lakes, who just saw a big upset winner with this trainer as this son of King for a Day is have to call her bluff for a horse for Rudy Rodriguez that has rattled off 3 wins in a row. The second dam, Melissa Joe, she was Greatest Stakes placed, and the dam half to High Dollar Woman was a Greatest Stakes winner going long on the dirt. Taking a look here at King's Leap in the paddock, I like what I'm seeing from this guy, and these connections, I pay attention when they ship in here to Saratoga from Finger Lakes. He is really, really fit. They have not left any stone unturned as far as his preparations. From what I can tell here in the paddock, is a little bit smaller, typier horse, but again, sometimes those are the ones that win these 5.5 furlong sprints, as though I think these first-time starters probably up against it, Lafitte, given the fact that many in here have experience.
Pick up Mount Cabercoa. We saw what he did with Disco Dino, trying again with King's Leap. Riders up here. Friendly reminder with the late pick 5 on tap. We've upped the ante. Get involved. Sign up. Naira Bets. Use that promo code SPA250. Earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now. NairaBets.com to earn your $250 deposit match. Tom, it's about that time. Late pick 5. Let's see the ticket, my friend.
Yeah, look, not an easy sequence here today, my friends. If you get it right, you are going to get paid. I'm going to spread out in those middle races, but let's start with the 6th race right here. I'm going with Experience. Experience often wins these 2-year-old maiden races, so it's going to just be the 10, Classic Time, and the 3, Concrete Cruiser here. I'm spread out, as you can see. Start to narrow at the end. I guess the most interesting selection, whether you like him or not, I do, is Pujol, the 4-horse in the last race. His race 2 back against a slow pace really was a very good race, and it's capable of winning a race like this. If mine hits, believe me, fellas, we're going to get paid.
$72 investment. Why are you
You're not the
looking
first
at him
person.
like he's
You're not
got,
the first person to say that, by the way.
Why are you looking at him like he's
Nor
got
will
four
I
heads?
nor will I be the last one because he has no chance. But whatever.
So if we
He has
get
a
to
good rider change,
if we get to the last race,
I'll be rooting for you.
then I can maybe I can hedge my bet.
Well, you
against the group.
went 2 by all to get to him.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty good chance you'll get to him if you get through this leg.
Well, I don't know about that.
know if we're going to make it to 6:30. Gentlemen, $72 investment. Best of luck, Tom, and everyone playing this late pick 5 at Saratoga. Time to reload. If you didn't have the long shot in that pick 6 sequence just moments ago, you hear the call to post and a post parade. Let's see these 2-year-olds in Corvus kicking things off here. RT Racing first-time starter.
Well, this is a trainer that had a long shot finish second, and it's a big price, but he's kind of a dangerous guy with long shots.
The fit Ratico live on the board.
Live on the board, 5-1, hasn't started yet, but look at those works, and you kind of get the idea this one's going to be prominent early.
Number 3, Concrete Cruiser, Kentucky Shipper.
Has run twice, didn't run that badly in second last time. As Tom said, experience helps. I'm not sure how good he is, though.
Taprit's Temper would be a shock.
Yeah, he'd be a shock, but I mean, he had a tough trip. He got shut off at the start and was not asked at all to run down the lane. I see improvement coming here.
All right, then Storm the Streets, owned and trained by Joe Sharp.
Yeah, of the 2 Joe Sharps, maybe he's more dangerous the first-time starter like Maggie. I love those street bosses.
King's Leap and the pickup mount, Cabercoa.
Yeah, the horse that's shipping in from Finger Lakes, but by a dangerous group that comes in with these kind.
This horse wins. The trainer may be the only one live in the pick 6.
Pacific Highway, Flatford Stable, first-time starter.
This is my guess as a firster. Worked a very impressive 10 flat in the 2-year-old sales. Not taking any money, though, might not be a great sign, but I took a flyer.
Strength and guidance, the edge in experience, as mentioned over most.
Yeah, look, we talk about experience, but we're talking about with these young horses, usually one race. This one's had a couple of chances. Doesn't really show a lot of finish at the end of his starts.
11-1 looks like an overlay to me, Tom.
Could be.
Rep 11, Schuylerville winning jockey Dylan Davis.
Worked 10 1/5 at the 2-year-old sale and a Tom's Day tot.
And the favorite, wow, 6-5 now.
Right. Nice
Classic time, Louisiana bred.
Louisiana bred, give him that. This horse is fast, but I mean, talk about a horse that was ridden from start to finish. And those horses make me nervous when you bet on them.
He ran too well to lose first time out. I just wonder how good that race was,
right.
you know?
That's
and
fair.
that's the thing. And I'm not saying there are any killers in here, but he was, it's, the other thing, let me ask you a question. Sometimes when these horses are cranked up and ready to go like he was, Richie, I feel like there's, even though he should have won, I worry about regression second time out.
Well, especially because he battled through the entirety of the race. And the other problem I have with it is he's drawn 10 of 10 going 5.5 furlongs here in Saratoga. Not a lot of run to that first turn. Is he fast enough to clear everybody? I don't think so.
Well, it's not a great group in terms of early speed. But, I mean, when you're watching Classic Time, the thing that gets me is that, I mean, he is ridden. And when I say he's ridden, we're talking about what the rider's doing with his hands, pushing on him to go. He's ridden from maybe the 3/8 pole all the way home. That's a hard race on a horse and maybe something that suggests he's not that good.
He had more trouble, though, at the start than I think really shows. You watch the pan, and he seemed to get out fairly well, but you watch that head-on, he did get bumped pretty severely, so he had a little bit of trouble at the start, or he might have been even more forward.
Extra credit considering how close he was to winning after that bad start.
And the horse who beat him had experience, and he was a horse for George Weaver that had gotten a sort of mediocre trip in his first start. So while he wasn't that fast, he was a horse that was sort of on the come, and he got a perfect trip to beat this
And when
horse.
you talk about fast, he's run faster than anybody else that's running this race. He's got the best race on paper. But horses improve so much from first to second start, and certainly he has a chance to do that too, that things can change very, very quickly in a 2-year-old year.
Trio struck yesterday with Run for the Hills, owner Gary Barber, trainer Mark Cassie, jockey Jose Ortiz. Another look at Pacific Highway at 20-1, the first-time starter here, Andy.
Yeah, listen, I am taking a flat-out guess. I don't have a knock on the 10. He's the right favorite. I think the 8's an overlay here of the horses that have run, but I just watched the 2-year-old sales work, and this horse worked 10 flat. I liked the way he worked in there. The second dam ran buyer figures in the 90s, while the damage drew 7 foals, 5 of which couldn't outrun Tom and I in a horse suit. 2 of them were actually okay, and these are not the horses that are likely to win stake races going forward. It's an auction race, which means these horses sold for RNA'd for less than $50,000. These are races that are set up for the people that aren't buying the super expensive, the super well-bred yearlings. So they don't rate to have the same kind of speed figures you're going to see in other races. This race could be won by a horse that runs a 58 buyer speed figure. And, you know, yesterday was an unusually fast race, so I don't think I need to have a killer, but it's not a good sign, Richie. This horse taking no money.
Andy taking a shot with a 20-1 first-time starter, Pacific Highway, Tom, and you're leaning in his direction. Concrete Cruiser and Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, so, look, we're talking about experience. This horse had a couple of starts as well. But that last start, the Concrete Cruiser, on the rail, had to wait, comes around. I know it's kind of an average finish, but there's a lot of education that can occur for a young horse in that kind of race. And Andy talked about it. There's nothing in here that strikes you as a wow horse. So maybe just a little improvement off of that, and he looks very good on the track.
His sire was a wow horse, Catalina Cruiser, Concrete Cruiser. Number 8, Richie, your top selection. There he is, Strength and Guidance. Cold on the board, though. 3-1 on the morning line, hanging up there at 11-1.
Yeah, I don't know how to take that. I mean, you'd like to see him get a little more action because there are a lot of sharp people wagering on these races. But I do
Present
think
company not included, of course.
But I do think he's too big a price, and he's also by Catalina Cruiser. And I thought he's a horse with making his third start, has experience, has taken kickback before. I just thought that he was a little bit interesting.
I don't get why this horse is 11-1. Maybe you and I are just even dumber than we think we are, because I don't understand why this horse's race is. Please let the adults talk, Tom. I don't understand, looking at his races, why he's substantially less likely to win this race than the 3. What makes his PP? I mean, I understand if the 3 was 11-1 and he was 5-1, maybe you want to bet the 3. But he's twice the price of the 3.
Yeah,
Tom, I don't even think you don't think that makes sense.
Maggie, is Richie going to feel better about Strength and Guidance based on what you're observing in the warm-up?
Yes, I like the horse as an individual, Lafitte. Big, well-developed hindquarters. He gives me the impression that he should be quicker than what he has shown in those 2 career starts so far. So we'll see what we get here as Junior Alvarado does pick up the map. It feels, though, that horses coming from Churchill as opposed to Florida. Now, it's obviously still very early in the meet, but it does feel like the Churchill form is a bit stronger overall. But I have no problems with this horse, but that is a pretty big price on him, as we'll check in with some others that have experience. Look, number 3, Concrete Cruiser, the other Catalina Cruiser in here. He gave me the impression watching his replays that he wants more ground. Well, that was only compounded by the fact that he is this big, long-legged, stretchy horse that still probably wants more ground. I loved his warm-up, though. If I was kind of doubtful in the paddock, he moved me more towards the positive end of the spectrum when watching his warm-up with Tyler Gaffalione aboard. Really moving well, framed himself up beautifully. Now, I do think number 10 at 6-5 classic time is going to be very tough. He did take a little longer to warm up and really kind of get loosened up, but he did eventually. He's beautiful, and he got very sharp once they got the tack on him. He feels like a horse that, while he didn't break the quickest last time, now that he is the last one in, he won't stand in there that long, which he didn't last time, but just with the experience factor, I think he should be pretty quick away from there. He looks like a coiled spring out on the racetrack, just really well muscled, so well conditioned here for trainer Mark Cassie. And then Andy's horse in here, number 7 Pacific Highway. I honestly am shocked to see this horse at such a big price. He did work 10, he was asked a bit, and he carries his head a bit high. But he really has a lovely extension to his stride, and he warmed up light as air on his feet. Now, maybe he needs one to strengthen up here for Jimmy Ryerson, but he has done everything right in his first start so far. We'll see if it carries through once the gates open, Lafitte.
Vote of confidence for your long shot.
I don't know.
Pacific
Amos just said to
Highway.
me, lovely doesn't pay at the windows.
Whoa, man. Talk about get thrown under the bus. Wow. Jeez.
And he backed back over you, too.
God almighty. Remind me not to rob a bank with you.
Time for the late
Because after
Big
this
5.
weekend, you never know.
First Friday of the meet, and the voice of Saratoga, second summer at the Spa, the voice of the Belmont Stakes, Frank Miramati looking on. Time for him to go to work. 2-year-old 6 race live from the Spa.
Thank you, Lafitte. Couple left to go in. And here's the favorite classic time in those well-known silks of Gary Barber. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Ratico flies out of the gate, quickly opens up a length and a half. Tap Ritz Temper is toward the back of the field as Storm the Streets now moves up to take second. They're followed by Concrete Cruiser on the outside. Classic Time. Temperance Temper is in between those two. Corvus, who is off slowly, has 7 lengths to make up as they move into the far turn. King's Leap just went by that one. Strength and Guidance is next. The 2 trailers, Pacific Highway and Replevin at the back. 22-2 for the opening quarter mile, and it is Storm the Streets who has emerged with the lead, opening up a length. Here's Classic Time, though, coming after him smartly in second. Ratico on the inside is third as they reach the top of the stretch. Storm the Streets on the inside, and Classic Time has put him away. Temperance Temper is trying to get a little piece of it, as is Concrete Cruiser, and on the outside of them, King's Leap. But no one's getting close to Classic Time. Classic Time, far too good, wrapped up by Jose Ortiz to score by 3.5 lengths. Concrete Cruiser was second, an eye-catching move from long shot Corvus, who's flying by them late, and then King's Leap.
A win. Opening day, run for the hills, and this team is right back to the winner's circle. Barber, Cassie, Jose Ortiz, Classic Time, the favorite as advertised to kick off the late Pick 5.
And the outside post wound up being an advantage for him because he showed good speed, but he could stalk the pace that developed in front of him without getting any kickback, and he was quick enough not to be caught wide, but wasn't forced into the race, Tom.
And you can see what a race experience does for a thoroughbred. I mean, this horse was a different animal today in terms of how he had to be ridden to be up close. He was, not being asked, conserving energy, was able to make that move at the top of the stretch, much the best, pulled up at the wire. Frank Miramati said it, and it's worth noting, the one Corvus made a huge run down the lane. That's a horse to remember.
Richie, Concrete Cruiser, a solid effort, no match for the winner, but a solid second-place finish, clear of the rest.
No, yeah, he was engaged with the 2, Ratico, who broke very sharp, and he'd been breaking sharp in the morning by all accounts. But this horse set the perfect trip. And this is, sometimes I worry about outside post with short run to the turn. It could not have worked out any better for this horse. He was always traveling like a winner.
And how might this Saratoga meet be a little different for Jose Ortiz, 10-3-6-1, who's already racked up 3 Saratoga titles? Because he's going to have the support from the New York horsemen, right, considering the success over the years. But now, with the new connections and success he's had in Kentucky riding at Churchill this spring and summer.
I think it makes him doubly dangerous here because he's got more horses and more horsemen to draw from.
Well, he does indeed, but his meet at Kentucky was excellent. It's hard, I don't care what rider you are, to come in there and start taking over business from other trainers and other barns. And Jose did that. I rode him at the end of the meet on a winner, and I just thought his attitude was fabulous. He keeps that attitude here. He's going to be one to deal with.
All business. Jose Ortiz and Classic Time. Very different than what we just saw to kick off the Pick 6 with the monster upset. The favorite here, Classic Time, much the best. Andy.
We've run 6 races so far today, 4 of them on the dirt, 2 on the turf, and I don't have an absolutely strong opinion of this, but the way I watch these races be run, I don't think horses that are down the inside are doing a lot of running. I'm wondering if you want to be off the rail so far today.
The riders kind of tell us, don't they? Just towards the day.
Sometimes, and I think Richie obviously can count because I think riders they stay away just to be sure sometimes. I'm seeing horses stop, a 1 to 2 shot stop in the rail.
Something to track moving forward. When we come back, first card talk of the season. Don't miss this. It's Frankie. Not sure what's best. Stories about the best day of his career, why Wesley Ward is still mad at him, or his flying dismount tutorial. Like I said, don't miss it. Stick around.
The classic looks of a 2-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Pleased to be joining you all on this lovely Friday afternoon from Saratoga at Saratoga Live. We are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets, the only way to play the races, as we just saw Classic Time dominate in his second start of his career. I'm pleased to be joined by Hall of Fame trainer Mark Casse. And Mark, you were just telling me that he resembles his sire, Classic Empire, who you're quite familiar with as well.
I've seen over 100, 150 of them, and I was at the sale. Didn't buy him. They RNA'd him. I called Gary. I said, we got to buy this horse. And I said, I really like him, and he's a beautiful horse.
He really is, and good thing that you got him, because it made him eligible for these restricted maiden special weights.
Yeah, and this is a really nice thing. You know, it's worked well for the last few years. It allows somebody that doesn't have, doesn't go and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to run for a good purse. I think it's a great race, and you're seeing they're filling and becoming more and more popular.
Yeah, and we'll gotta let you go, because I just the name of your horse, Palace View, completely escaped my mind, because I'm excited.
Yeah, this is a big day. So our son Colby. Yeah. This is his first horse. He's running his first horse. So it may be loose back there. We'll see.
Let's hope it's not. But first one, he's leading over as well, right?
Yeah, this is it. This is his first one. So he's the last of the Mohegans. So we got Norman, the oldest, and this is the youngest. So we'll see.
All right. Well, wishing you and him the best of luck in the next, but congrats here.
Thank you.
All right, Mark Casse, off to a great start at the Saratoga meet, Lafitte. We'll see what the next race could bring.
A day at the spa could be for the Casse family. Generations of horsemen and Classic Time. Richie, it's a restricted maiden special weight race, all purchased for $50,000 or less, but that does not mean a really nice prospect, a really nice 2-year-old can emerge from one of these races.
No, and Tom will tell you, a good horse can come from anywhere. They don't know what people paid for them. They're just going to go out and do their thing. This horse handled this group nicely. He was always traveling like a winner. That outside post wound up being a benefit, I think, to him, because he really got in a beautiful rhythm. He wasn't scrambling like he was first time under pressure the whole way.
You know, the beauty of these races, and Mark kind of touched on it a little bit, is for a lot of young trainers coming into the game, they don't have clients that are willing to spend the major dollars that some of us have the luxury to do with other horses. So they come in, they buy a horse like for under the $50,000 price tag. They can run in these kind of races, and they have an opportunity to maybe win a big race at Saratoga. So I like these races quite a bit.
There's a British idiom trained by Brad Cox. She graduated in one of these races, went on to a Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly title and a 2-year-old filly champion. A colt to follow moving forward as we turn the page in race number 7. You good?
I'm good.
Just checking on you.
That's the next name. It's tough.
Field updated odds for the 7th race here. Andy, start of the late pick 4. Who'd you come up with?
I like the 8 a little bit, left me behind, who I thought ran very well considering the trip last time. Last time on the turf, I should say, 2 races back. It was a slow, very slow-paced race, and found himself 3 to 4 wide the whole way, and it doesn't hurt switching to John Velasquez here, so I like this horse, but it's competitive. I used him with the 2 and the 12 in the exacta.
Allowance optional claimer, mile and a 16th, and the start of the cross-country Pick 5 every Friday, by the way. Saratoga, Monmouth, see the sequence there. Time ticking away. That's next. It starts in the 7th race at Saratoga, the cross-country Pick 5. So much more coming your way on Saratoga Live, including a recap. Yesterday, another Schuylerville upset. Last year, it was Becky's Joker. Yesterday, the Queen's MG, 44 to 1. How'd she do it? Fluke or sign of things to come? We'll recap.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride, Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Folsom from last to first in the mat win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom has taken the front and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
Horses entering the paddock for a very competitive 7th race, about 18 minutes out. Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Who do you think does more whining today? The gentleman sitting to my left
I don't
or the kid?
That's not fair to Tom. I mean, Tom hasn't done that much
I
whining.
need the dirty feet. Somebody put on the dirty feet. I can't do
the
this
dirty feet.
without
It's the feet where you can actually
feet.
watch the races.
So maybe you've heard, aside from that kid, there's a new star in town, jockey Frankie Dettori. He is global, wildly popular, as charismatic as he is talented. With a career dating back to the late 80s, there's a lot of ground to cover. So where do you start? Is it the European Classics? Is it the Breeders' Cup Triumphs? Or perhaps his success at Royal Ascot? Not in this case. Jonathan Kinchin started with something a little bit closer to home in this first installment of Cart Talk.
Frankie, welcome to Saratoga. If you need any good tips on Italian, I know a place.
Yeah, I heard about it. By the way, while we in the little shoe, right? Because for the Belmont, everything was fully booked. I stayed in the Brentwood Motel. I went from a 7-bedroom mansion, 10,000 square feet, to one single bed and one little toilet that you could hardly fit in. So our life has changed in a year.
You would think they'd find something a little nicer for you, right? I mean, you're Frankie Dettori.
Yeah. I better speak to Ron, my agent. I think it's cutbacks, that they call it, right?
Frankie, 287 Grade 1 wins, 15 Breeders' Cups, 81 wins at Royal Ascot, 6 ARCs, a record-breaking 6 ARCs. And by the way, you also survived a plane crash. What's left for you to prove in your career?
Lots, obviously. It's a new challenge for me coming to America. When I first came last year, I didn't know how I was going to do, but I did better than I expected, and that gave me the incentive to come back and do it again. Last year I was only here for a few months, but this year I moved here for good, and yes, I want to have a proper go at American racing.
This is not a victory lap for you.
No.
You're here to try to actually accomplish something, not just to say you rode at Saratoga for a little while.
Absolutely. Listen, I think jockeys over 50 in America are more accepted. I mean, it's lots of 50s like me, right?
I mentioned the 81 wins at Royal Ascot, but there was 7 wins at Ascot in particular on September 28th in 1996. Pretty special.
I would say in my 37 years, 36 years of riding, it's probably my best achievement. It put races that day in the front pages, not in the back pages. So it's something that I'm very proud of, and I hope that it gave racing more exposure. Don't ask me, mate. He's one of the only punter that he must have won some money on me. He's still waving.
So fans in Saratoga will know who the king of Saratoga is, Angel Cordero.
Yes, right.
They've seen him jump off of a horse before with a flying dismount, but it seems like you've taken it international with the flying dismount.
Well, I must say I'm an imposter. I stole it from Angel and took it to Europe. And, obviously Angel was one of my heroes when I came here in the late 80s. used to ship over to California, right for Wayne Lucas, and I thought that maybe would upset Angel a bit, but you know, he's very happy that I stole it from him, and you know, he's a good friend. He gave me a lot of tips, especially riding with the toe in the stirrups. And you know, even now I see him and I have dinners with him, and he's a great man to know, because he's seen it and done it all. So I'm very proud that I took something from me and I'm carrying on the tradition.
Well, Frankie, I got a bad knee, but I'm thinking maybe you could teach me a little something about this flying dismount.
Okay, we can give it a go, right?
We can try.
I mean, I think all this bad knee scenario, I think this is only a lie. I don't think you want to do it in case it goes up, right?
All right, Frankie, I need you to teach me how to do this a little bit.
Let's do it.
Okay, hopefully I don't blow up my knee here. Let's see.
Get the vets quick. This can go wrong.
All right.
I'll count you in, right?
All right.
On 3. 1, 2, 3. Woo! Can you do it?
I do.
Can you get it?
I'm good.
Garden Talk brought to you in part by Cane's Way, power, passion, performance. Richie, what is it about the flying dismount brings out something in you?
Yeah, I'm not a fan, especially I see how he hits the ground now. I worry about Frankie's knees. Also, he put Jonathan at a disadvantage there. Jonathan landed on the concrete. He landed on the grass, all right? So that's number one. The other thing is Avelino Gomez is the one who originated the flying dismount, legendary rider up from Canada, and their equivalent of the George Wolf Award is the Avelino Gomez Award up in Canada. Angel took it to another level, and now Frankie has kind of inherited it.
I just want to point out, it wasn't me, it was Richie that said jockeys are sneaky. Just want to be clear on that.
Whoa, what did I say?
That they were sneaky. You just said that he gave the disadvantage to Jonathan for the dismount.
Listen,
you know,
the
I mean,
word
I'm just
itself,
pointing it
jockey,
out.
means to cheat. A vagabond. That's what jockey actually
Now
means.
he's on a roll.
Cordero, and he talked about all the things Cordero taught him. What do you think about that? I mean, there's probably quite a few things he taught him that maybe you know, wouldn't be fair in a game of poker, perhaps.
Well, he taught him, but Angel was done riding. I learned that stuff from Angel the hard way.
He did it to you.
Yeah.
I thought I was supposed to be the jockey hater in this show. What's going on here?
What about him telling Wesley Ward, sorry, there's Frankie getting ready to ride in this 7th race. Sorry, Wesley, can't ride your 2-year-olds. They're unveiling my statue with the Queen.
I think that's a good excuse.
That's a heck of an excuse.
That qualifies. Frankie Dettori, and you look at just a fraction of his highlights during the course of his career. 30-year anniversary since his first Breeders' Cup win with Barathea when he was still LaFranco. Dettori, Richie, all that being said, this is Saratoga, all-star cast of riders. How do you think he fares this summer?
He'll win his share. He's got Ron Anderson as his agent to the stars. He's still phenomenally talented. He hasn't really lost much. And his first stakes win in North America was in 1990, the Laurel Dash. His first stakes win in New York came a week after that. He won the Lawrence Realization on a horse named Bayless. So he knows how to win here as well, obviously.
And for the fans here at Saratoga, a chance to see Frankie Dettori on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, and I mean, talk about personality galore. If he hits the winner's circle, there's going to be a crowd out there to watch his activity.
Frankie Dettori, first summer at the Spa. He rides in the 7th field. Curanade started the late pick 4. Also the cross-country pick 5. Frankie aboard Devil's Cave, pictured. Check that. That's the 5 in the current favorite. Look at that at 9-2. Get Derby favorites at 9-2. And Palace
the stat
View here.
of the current favorite?
Yeah, right after we hear from Maggie Wolfendale, standing by with this Race 7 paddock report.
We'll start with that very lukewarm favorite in number 5, Palace View. And for Mark Cassie, it's truly a family affair here as his youngest son, Colby, leading Palace View up today. Now, I find it interesting that Palace View, please don't kick me, Mauritius, is a horse who's actually never won on the turf. All two of his wins have come on the synthetic surface, but let's face it, Mark has entered this horse on the turf. He's run credibly, he's run fast enough figures, and he looks like a turf horse. Actually, he looks most like a turf miler. I honestly wish this race was just a touch shorter because he's actually smaller and compact, and he's fairly sharp in here for a horse that really doesn't have that much speed. Obviously, I'm not familiar with him. He's probably always like this and always just drops out the back. So he's going to hope that there is some pace in this one, and there could be. So it could set up very nicely for Palace View, who definitely has his game face on. And as Mark just told me, he has John Velasquez's niece being a hot walker as well. So it'd only be perfect, though, if Johnny was riding Palace View. Flavien Prat's aboard number 4, Classic Creation here for John Terranova, who takes over training duties and turns this horse back a bit. I'm okay with it, but watching him, he's just kind of that big, galloping, grinding type where a little more distance is often favorable for horses who have that running style. But I will give this horse credit and John Terranova and his team. He comes back looking really, really fit here off that layoff since April at Keeneland, and well-muscled and strong. Like I said, just a little concerned about the distance being on the shorter side for him. As we'll take a look at the New York bred that's left him behind, I am of the same mind as Andy, as he mentioned before the break. This horse in his last turf start had just a terrible trip. He was so wide throughout, where the winner saved all the ground that day. He looks like a turf horse. He looks fantastic now, third off the bench. This is when you want to strike with this horse. And also, having a Hall of Famer on his back shouldn't hurt either. Lavitte?
All right, Maggie, thanks so much. Riders up. Late pick 4 is next. Much more coming your way from the Spa as our opening weekend coverage continues. Great to have you with us. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
When you can bring over a champion like this to the Night of the Stars sale, it's exactly what we dream of and what you hope for.
Anytime we've got a marquee filly that is ready to be brought to market, we know that the Night of the Stars is the venue.
It really wasn't a question as to where we were going to sell her.
We have had a long history of selling 7-figure mares here at Night of the Stars. Boyd Browning and his team just do such an exceptional job promoting these mares, getting them sold.
Don't miss a race this summer and guarantee yourself Travers Day admission by securing your Saratoga season pass today. Passes are $95 and grant you access to the grounds for all 40 days of the meet. Call 844-NYRA-TIX or visit the box office by Gate A to purchase. You have to pay twice as much.
I just tell people I know you. They usually tackle me.
Then it's going to be 3 times as much. Post parade race number 7, $35,000 allowance optional claimer, mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. Sinful Dancer drawn inside at 33 to 1.
Potentially could be the speed, but how aggressive a ride will he get?
Devils K and Frankie Dettori.
He's a horse who could potentially be speed as well, but he's the 2 Tom Morley horses going to go to the front in here?
Not likely. Classic Creation, Louis Size, 8th different jockey in as many races.
Yeah, as many races been off since April, but a horse whose best race puts him in the picture.
Tepid favorite, Palace View.
A puzzling favorite. Mark Casse at Naira over the last 5 years, 0 for 19 synthetic to turf with only 3 hitting the board.
New York bred Addicted to You.
And 19 starts on the turf, 1 win. I'm looking for a little bit better percentage than that here.
Mauritius, quick and sharp.
He's fast. There are faster horses in here, but will they get aggressive rides?
Left me behind. John Velasquez takes over.
Yeah, this is a horse that's been hurt by slow pace. He's going to get pace today. Look for improvement from Left Me Behind, the 8.
Heathguard, outsider, 18 to 1.
Yeah, I mean, he made a big run towards the end of the race last time and actually showed some life, but is he good enough?
Our Country, 5th summer he's raced at Saratoga.
He's got the talent to be competitive here, but Mark Hennig is 0 for 9 with none hitting the board, 6 to 12-month layoffs and turf routes.
Front man just missed it 14 to 1 in his latest.
Just missed it 14 to 1 and coming back quickly. 13 days rest, back in the entry box. That could hurt him as well as the post in the 12 hole.
And just for luck, Jose Ortiz looking to go back-to-back.
A lot of money to pick 3, this horse. He's yet to show that sort of aberrantly high buyer figure off the claim 2 back is legit. Can he run back to that? Because he did not run well last time.
Late pick 4 starts here, competitive, wide open 7th race. Here's something else to take advantage of. Earn a $15 bonus today playing with Naira Bets. Bet at least $75 each on Saratoga and Penn National today. Earn a $15 bonus, win or lose. All you have to do is opt in, NairaBets.com. Circling back to the lukewarm favorite, Palace View, you were just scraping the surface on the stats regarding Mark Casse and this surface switch from synthetic to turf.
Yeah, I like to look at these particularly because Mark Casse does do this a lot. You know, he moves them around, and I thought Maggie was making a very great, true point when she said this horse has never won on the turf. And if you look at his turf races, synthetic races are faster. They're better races. Mark Casse, when he moves a horse synthetic to turf and he does it shipping to Naira, he's 0 for 19 with only 3 hitting the board. To me, that's a pretty hefty sample, and I don't get why this horse is favored here.
How disconcerting, Tom?
Well, I think the record on the turf, not only has he never won on the turf in 6 tries, he's never run second on the turf in 6 tries. So, you know, the slant here is that the synthetic is the way to go for Palace View. But style of race and the way this horse likes to sit back and come on at the end, Richie, that's going to suit today's race.
You know, that was the impression I had, but I think, you know, Andy, you made some good points. Sinful Dancer could have speed, but Julien Leperoux, sitting on 3,000 wins, is not an aggressive rider. The other speed, potentially could Devil's K coming out of sprints, but Tom Morley also has Meridius in here, who is probably the speed. So maybe we're going to see a lot of grabbing going on.
I think we are. And the thing that had changed here was the Drunken Saki scratched. Drunken Saki was going.
Yes.
And without him in there, I don't think there's anyone confirmed to go with Mauritius. So I'm just not sure how much hitting there's going to be. Tom is always more optimistic, and frequently there aren't strong paces. The 5 is being overbet because Irad Ortiz is riding him. That is a terrible reason to bet a horse. He's a great rider. There's a lot of great riders in that room.
We check in with Maggie Trackside.
And with regards to the early pace, yes, I'm pretty sure Mauritius is faster than Devil's Key, you know, between the 2 Morley runners. We'll see what happens. Never know out there, but I kind of side with what Andy's saying in that it might not be as fast of a pace as one may anticipate, as we'll talk about 2 horses that really look fantastic in the warm-ups. And one is a horse that's actually 1 for 1 on the turf, even though he's run 12 prior times. Now, the day that he won on the turf, he was able to set a glacial pace on the Fairgrounds turf course, but there's plenty of pedigree for this horse to be a turf horse, because the dam went on the turf. The other siblings have been better on the turf and synthetic. And looking at him, he looks like a turf horse. He moves like a turf horse. Watching his warm-up, that real springy action, especially when Louis was jogging him on the sealed outside surface of the main track, just springing off of it. So it's kind of a horse that I think is interesting. He is taking some money at 7-1, and then a horse that really jumped into the bridle that looked great was number 12, Frontman, who I thought had a bit of a trip last time. He was very wide into the first turn. He was able to get over on the backside, and I shouldn't say a bit of a trip. It was just a good effort, I think, despite being wide in that first turn. And a horse that I feel like could be marching his way into his best form. Now, third off of a layoff, really jumped into the bridle when Junior Alvarado took him away from the pony, just indicating that he's ready and up for the challenge today for Mark Cantamasi. But Lafitte, these outside posts are tough to overcome on this turf course sometimes.
Yeah, Richie, what does Junior Alvarado do from out there with Frontman?
He's got to hope he gets lucky and finds a gap between flights, someplace to tuck in. And my principles of riding were always, if I was caught wide on the first turn, then you got to make your way to the fence and try to get lucky and get through the second turn. You're on a horse that's a closer. You want to save as much ground as the first turn as you possibly can if you have to give it away on the second turn. You can't be wide on both turns.
And if you have an outside post in a turf route, you need a faster pace. If there's a slow pace, the field will remain bunch, and you have no chance. Whereas if the pace is quick early, the field separates enough, then it's much easier to get in. But we'll see if that's the case here.
Yeah, I think the ones can show more speed than you guys think. Blinkers on last time, showed speed. I think they want to use that speed
Run and
again.
gun, Julian.
Well, I still think so.
Post time, race 7, live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2. Here's Frank Mirmati.
Last one to load is Just for Luck. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Sinful Dancer, showing sharp early speed, takes command at once. Gilded Kraken comes away in second. Just for Luck is moving right into contention, and Mauritius is in the mix too, up to take second as they move into the first turn. So it will be Sinful Dancer to set the pace, prompted by Mauritius in second. Just behind them, Addicted to You is a bit keen. Settles down now in third and 4 lengths off the lead. Just for Luck has been able to overcome that outside post thus far and is racing in fourth, 7 lengths off the pacemakers. They're followed by Gilded Kraken racing on the inside of Frontman. The opening quarter went in 23 and 4/5 seconds. 2 lengths behind them to Palace View. Left them behind is next. It's another couple back to Devil's Key. Classic Creation is racing in between rivals, and Heathguard in the yellow outside of that pair. Our Country is at the back. 47 and 4 for the half mile. And it's still Sinful Dancer leading the way with Mauritius hounding and poised in second. 1.5 lengths to Addicted to You in third. Just for Luck races in fourth, rounding the far turn. Then Gilded Kraken racing on the inside of Frontman, who's trying to make some progress in between rivals, 6 lengths off the lead. Left them behind. Palace View in the green. 3/4, 1:12 and 2. They're at the top of the stretch. Mauritius, a good trip for Addicted to You on the outside, who comes looking for the lead. Threading through traffic is Gilded Kraken in the green. It's a wide open scramble, and here's Classic Creation coming with a big run on the outside, and there's room for Palace View. A scramble to the finish. Far outside, Classic Creation with good momentum, and Classic Creation runs them all down. Gilded Kraken was second, Photo Palace View, and Addicted to You.
A wild finish. Cavalry charge to the wire, and Classic Creation emerges victorious to kick off this late Big Four at Saratoga. Wow.
He came from the way back of the pack, and they were moving. And you see that separation, you know they're moving. And Flavien Prat outside in the clear. There were some very good rides here. Irad gave the 5 a great ride. Luis Saez gave your horse, Tom, the 2 an excellent ride. But this horse just came running late. I did not trust him getting back in the barn and going shorter. But he had the run today.
Yeah, you know, you touched on it, Andy. Down the backside, you can see how spread out the field was. Even if you don't understand pace in horse racing, the rule of thumb is when the field is spread out like that, Richie, it's going to be a fast pace. And It was a fast pace today. That's why these closers came running at the end. They saved that energy. They got it done at the end, and the front runners, they petered out.
Yeah, when he tipped Classic Creation out, Flavien Prat, he really dropped his head and finished, and he's such a strong finisher. You know, we're so lucky to have the depth of this jockey colony that we have, and watching them, I find that I think Flavien Prat is the most complete rider of the entire group. There's some guys that may do certain things a little better, but he does everything well.
A second win on the afternoon, Flavien Prat. Now, he beats your top selection, Tom, but you still advance in the late pick 5 here with a 9-to-1 shot Classic Creation.
Yeah, how about that? But I am pretty spread out in this field. Let's be honest with each other.
Well, you're live for the next race, too, because you have an all in there. And
I do not have an all, but just about all is what we call that one.
I think this is also an excellent, just general exhibition of the talents of the riders in this room. Yeah. You look at the ride that Irad gave the 5. You look at the ride that Luis Saez gave the 2. You look at the ride that the winner got. These horses all got winning rides. And, I think some of the best rides that riders give are ones that never really get noticed because they don't win races. And, I didn't pay enough attention to the 6. Maybe Ricardo Santana gave that horse a great ride to be 4th at 37-1.
You make a great point, though. There were a lot of rides during my career. I was 3rd or 4th and rode them great and got criticized. And a lot of rides that I didn't ride very well and won, and was told it was a great ride.
Look, the race backed up. If you're sitting in the back, you're going to have energy at the end. You get your horse through, it's going to look like you're the greatest.
Very much results oriented, just the way it goes. And Richie, why we love turf racing. Big smile, Flavien Prat, like an 1/8 of a mile to go, and it looks like 9 horses have a chance to win.
Well, I think the whole field was within 4 lengths, 3-4 lengths of each other at the 8th pole, and that's the beauty of turf racing. You don't, it brings them all together, and then it worked about trips, and I think a lot of horses got good trips in here, but the winner made the last run with a strong pace and got it done.
Fun Belly Stables LLC, Classic Creation, trained by John Terranova, lengthening his stride late, and Flavien Prat, 2 wins thus far on the Friday program here at the Spa. Now time for the main events. With the Wilton Stakes coming up next, horses on their way over. So our coverage continues. Opening weekend from Saratoga. Bells Beach coming off that big win for trainer Chad Brown. Morning line favorite. Much more on the Wilton as our coverage continues.
They're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mindframe. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back, Saratoga Live. Fireworks in the stretch. And in the end, Classic Creation. Entering the winner's circle, Flavien Prat for trainer John Terranova. Classic Creation, Richie, that added that knockout punch late she needed to put it all away.
Well, especially turning back from a race going 1.5 miles, and he catches pace on the turn back and comes with the last run. And, riders got to make decisions. Do I fight the inside? Do I try to get through and risk the getting stopped and losing momentum, or tip out to the clear and get all that empty racetrack in front of you?
Classic Creation, trained by John Terranova, standing by with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Here with John Terranova. We were taking a walk down memory lane in the break. But John, let's talk present. This guy, Classic Creation, got him off a little bit of a layoff. Also, trainer change too. He looked ready. I'll admit, I was concerned about the trip in a mile and a 16th. Were you?
You know, we were just trying to get him back into good form. We had him since he was a 2-year-old, and we sent him to Turfway, and he had won. I left him with Jonathan Thomas, and then he took him out to California, ran a great race in the starter, similar type of race out in Santa Anita. And then, you know, he was a little bit over his head, and maybe, you know, not quite the best spot in Keeneland last start. So the owners, you know, they're all from New York. They wanted to bring him back up here. So they sent him back up to us a little ways back. And, you know, we got training on him. He's doing great. Everything was well. And we just kind of picked out the spot to see if we can get him back into top form. I didn't know where he was at today. I know we've been doing really well. So we're just grateful for all this.
And also grateful to have Flavien Prat, I'm sure, who just delivered an excellent ride.
Oh, yeah, beautiful. Yeah. I mean, when I saw him swing so wide, you know, mid turn of Rome, I said, he's got to be loaded. So we got a shot. So.
John, I don't want to throw you under the bus, but can you tell Seth, what was the last name's?
Seth Morris, yeah.
Yeah, Seth Morris. Yeah. He's always in Deadhead stuff, and we have a fellow Deadhead on the set right now, and Andy Serling. You actually were a Deadhead yourself. You told me you had hair down past your shoulders and dreadlocks.
Still am, but I just can't get to as many shows as I used to. The horses take up a lot of time, but we're grateful for any time we can get to catch some music.
Well, here's some more Dead shows and more winners. Congrats.
Thanks, Maggie.
Andy, I think you have a date for your next Dead show.
Let me tell you something. Terranova goes to a lot of shows. You sit down with John and talk about him. He goes and sees a lot of music. I'm kind of envious. And, of course, Seth Morris is involved with the horse talking about. I've known Seth for a long, long time, and he likes the Dead, too.
Really good horseman, really good trainer, and poised for a big meet here at Saratoga, John Terranova.
Oh, yeah. I mean, some guys kind of seems like they gear for these meets. You know, Al Stahl is a perfect example. Somebody I think points his horses to this meet. He's already started off very well. Should have won that first race today if his horse doesn't get left, but he won one yesterday.
So that's your excuse for you don't really gear for Saratoga?
Well, I don't know, Andy. You can look at last year's stats and say whatever you like, but
I had a good meet picking last year. Nobody cares about that anymore.
We're going to revisit one of your biggest moments here at Saratoga in just a few moments. But first things first.
That sounds like a surprise.
Tom does advance here in the late pick 5. The pick 6, and yeah, wow, Disco Dino, 71.50 to kick things off. Classic time, the favorite, and this one was tough as well, Richie. Classic Creation, 2060.
Yeah, you know, listen, hindsight's always 20/20, right? But looking at it, if you put a line through that mile-and-a-half race going a mile and 1/8 at Santa Anita was certainly good enough to be competitive.
Except his better race in going back was a mile and 3/8, so you could also make the argument he was better going longer. That's the argument I made. I ripped up.
First of 2 stakes races coming up. 3-year-old fillies in the Wilton. Wilson Shoot a mile, and Bells Beach Andy even money early on for trainer Chad Brown, who used this race as a prep. We didn't know it at the time, but a prep for the Alabama with randomized.
These people at some point that overbet these Irad horses, Teeter's horses, they have to go broke eventually, right? I mean, in the doubles, they're very similar price in the pick 3. The 6 is a small favorite, much like the morning line. How is this horse even money looking at the PPs? Oh, that's right, your figures have the horse better. This is a real battle
You're
of the
starting to
figures.
catch on.
This is the fight within the fight.
It is.
Believe me, the people betting
It is,
Irad
people don't
Ortiz,
know that
they're not looking at the
we go at each other with
thoroughgraphs.
these figures.
Can I change what I was most looking forward to today? This is fine.
The Muppets, the old guy, the guys in the balcony that we're working with here on Saratoga Live this afternoon. The Wilton Stakes out of the Wilson Shoot. Tom, why was this constructed, the Wilson Shoot? Why so significant? Let's start there as far as a change a couple of years ago here at Saratoga.
There's a great deal of frustration for a trainer when your choices are to run 7/8 of a mile, and then your next choice after that is to run a mile and 1/8. That's a big difference, those 2 races. You need to have a middle distance race. The idea of constructing this, Richie, and putting it back in play gives you the chance to run a mile, a middle distance race. Saratoga needed that, and I think they fared well with it, and certainly the races have been very competitive out of there.
Extremely well constructed. I love the design of it, and the proof to me was the first 5 or 6 races they ran, I walked out there, and when it's quiet, riders aren't hollering at each other, you're not hearing body contact, you know that they have plenty of room and enough time before they actually make that bend. I think it's a very fairly run race.
What's the feedback been from the riders overall? General consensus.
They all seem very, very happy with it. And like I said, it's quiet. You know, when there's a problem, it's because everybody's getting jammed up on top of each other, and then you'll hear a lot of cursing and stuff going on. You're not hearing that.
And then when they put Miss Justify in the gate, the one horse, you're going to see a little temporary rail right on the inside of her gate that allows these horses to have enough room once that rail is gone to then move over in terms of not just slamming over right out of the gate. And I think that makes a big difference.
Absolutely. It gives them, they can run straight for about 70 yards before, and that falls away. It gives them that room to fall into that bed properly.
That's coming up next here with the Wilton first of 2 stakes races today. Tomorrow, a trio of stakes races, all of the graded variety, headlined by the Grade 1 Diana, and the Quick Call presented by TRF on Sunday. The prestigious, historic Diana, as we go inside the numbers, by the numbers, first run in 1939. So who was fastest? She was a front-running wrecking ball. In Italian, the record, 145 flat. Most wins, several have won twice, Forever Together. Incredibly popular gray mare. Trainer Chad Brown just continues to pad his stats. Most wins by a trainer in the Diana with 8. He has 5 going on Saturday. Most wins by an owner, Rokeby Stable, with 6. Seems like it's John Velasquez just about every time. Records in stakes races, 6-time Diana winning jockey. This is elite from the Diana to the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf. 3 have completed it. Sister Charlie among 3 others. Perfect Sting in terms of Champions Crown Diana winners. There have been 8. The Diana by the numbers, and we'll do it all over again on Saturday, the first flat Grade 1 event of the meet, and again, one of the most prestigious middle distance turf races for fillies and mares in the country.
Oh, I agree, and I know Richie can, I think it's before you were riding, but one of my favorite all-time races was when Weah beat the mighty Pearl Necklace. And I think Weah, I don't know if she still has it, but she set the track record that day, the time of winning that race. And that's a race I remember being a kid. It's just one of my favorite races.
I remember the race distinctly, and I was not riding yet. I'm a little younger than that.
You can talk Weah all day long. You can talk Heritage of Gold.
Oh, my goodness, Heritage of Gold, yeah.
All day long. What do you remember most about this particular afternoon, the 99 Diana?
I think back then I wasn't even shaving every day. But it was a big win for me, my first big win at Saratoga. Heritage of Gold was such a straightforward mare, so easy to train, never had any physical problems, could do dirt and grass. She came back and won the Go for One the following year on the dirt, Grade 1, my first Grade 1. Oh, God, I loved her. I miss her just watching her run just now. Such a professional. I think this is the last Diana won by someone other than Chad Brown, the 1999.
And if anybody thinks that Amos wasn't shaving 25 years ago, they'll believe anything.
Ridden by Shane Sellers, right?
That's right. Yeah. Shane rode the horse.
Shane rode, he had such a distinct, neat way on a horse, such a top rider. So many great riders come out of Louisiana.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they do indeed.
Yeah, and Al Stall's a good trainer, so there's one good trainer from Louisiana.
Wow. The man doesn't quit, does he?
No, he's relentless.
Going. Chad Brown's been relentless in the Diana. You saw that the 8 wins and back with 5 more tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Half the field.
I mean, you like winning one of those is a huge accomplishment. It's an amazing race. To put the record he's put together in that race is, I never thought I'd see a trainer dominate it the way he has.
I'm just glad to see people taking him on. You know, a lot of times they say, well, Chad Brown's got 4 in here. And, okay, well, he's got 4 or 5 because only one trainer showed up with another horse. He's got a very strong group of horses, but you look through all of them, and he could run 1, 2, 3. But there's nobody in that race you go, oh, I can't beat this horse. This horse can't lose. There's no Sister Charlie in there.
Are any of his 5 going to be favored? Does he get the favorites role?
Well, I think Diddy is the morning line favorite, right?
Diddy morning line favorite.
No, the morning, well, yeah, that's more, yes. So he's actually got the 2nd and 3rd choice. He's the 2nd, 3rd. The 4th choice is Mora. So no, he's not on the morning line.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm not saying he may not.
But,
he may dominate again.
And this is another thing too. Correct me if I'm wrong, because you're a better historian on this than I am. But in recent years, this is a bigger field than we've been seeing in terms of the number of trainers that are willing to take on Chad Brown. It's changing now, right? I mean, everybody's starting to think about the turf more, it seems to me, in the last 4 or 5 years. You got Charlie Appleby coming over here. He doesn't run in that race, but he does participate in a lot of the turf races. People are coming here for turf.
I mean, the Just a Game horses, they were okay, and he did well in there, but there's nobody in there that looks like the Rushing Falls, those kind of horses, Sister Charlie's.
America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. Live coverage right here, Saratoga Live, the Grade 1 Diana, first Grade 1 event of the season. Also, Saturday, lots going on tomorrow. Saturday contest, feature competitive edge with live money handicapping contest nearly every week. Register now to win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration closes before Saratoga third race. Post time on Saturday. Visit NYRA.com/contest to learn more. Stakes racing next at the Spa. There she is, Bells Beach for trainer Chad Brown, looking to go back-to-back in the Wilton. She is the favorite. Even money. Riders up. Post parade. 13 minutes to post. The Wilton is next.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Kingdom, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
It's shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden 5th.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. It's Bells Beach, the obvious choice in this upcoming Wilton. Even money, looking to build on her maiden romp at Churchill Downs. There she is, Bells Beach. We're checking with Maggie with this Wilton paddock report. Maggie.
Thanks, Lafitte. And Bells Beach, she looks as she is billed, like a beast, like the favorite should. She came into the paddock and commanded attention as she was really on the muscle. You know, she looked like that UFC fighter coming in for a cage match with 2 handlers on either side of her, and just like a bear that wanted to be released, but they said no. But she, not that she's over the top by any means, she's just ready to do this. And she is a horse that is bigger and scopier. So a mile is good, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do see this filly traveling longer distances in the near future. I really like what I'm seeing from your favorite. It's hard to see past her, but Todd Pletcher's going to try to do just that, as he will send out the current second choice in number 1, Miss Justify. She's one that comes in from out of town with a fast figure last time at Churchill. She was able to kind of run, 1-2 around the racetrack, if you will, able to control for most of it, and was flattered by the third place finisher, who was the favorite that day, coming back and winning with an 84 buyer. But looking at her, I'm not familiar with her. She is wearing front wraps for the first time, and she's kind of wound up. And yeah, it's warm and humid, and you want these horses to be sweating a bit, but she was doing so before anybody else here in the paddock. And she's a little bit of a smaller type. So yeah, she could be a pace factor in here, but do I like her stacked up against Bells Beach? Not necessarily. I am intrigued by Todd's other horse in here. That's number 3, Corb, who opts to make her 3-year-old debut here in this Wilton Stakes. And it feels like one that they have had somewhat high hopes for in going to the Grade 3 Pocahontas in only her second start. She is 2 for 3 lifetime. She comes back here. She's a solid filly, and she's well muscled. I like her disposition. I love how she won last time, because it wasn't ideal circumstances in which it was a slow pace at Keeneland. She was shuffled back to last going down the backside, and she just made this wide sustained run to go on and win by a length in the end. So I think it shows some, positives from the Pletcher barn that they opt to bring her back here, and with the figures that she was running, any little routine improvement puts her in the mix. I love what I'm seeing from her in the paddock, Lafitte.
Corb, 1 of 2 for Todd Pletcher, Wertheimer homebred. And there's the 6-5 favorite in Bells Beach for Chad Brown. It was her second career start. So good. Let's watch it again. Last month, Churchill Downs, Bells Beach. Gathering momentum. Richie Irad-Ortiz pushes the button, and she's gone.
Unrivaling that big, long stride, this daughter of Curlin, and really kicked it into another gear. I mean, this was very impressive. But she's such a short price. I'm kind of in agreement with you, Andy. Doesn't she have to take another step forward?
I thought she did. Now, for what it's worth, the 4th place finisher came back and improved significantly in a subsequent start. So maybe it was a better race than it looks. Tom, the figures you look at do have it as a better race than Bayer figures, the Timeform US figures I look at in here. Listen, I'm not against her wildly. I just was surprised she was favored over the 1. The other thing is, we've seen Todd Pletcher have some short price. I mean, earlier today, he had a 1-2 shot, who was way over bet, but nonetheless a heavy favorite, and a 4-5 entry that didn't hit the board in them. So
it's
maybe,
early. I mean, it's only the
I
second
know.
enemy.
I'm not saying he's going to go for the meat. I'm just saying, it's the barn's a little chilly. I think the 7, if you're looking for a price, is an interesting horse in here, Richie, and you seem to agree. Tom, why is his or her races not at least competitive enough that 12 to 1's an overlay?
When you look at this race and you're looking at the now form, the 1 and the 6, the 2 favorites, that they strike you at first. But then you start examining the race more, and nothing has run so well that it differentiates them from the whole field.
Wilton Post Parade in just a moment. We go right back to Maggie.
Please be joined here by trainer Chris Davis, who does send out Windy Walk. And Chris, as you said, she's a filly that has shown promise, but it's taken a while for her to put it all together. Now she's rattled off 2 wins, and you're stepping her up in class again.
Yeah, I mean, she's everything we've done with her lately. She's just taken that progression. Once she broke her maiden at Keeneland, took a huge jump forward, and then she's come back in 2 competitive races, especially at a flat mile, and answered all the questions.
And we were talking a little bit about her equipment with those short cup cheater blinkers with a hood. How much has that improved her?
I mean, the 3 out of her 4 wins, or in her last 4 starts, been with blinkers on. So I think the combination of the 2 have really helped her.
What are you expecting from her today as far as placement early? Nice stalking style, at least on paper.
Yeah, I mean, Jose knows her. Coming out of those 1-turn races at Churchill, they typically go a little bit faster. So she'll probably show a little bit more speed than what we normally see from her, just tactically. If we're on the lead, great. If we're sitting just off of it, hopefully get her to the outside and have a clean run down the lane.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck here. Always helps to have Jose Ortiz, too.
Always.
Guys.
Arrives with momentum. Water gets deeper today. Post Parade for the Wilton. There's Miss Justify at 5-2.
I think she's an overlay at this price. I liked her last race, but it is an outlier for her. Can she run it again or build on it?
Windy Walk for Chris Davis.
Yeah, the horse is stepping up in class. Won 3 of the last 4. Confidence is a big part of a thoroughbred's game.
Corb, number 3, 3-year-old debut.
Maggie made some good points about this horse. Todd Pletcher's numbers off of significant layups and dirt sprints are not great.
Striker has Dial quick, doesn't have to deal with the likes of Ways and Means this afternoon.
Yeah, and she is fast. She's going to be prominent early.
And the 5, Lady Moscato for the coach.
She's trying a distance the first time since last year. I think she's a little better shorter. She's an in-and-outer type.
Bells Beach, lightly raced, lots of upside.
Lots of upside. And I mean, I was watching these horses leave the paddock. She is gorgeous.
Dazzling Move, Ontario bred. She's won 2 of 3.
Picks up Joel Rosario for this race, and you look at the 2 of 3, they were dirt races. The loss was the turf, and Mike Trombetta has been very live shipping horses to New York recently. I think she's kind of the dark horse in here.
Overlay, 9-2 on the morning line, 12-1 with Joel Rosario. That's the field. 3-year-old fillies, Wilton Stakes with $135,000 purse. Another look at Miss Justify. So this was her latest. As you guys mentioned, same day, same track as Bells Beach. While she was doing her thing, Miss Justify, prominent throughout, Tom, and pulls away late.
You know, Andy talked about it earlier, and it's highly unusual to have a situation where you have 2 favorites in the same race that in their previous race ran the same day, at the same track, back-to-back races at the same distance. You can make some comparisons on speed figures when you have something like that happen. It's rare.
No, it's interesting. They're very different races. One of the reasons I'm guessing your figures are different is that there was more ground loss with Bells Beach. This horse was down towards the inside. But Miss Justify, look at the fractions, 22-4, 45-4. The fractions in Bells Beach race, much different, 23 2/5, 47-1, much slower. That makes it very hard for the times to be similar. So the fact that actually it was only 2/5 of a second slower is kind of a feather in the cap of the number 6 that she was able to come home that quickly in the race. On the other hand, Miss Justify was spending more energy early in the race to be involved in that pace. But I think an important thing to point out is that pace completely held together. The horses that were forward in there, despite how fast they were going, Richie, they all stuck around at the end. And sometimes I think race dynamics have a lot to do with how the horses finish in the race, as much to do necessarily with whether or not the pace is super fast, if that makes sense.
Well, absolutely. You know, it's something I like to say. It's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. If you're getting a good rhythm, horses are able to carry more, Tom.
No, that's fair enough. You know, we were watching Miss Justify warm up, and the rail was in the way. I'm looking at her. Okay, so Miss Justify has front wraps on for the first time today. You know, it's a fast track. Everything seems to be normal. I think that's a significant equipment change. I'd like to know what Maggie thinks about that.
Can we talk about the 4 a little bit?
We were just looking at Striker Has Dial with Kendrick Harmouche. Pedal to the metal right from the start, yes? The quickest on paper, I would imagine.
She is the fastest horse. Now, she's coming out of a race that Ways and Means won on Belmont Stakes weekend. Ways and Means got a 104 Beyer speed figure. That was 2 points higher than the figure that National Treasure got when he won the Met Mile. Now, I'm not sitting here and telling you that I think Ways and Means is ready to beat National Treasure. What I'm saying is that was a fast race, and I think any speed figure you look at has that as a very fast race. And Striker Has Dial was involved in a quick pace that day, and she did well for second. She didn't suck up for second. She wasn't sitting 6th, and the pace fell apart. It was a hugely better than her debut race. If she runs back to that last race, she could wire this field.
But in fairness, we're talking about the last race with Ways and Means. When you looked that field over going into the race with Ways and Means, you had to say to yourself, not only does Ways and Means need to win this race to show that she's what she once was, she needs to dominate this group because they're not that good compared to her.
I agree, but let's get back to Ways and Means. In her debut here at Saratoga, she ran a 90 Beyer as a 2-year-old in her first start. So it's not that shocking that a year later she can run a figure that fast, and she did. And this horse ran second behind her and wasn't lucky to be second. She did a lot of running in that race.
And Maggie, Dazzling Move, number 7, the sleeper, the overlay here. What are you observing pre-race?
That she probably shouldn't be that big of a price. Obviously, everything a little bit skewed with all the money that Bells Beach is taking, but I like what I'm seeing from Dazzling Move, and really, she's 2 for 2 on the dirt at this distance, while both Gulfstream and Laurel are true 1-turn miles. We'll see how she negotiates things here. Now, she does wear a Houghton bit. Obviously, she's one of many. It's the first time I'm seeing them, but she's just done everything right for the fact that she's moved beautifully out on the racetrack. She almost looked as though she belonged across the street with how much extension she had to her trot, moving much more like a trotter. But just beautifully put together. And the thing is, as Andy mentioned, Mike Trombetta, when he brings horses to New York from the Mid-Atlantic, they fit. And he has been doing this for so long that he has a really, really good idea and, feel for what horses belong up here. And year after year, he has success with some sneaky horses. And I'm not going to be surprised if she is one of those, because she projects to kind of sit that trip on the outside, stalking the early pace setters, guys.
Took the words right out of your mouth, Richie.
Well, that's why I picked her. I think she's going to sit that trip stalking from the outside. Mike Trombetta has trained nearly over 2,200 wins. He's based at Fair Hill. He's running horses at Colonial. He's running horses at Laurel. Every year, he's very particular about what he brings up here, and they're usually pretty competitive.
I'm laughing because, and I agree with you, I think Mike's a terrific trainer, and I'm friendly with Mike. He used to ship a lot more off in New York, and he had a run where he was like 0 for 30 shipping New York. So I'm on Talking Horses, the pre-race show every day, pointing out, well, Mike Trombetta, I can't bet this one, he's 0 for 27. He swept the early double one day. I got a text.
Well, I think there's a learning curve, right, Tom? What horses are going to do well here?
Oh, yeah.
Every trainer has losing streaks. Every bettor, every rider, everybody involved in the game, you'll have winning streaks, but you'll have losing streaks. Doesn't matter how good you are.
Dazzling move, Joel Rosario. The bookends, Miss Justify number 1. Given the trip here, Richie, out of the Wilson chute, that inside draw, how advantageous, how aggressive do you expect Flavien Prat to be?
Flavien Prat will be aggressive, and he'll try to, protect inside position and at least make sure that the 4 Striker Has Dial, who I think is the speed of the speed, goes on and then creates separation. Then he can place himself from there.
Final thought, Tom.
Yeah, look, I think this race is much more wide open than the 2 favorites, the 6 and the 1.
Produced the Alabama winner a season ago, the Wilton 3-year-old fillies. It's post time. Here's Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Quick start for Miss Justify. Striker Has Dial has plenty of early speed, and in fact more so, and is up to take the lead. And on the outside, here's Dazzling Move with a sharp and aggressive move to the front, opening up 2, which will give a perfect trip to Striker Has Dial in a tracking spot. It's a gap of 3 back to Lady Moscato, who's on the outside of Miss Justify, who's 4th along the rail. Bell's Beach is next. Second to last is Corb, and another 3 back to Windy Walk. The opening quarter went in 23 and 3/5 seconds, and Dazzling Move with the pedal to the metal has opened up a 5-length lead. Striker Has Dial traveling comfortably in second. Miss Justify and Lady Moscato are side by side with a half-mile to travel. Corb patiently handled, 8 lengths off the lead. Bell's Beach is next, a distance to Windy Walk. 46 and 3 for the half-mile. And Dazzling Move's lead is diminishing, and it's gone. Now, Striker Has Dial has forged to the front, taken command, and opened up 3. On the outside, Corb is rallying with Lady Moscato just in front of her. Then Bell's Beach there at the top of the stretch. And Striker Has Dial has a 3-length lead. Corb on the outside trying hard. And Lady Moscato is in between horses at the rail. Miss Justify is closing resolutely. A final 16th. And it's Striker Has Dial looking for the line. Miss Justify and Flavien Prat and Corb on the outside. Miss Justify wins the Wilton. Striker Has Dial second. Corb was third. Lady Moscato fourth. That's a riding triple for Flavien Prat.
In a groove, Flavien Prat on this first Friday of the meet. Relentless charge up the rail. Richie, Miss Justify in a thrilling Wilton Stakes.
And we got real pace on here when the 7 Dazzling Move basically just ran off for half a mile with Joel Rosario. Had nothing left. Striker Has Dial makes that first run, and Flavien really only came around Dazzling Move and ducked back to the fence. I mean, that inside position was all the difference.
Now, I will say my thought that the rail wasn't a good place to be is a bad thought. The rail's fine.
Well,
this is the winner ran well. The winner, showed a new dimension. She was forward last time. She was able to rate today. But the second place finisher, Striker Has Dial, just ran gigantic in defeat.
She did.
I mean, take nothing away from the winner, but this horse chased. The 7 ran off on Drovers. I'm going to guess if we went back and looked at the mile shoot races, 46.6 could be as fast a pace as we've ever run in these races. And this horse was right on that horse's heels and took over when she stopped around the 7/16 3/8 pole and just got beaten by a horse who basically was just picking up pieces. No disrespect to the winner, but Striker as Dial ran.
Yeah, she did run. And from a trainer's perspective, what drives me crazy more than anything in the world is when a horse gets through on the rail to beat me. Yeah. And Striker has Dials on the lead, can be anywhere she wants on the racetrack, and it's not until he spots that one horse down towards the rail that he moves over to that direction. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of things that go into that. I get it. But I'm just telling you, I'm a perfectionist, and that drives me nuts.
As a rider, when somebody came through inside of me, I was so mad at myself. And in the 80s, it'd be pretty rough trying to get through on a bunch of guys.
But I'm going to say something else. If the 4 had gone to the fence, the 1 would have got around her.
Yeah, look.
So, I mean...
But I'd rather get beat like that than any other way.
But sometimes it's harder to go inside than it is to go outside. A lot of horses don't want to go through that spot. Miss Justify won. This was a very... If you bet... And I picked the winner. I'm not complaining. If you like the 4... This was a tough beat.
Sure. Saw Todd Pletcher, 14-time Saratoga champion trainer, going back to the start. Richie, what did you notice?
Watch the 7. She kind of rakes the side of the outside of the gate, kind of breaks out into it. And sometimes that sets a horse off. Everybody else got pretty clean start. And now she just grabs the bit and runs away with it. And listen, Joelle is very, very good at getting horses to settle into his hands. She was having none of it.
We were trying to figure out, is that the game plan or is she just running off?
No, she took it on her own to grab the bit and take off.
When you saw the 22 and 4 second quarter, you knew because keep in mind, 23.7 was first quarter. That's around a turn. They can't go that fast, a lot of that. They got to slow it up. Yeah. She was running.
And Pratt, Tom, like he had to work. He was riding Miss Justify midway around the far turn.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I mean, around the far turn, you were like, that horse isn't going anywhere, but re-brakes and gets it done.
I thought she was going to finish
class.
Nowhere. And by the way, we should mention the 6, the favorite. She didn't do any running whatsoever. And the way the pace set up, she had everything in her favor. So I guess the buyer figures won this battle, Tom.
Well, I don't know about that. Come on now.
The buyer figures
cannot
won.
say it was a fair fight.
Miss Justified, Twin Oaks Bloodstock LLC for trainer Todd Pletcher, Flavian Pratt, 3 wins so far, takes down the Wilton.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Abs, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Monmouth Park's main event is Naira Bets Haskell Day, Saturday, July 20th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $500,000 guaranteed late pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes. First post 12 noon. It's all Naira Bets Haskell Day, Saturday, July 20th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Miss Justify, Flavian Pratt, Richie, lots to smile about on this Friday afternoon. 3 wins thus far, takes down the first of 2 stakes races.
Yeah, Flavien is just in his zone. He's riding great, and he's so consistent. He shows up and gives you that good ride time after time. And he's riding a lot more for Chad Brown this year. I mean, he's always ridden for him, but he's riding a lot more of Chad Brown's runners. He's going to have a big say in this jockey race with Irad Ortiz.
And it helps to ride for Todd Pletcher as well. Trainer Miss Justify, Pletcher with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Yeah, finishing first and third, Todd Pletcher here today in this Wilton Stakes. And Todd, talk a little bit about Miss Justify. As we were just discussing, showing some tenacity running through the rail.
She really did. I didn't anticipate quite that much pace. Yeah. Thought, we'd be laying close, but it was developed pretty quickly early. And, she was brave. She held her spot and saved ground the whole way. At the top of the stretch, I wasn't sure which way she was going, but she responded when Flavien asked her inside the 8th hole.
And we've seen horses, she's lightly raced, she's a 3-year-old. We've seen horses from this stake race go on and try further distances. Do you think that's in her wheelhouse?
We do. When Nick Salusto purchased her, he sent her to us and he said, I think this filly wants to stretch out. And so that's kind of been our goal all along. I don't know if we'd be as ambitious as to go to 1.25 miles in the Alabama, but, we do think a lot of the filly, and I think she'll improve with more ground.
Well, you are already the winningest trainer of the Sanford Stakes, in which we'll see that take place tomorrow. You send out the favorite Menti, track record setting performance in his debut. Talk a little bit about him. Obviously, there were high expectations first time out, but when you take a horse that wins like he did, on the front end, it got close at the wire. What are you looking for in their training afterwards and in their next start?
Well, he's so much like Fierceness, his full brother, in that he's pretty laid back, he's pretty quiet, he doesn't tout you every morning in his gallops, but when you set him down and ask him, then you see there's a couple more gears there. So that's what we saw just before we ran him. And I think he got a little complacent. Johnny might have got a little overconfident that he was home. And I know George Weaver's horse is a very nice colt. So what I like is that he's come back. He's had 2 really good breezes, strong gallop outs, drew the rail. So we'll have to come out running a little bit to hold our position. But, I like what he's done since his maiden race.
Oh, that's great to hear, Todd. Best of luck tomorrow. Nice win here with Miss Justify.
Thank you.
All right, Todd Pletcher gets first win of the meet here in this Wilton Stakes. Lafitte and runs 1-3 as well. So looking forward to what the future holds for these fillies.
2 fillies that performed on the same day and the same track and couldn't have performed any more differently, from Miss Justify going on to win the Wilton, and Bells Beach just a complete no-show as a heavy favorite.
Right, but when a horse like Bells Beach runs as badly, if she ran 4th, beaten 3 lengths, you'd say, okay, she just didn't run. She was nowhere near. Something went wrong.
No doubt.
And I do think that the runner-up definitely flatters Ways and Means.
Oh, I think big time she does.
She doesn't need to be flattered. Ways and Means. A one-turn horse. She's a good, really good one-turn horse.
She's pointing towards the test, and the test is always one of the premier races of the meet. But, from what we've seen from the 3-year-old filly sprinters, they are a very, very strong bunch. That's going to be one heck of a race.
I agree.
Deep division, the 3-year-old fillies, the pick 6 and the follow along. It all started with the $71 winner Disco Dino. Classic Time a favorite, then Classic Creation a little bit trickier. Miss Justify $750 in the first of 2 stakes races. The Wilton.
I'm guessing, I'm going to say roughly 150 tickets alive.
Okay.
Is that the over and under?
That's my number.
What happens if Tom single hits?
What do you want?
I'm gonna
pick 6.
I'm gonna say on the pick 6. I say a little over that.
Really?
I think more like 200. I mean, you got 2 pretty logical horses that won. Probably one that I think would have been single.
Amos Abacus came up with that 200.
Yeah, I'm just throwing a number out there. I mean, what do you want from me?
I'm throwing out a number just to disagree with me. Here's what's really going on here. Let's call it what it is.
You gave out earlier, Dan. You're still live in the late pick 5.
I'm live in the late pick 5, but it gets skinny right here. It gets very skinny.
He has your
single. I want you to know, Tom, I'll be rooting. I'm not betting the race. I will be rooting for you if you're alive.
Well, thank you.
You are my man. I'll be rooting for you.
Coronation Cup coming up next. 3-year-old fillies, completely different brand of racing than we just saw. The turf sprint, 5.5 furlongs, and then tomorrow with the 2-year-olds in the Sanford, the history, the prestige, the tradition, Menti, who Todd Pletcher was just discussing, 6-5 as we check in with Maggie Wolfendale, her 2-year-old report focusing on number 8, Moplex.
This is Moplex in the Sanford. Talk a little bit about his debut. He won down at Aqueduct.
Yeah, he was a horse that I was really worried. Ability-wise, he seems like he has plenty of ability, but I was kind of worried on how he was going to act because he's very
playful.
He's very playful. He's very boyish, but he handled everything. We kind of surprised him, I think, and he handled everything very fine. Sometimes that first time they see stuff, they don't get as antsy, and he was definitely the case. But since that race, he came out of the race well, and I thought from a timing standpoint, even being a New York bred, that he could handle open horses, and I could still maybe look for the funny side later on after this race. So, but he's very talented colt. Picked him up for a new client, R&H Stables, and he's been over to the main track the last few days, or I mean he's been over there plenty of times, but hopefully continues to progress.
Moplex, Richie, you give him a shot tomorrow in the Sanford?
Absolutely. This is a New York bred. I think the outside post benefits him too. Big long stride and son of complexity. Now, there's been a lot of talk about Vacoma because he's such a hot first-year side, but so is complexity. I mean, he's had 5 out of 14 first-time starters win. I mean, that's a pretty good start at stud.
No question. I have a complexity in my barn that I like.
2-year-olds tomorrow in the Sanford, the main event, the Grade 1 Diana, and we still have more stakes racing coming your way this afternoon in the Coronation Cup, and then yesterday, the Schuylerville. And the reason we have this pick 6 carryover, completely blindsided chalk players with the Queen's MG at a monster price. Andy, how'd she trigger the upset?
By burying the field. I mean,
didn't look fluky, did it?
Sometimes when horses win at big prices, you say, well, there was a huge pace, it collapsed. This was a week the best in here, and it's interesting, and I didn't like her at all, and wouldn't have been better if they ran the race again, but she was the favorite in the Astoria. Now, this looked to be a tougher race in the Astoria, the stake we ran on Belmont Stakes weekend, but she dominated this bunch.
She did, and you've seen a late close there, but she was part of a hot pace
dirty
early.
work.
Yeah, she was part of a hot pace early, and she stayed the course where the two that she was with, one of which was favored, she put them away. This was a big-time race right here. Not a fluke.
No,
it was not a fluke. Certain things I look at a little different. Not that it was going to change the outcome of the race at all, but Dylan Davis did something very, very slick, I thought, turning for home, and he made his filly take a step or two away from his rivals and gave himself plenty of room to change leads because the young horse changed leads a little awkward. And just giving himself that ability to have that room and help her over to her right lead, and then she kicked on.
And what a big moment for Dylan, growing up in Saratoga here, and to win a Schuylerville, his first, the opening day feature, kicking off a brand new meet. Talk about momentum.
Well, we all want to get off to a good start here, whether it's a trainer, a jockey, an owner, horse players. We all want to get off to a good start here, kind of set the tone for the meet. Dylan at times has struggled up here. Sometimes I thought he had a hard time adjusting from the different style of racing from Belmont here. Well, we weren't at Belmont, we were at Aqueduct, same configuration as Saratoga, and this is the best start he's ever gotten off to, and I think it's going to help his confidence level, and also it helps you get business. People see you, you won the stake, and they're looking for you.
2 wins yesterday, and here's something else. You discussed the unpredictability of 2-year-olds yesterday. That is the 10th straight year the Schuylerville post-time favorite has been defeated. And it's not just the Schuylerville, Andy. Look at it. Just last year, Becky's Joker, Schuylerville 21-1. The Sanford Yo-Yo Candy 46-1. The hopeful Nutella Fella 54-1. The unpredictability of the 2-year-olds.
First-time starters, they're geared up to win. You know what it takes, unless it's an accept. But even Serengeti Empress, who was a tremendous horse, she bombed in the Schuylerville. And she came back with a huge effort at Churchill Downs in her third start.
She had something in common with a lot of these horses that do bomb, right? These horses run their first start. They're usually less than 6 furlongs, or 6/8 of a mile. So, their speed is a real weapon. But oftentimes when you put all that speed together in a field, they battle each other out, and something weird happens. A horse closes, right?
Or they can't rate.
Serengeti was never going to be a horse that rated. The thing about Serengeti that was different is she could take that speed and she could carry it around the ground, and that made her special.
She could dish it out.
She did in the ballerina.
But
horses don't do. She got left,
Yeah.
blitzed to the lead, and then she got collared. And speed horses get collared, they're beat.
It's over, yeah.
Not with her.
No,
It's funny.
I was right next to Tom that day. I don't know if it was more fun watching Serengeti Empress or watching Tom watch
Yeah.
Serengeti Empress.
I was really proud of her that day. Really proud of her that day. And
remember she dueled with?
You know, it's funny because that was COVID.
Yeah.
And nobody got to watch it live.
Right.
And that hurt me more than anything else. I wish there had been a crowd here because when the crowd is here, winning a race like that is you just can't beat that feeling.
Do you remember who she dueled with? Latruska.
Yeah,
she
that's
went on to
right.
win like
That was Latruska.
7
You guys
straight
dig
races
up the
or
chart.
something.
We're going to go to commercial.
That's
No
right,
such
it was.
concerns
Yeah, it
with an
was.
empty house here.
I bet her.
28,000 on opening day. And we still have 2 left. Horses in the paddock. Coronation Cup. 3-year-old fillies. Ever So Sweet. She's quick. She's favored. 2-1. 14 minutes out. She's back there somewhere.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. The opening day celebration, downtown party last night, the band Soul Session. Maybe not the Dead Andy, but Soul Session put it on a good party.
Were there any footage of you dancing in here, Lafitte?
Let's see.
Or did you pay them not to photograph?
To omit. Oh,
there he is. I see him in the back. Shirt's off.
The party in downtown Saratoga. Opening day, the first Friday of the meet, the second stakes race of the afternoon. The fillies in the paddock. We check it with Maggie.
I was downtown, and I thoroughly enjoyed Soul Session. Might see a little bit of that footage a little bit down the road on our program here. But anyway, that's neither here nor now as we do take a look at the field for this Coronation Cup. And, you know, people landing on Ever So Sweet, I think with the defections of some serious runners in here in Pipsy and more so Star of Mystery, who will opt to run in the Grade 3 quick call against the boys coming up this weekend. But Ever So Sweet, she projects to be the speed in here, and boy, she's fired up. But let's take a look at some other runners, including number 1, that's Tupi. And when you isolate the body of work that she has put on the racetrack in turf sprints alone, well, it makes her look pretty good, in my estimation. I thought was just much the best in the Stormy Blues Stakes at Laurel last time. And Graham brings her up for her 3rd start of her 3-year-old campaign, looking a lot better than what she did when I saw her as a 2-year-old. She's a lot more mentally mature. She's now just getting on her toes and being a little bit rambunctious, where she was all that in the paddock prior to when I saw her before the Stewart Manor, in which she won. So it's well within her character to be this way, but she's also physically matured quite nicely, filled out. I really like Tupi from what she's showing me here today coming back. Next, we'll check in with a big long shot. That's for Jack Sisterson in number 2 in our time. Only 1 turf start. It was a 2nd place finish, but watching her going the 7.5 furlongs, she dueled early. It was a quick pace and really just only got run down late by a horse who had a much more advantageous trip. She's built like a sprinter as she turns back from that 2-turn 7.5 at Gulfstream to this 1-turn 5.5. I like what I'm seeing from her a lot, and I've liked her preparations heading in to this, watching her workouts on XBTV. I think she's really intriguing as a long shot. We'll see if she belongs after today. Moving on to number 7, Cherie DeVoe had to help me out with this one's name, and it's actually a lot easier than it appears. Just Carry You, as she is a very pretty filly in here. I love what I'm seeing from her. It's actually the first time I'm laying eyes on her, and I like the fact that, you know, you always have that inclination to stretch these European imports out in distance, but sometimes that's just not what works. And I like the fact that Cherie and her team have opted to keep this filly turf sprinting, because that's what she's built for. And Andy, I know you're very intrigued by her, given the trip that she had last time, finishing behind Pipsy, and that's Soaring Softly.
Yeah, there's no doubt that Pipsy was the best horse that day, because Pipsy broke 4 or 5 lengths behind the field. But as Richie was just saying to me off camera, Carry You would have won that race if she was able to get clear earlier.
Yeah, she had to wait around the turn.
And she was close enough the pace that she didn't just take advantage of a collapsing pace. And she had to wait all through the stretch, hemmed in. And even when she got room, she sort of had a horse on her flank, which isn't that comfortable. I'm going to take a shot. The speed scratched out of this race, not just the best horse, Star Mystery. I'm going to box her with the 6. I'm going to make a 6-7. No, that's not my bet. It's exact the box. I'm betting $60 to win in the 6. I'm not betting place.
We saw that.
I will never bet place. If you ever see me betting place, then you know that I've been invaded by aliens. I bet 60 to win on this horse, and I bet a $20 exact to box 6-7.
The bankroll
show yesterday. I'm still embarrassed for him.
4,000 to start with. Best of luck with your play this afternoon. Post parade for the Coronation Cup in our time. And Joel Rosario.
Yeah, I'm still looking at Andy's bets. I apologize for that. So, you know, horse here with definitely a shot with Joel on the grass. He knows how to do it.
Owned and trained Jack Sisterson, Dancing Duchess, pictured, exclusively raced in Canada.
She'll have to get faster. This is a tough race.
4 is out, Twirling Queen in. Jose D'Angelo has her locked in.
She's looking for 4 straight, but only the 2nd time in the turf. But she's good. She's fast and she's good.
3-1, Luis Saez, then the favorite, Ever So Sweet, the quickest of the quick.
Yeah, but this was a big race last time. I mean, extends nicely. I guess you kind of have to ask yourself, is this horse a little bit one-dimensional, meaning does she have to have the lead to win?
Carry You, Andy's bankroll play.
It's a very fair question, and I'm hoping that the 7 gets some pace with the 5 and 6 in here, and that can help her pick up the pieces in here. She's good.
8 out. Cloudwalker number 9, 3rd to Twirling Queen in the Mamsell.
She came back to win. It just sort of strengthens how good that race was. She does have a nice outside post here. It's a good race.
Good race, even with the defections here. These 3-year-old fillies, Coronation Cup, 5.5 furlong turf dash, and Ever So Sweet while she's the favorite. Twirling Queen, Tom, and the role she's on, and Jose D'Angelo, her versatility, they keep ignoring her. The handicappers have been ignoring her, and she's made them pay. time and time again, as she did in the Mamselle at Churchill on the 11th of May.
Yeah, she's won 3 in a row. This is a great trip here. She sits behind the speed, gets, literally lets it fall apart, and she just takes over the race. So when you get a horse as a trainer that starts building confidence, Richie, just like I'm sure when you ride these horses, and you have one that's winning 2 in a row, 3 in a row, they can start taking leaps and bounds in their ability at that point. We're talking about a young horse here, a 3-year-old filly. This is the time when they sometimes improve and do just that.
Yeah, and confidence is key with equine athletes, with human athletes, and she was good on synthetic. She was better on turf.
I want to talk strategy a little with you, Richie, because she's very quick. But I think there's a chance that Ever So Sweet is quicker. On the other hand, Luis Saez, often a more aggressive rider than Irad. Ever So Sweet, great point up brought by Tom. She's kind of maybe a need-the-lead type horse. Do you see, if you're riding the 5, or do you see, just thinking about the riders, the 5 going aggressively and keeping the 6 off the front end, or letting the 6 go and trying to stalk that one? What do you think is likely to happen?
I could very well see that happening, that Twirling Queen winds up making the lead because Luis Saez is going to be aggressive. We know what his MO is. And Irad might look over and say, well, I'm drawing outside. So that gives me the opportunity to sit second off
Couldn't
of
that
him.
really heat the pace up, though?
Isn't that what the conversation is going to be in the paddock between Luis Saez and the trainer of the 5, Twirling Queen? Hey, our favorite, the 6 horse, looks like the only speed in the race. We can't let this horse get away from us too much early, or the race is over for us.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know the answer. I mean, Twirling Queen is a horse that stalked last time and won, so maybe they're confident they have the better filly. So I don't know what they're talking about in the paddock. I'm curious. I think the 6 is naturally faster, but I think Luis may be more aggressive and might find herself in front.
I agree with you. I do think she's more naturally fast, but you look at those fractions. We've never raced at Aqueduct into June.
Yeah.
And that course was baked.
Well, not when that horse ran. I think speed got good that day.
Well, don't you think, though, that when you see sub, 44 half a mile, it had more to do with how the course was playing?
In control throughout, Ever So Sweet. Maggie, your thoughts on strategy and race shape?
Yeah, so this is my 2 cents when it comes to these 2 fillies squaring off possibly early on. And I just gather what they're showing me, the equines, in the pre-race, in the preliminaries. And Ever So Sweet is the one who is really sharp. She wasn't quite that much until she got the tack on, and then she came out of there like and reared up, and she just had the bit between her teeth for a while, and it took Irad all the way to the backside to get her turned loose from the pony when he knew that he was going to have her in hand, and she settled in nicely for him. I like what she's showing me, but gosh, she has that little kind of wily eye that, as you can see, she's fired up. She's ready to go. And not that Twirling Queen was incredibly quiet, because she's a smaller filly and she's a little bit more compact and, doesn't possess quite as much size. So maybe the 5/8, 5.5 to 5/8 is more ideal for her. But she did get a more quiet warm up. She was striding out really nicely, but it just feels like, based upon what these horses are showing me at least, that Ever So Sweet is the one who's just naturally faster and naturally more aggressive. Luis Saez is more aggressive. So I know I'm kind of straddling the fence here, but I do think that Ever So Sweet's the one that could be the one in front early.
Really revving her engines, Ever So Sweet. Twirling Queen at 7-2. Andy, with 2 races left in the sequence, what's the story with the pick 6?
Every horse is covered in the sequence, so not every 2-race sequence, but every horse in this race. So there will be live tickets regardless of who wins. That includes 2 and 3. There's 120 live tickets, obviously spread out in different manners, but 120 left.
Good for you. You said 150. That's a very good guess.
I was better at that than I am in guessing the number of jelly beans in the jar.
Yeah.
And you're still alive in this late pick 5, Tom.
I am. And look, I'm counting on the 5, Twirling Queen, and the 6, Ever So Sweet, to leave as a team out the gate. And I think with Twirling Queen on the inside, really, Louis has no choice. I think he's got to be a part of that. I'm counting on them burning each other up a little bit. I really think the race has a great setup for the 1-horse Tupi.
I agree with you. I see the 1 Tupi sit in that coveted pocket trip on the turf, while those 2 really get at it early.
Who do you have live in your pick 5, Tom?
In this race?
Yeah.
So I have the 1 and the 5.
4 Grand Motion Tupi, his runners are firing and have been for an extended period of time in some kind of groove, the Grand Motion stable.
For like 30 years.
Even more so the last couple months. But that trip, Tupi, inside. Richie, where do you expect early on?
I think she's laying right in behind the pace, covered up, saving all the ground. And the two fillies that she's going to be in behind are live cover. They're not going to stop on you. They're going to carry her. So she's going to have, a fullback to follow through that line, right, if she's a halfback. They're not going to just stop on a dime in her face. I like the fact, too, that Graham Motion sticks with Jorge Ruiz. I mean, he could have his pick of anybody in this room. This is a guy who's had a lot of success with this filly, and she's a little bit difficult. Watching her saddle on the walk, getting a little keyed up, but Maggie said that's not out of character for her, and if anything, she was acting better for her today.
Tupi at 3-1. Who's the best late speed? Andy, we had a turf sprint earlier today, an ambush late. Who has the best closing kick of these turf sprinters?
I believe the 7 does, Carrier, which is why I picked her in this race. Now, whether or not the pace is going to be as strong as it is, I don't know. But I think she has the best kick in here, and I hope they get away from her a little bit. Now, take a look at her. She's sort of between horses, the number 5 horse, back in like 6th. And Richie had mentioned this, and we talked about it. He obviously, he's completely held up. And while Pipsy sort of had that bad break, she's getting the clean run. You see her on the outside in those green and black silks. And she's got to, not only does she have to fight to finally get room, but she's almost getting running from a standing start the way she was, while Pipsy's rolling. And she fights her way between horses, which isn't easy to do. And then she's trying to catch a horse that a full head of steam. So I'm not denying that Pipsy ran the best race because she broke 4 lengths behind the field. But I think the way it worked out down the stretch, Pipsy had a much bigger advantage with that. Very similar to today's 7th race, where the winner was able to get that momentum flying on the outside.
Yeah, I agree. Pipsy was best that day because she got left. But Carrier was all dressed up with no place to go, and she could have gotten the jump on her and got first run and probably
and
reversed
difficult
it.
Down on the rail between a horse and the fence. But, even when she was able to get momentum going, she wasn't moving as fast as those 2 horses on the outside.
Filing into the gate, Ever So Sweet, 2-1 at post time. The Coronation Cup. Frank Miramati standing by.
Thanks, Lafitte. We are very close to a start. Last one going in now. They're in the gate. And they're off. A slight bobble for Ever So Sweet, who did break very alertly. Tupi is moving through along the inside. So it's Tupi and Ever So Sweet heads apart. Just behind them in our time is racing a joint 3rd. Twirling Queen is just outside of her in 4th. Another 1.5 lengths. Back to Carrier in the orange colors, 5 lengths off the lead. Dancing Duchess and Cloud Walker at the back. Ever So Sweet intent through an opening quarter of 21 3, takes command by 2 over Tupi in 2nd. They're followed by Twirling Queen as they round the far turn. Down at the rail in our time, Carrier between rivals, Cloud Walker outside of that pair, 4 off the pace, another 3 back to Dancing Duchess. They're at the top of the stretch, Ever So Sweet. Tupi coming after her now on the outside, and also Twirling Queen joining the party. Twirling Queen and Tupi are head-to-head. Carrier 3.5 back, and Cloud Walker final furlong. And it's Twirling Queen and Tupi. It's Twirling Queen in front. A late run from Carrier into 2nd. It will be Twirling Queen to win the Coronation Cup. Carrier was a solid 2nd. Behind them, Cloud Walker and Dancing Duchess were finding her best stride late.
Refuses to lose. Just refuses to lose. Tenacious and deep stretch. Twirling Queen make it 4 straight victorious in the Coronation Cup.
4 in a row, 5 for 8 lifetime. And she doesn't even need a particular trip. Just however it comes, she's going to run. It looked like no pace was on. They wound up going quicker than it appeared. Ever So Sweet assumed the lead under a hold under Irad. She came up completely empty, and Twirling Queen tipped out to the outside and ran away.
Tupi took Twirling Queen's role and kind of took on Ever So Sweet early. And Twirling Queen was able to watch that pace soften up. Look, we talked about it. When horses start winning, they get confident. And when they get confident, they can be trouble anywhere they run.
And Carrier had the same sort of trip as last time when she was sort of fighting between horses, but she was 2nd best here. The winner did much more of the dirty work.
She creates her own problems. She's trying to lug in. She looks like she's more difficult to ride than I realized.
She's also not as handy as these other horses. I mean, the winner is handy. The winner puts herself in a position to win the races, and she's ran a better race. I mean, I have no complaints with Carrier. I'm just kind of dumb not to have the exacta, to be honest with you, because Carrier ran fine at 6-1, but the winner did the work. She got a right trip, but you look at the at her horses that were forward in there, they were packing it in the stretch, and she was making that first move to them. She is a very, very, very nice filly.
5-7-9-1, Twirling Queen. Richie, and the credit to trainer Jose D'Angelo, perfect since joining his stable.
Yeah, and I love her versatility. I mean, she has enough speed to be on the pace, but she can also sit off them, and she just looked comfortable. She always looked like she was enjoying what she was doing, Tom.
Oh, no doubt. This is a nice horse that is on the verge of being better and better each time.
Yeah, she's good.
Her moxie late. The fighting. Repelling all challengers. Luis Saez, Twirling Queen in this Coronation Cup. And ever so sweet, she was right up there in the mix early on and just came up late.
Not good enough. Just not good enough in here. She got a class test, and she failed it. I had a betting test, and I failed it. It's exactly $58. I feel like a moron. I might be a moron.
Yeah. You have one left, Tom, for you still. You had Twirling Queen.
This is where it gets
on your
difficult.
Late Big Five ticket.
This is where it gets difficult.
I had water in my mouth. Please.
But you're still alive.
I am. I'm 4 for 4, and now comes the hard part. But hey, look, you can also hedge here. Let's see what it's going to pay, and we can hedge the bet.
That's what I'm curious about.
Hedge the bet. You've got one
how
horse.
do you hedge this?
Well, we can see what else we like in the race to bet
You've got
against
one
her.
horse, and the horse is 15 to 1.
Well, perfect.
You're
Stay
not hedging
confident,
unless
Tom.
you guarantee
Perfect.
that you're going to win.
Perfect.
It's
I
not
can
a
hedge
hedge.
that. I
It's
can
not a hedge.
certainly do that.
Tom has Pool singled in the 10th and
The
final,
jealousy
15 to
in
1
this
in the
room,
morning
it
line.
just-
I'm
it
rooting
just-
for you, buddy.
I'm pulling for you.
Jeez. No, not you,
Tom,
Lafitte.
Thank you.
Trust me,
Take
I
that
will never
clear
be jealous of you.
distinction. Twirling Queen, 4 straight. Jose D'Angelo, Luis Saez winning pilot. Twirling Queen in the co-feature on this Friday at Saratoga.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mindframe. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Be here with all these amazing people. It's really very, very inspiring.
I'm just so humbled and so proud to be here.
Everybody deserves to win. I mean, it's a big honor.
So to have an evening like this to dedicate for those people that are the superstars is so cool.
Getting recognized for your hard work is always appreciated, but the TIAA took that to the next level. It was an amazing experience.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live. Basic Tipton Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by the 103rd Saratoga Sale of Selected Yearlings, August 5th and 6th. Where will you be? That filly back in a familiar setting. A Winter Circle anywhere. Twirling Queen, 4 straight. Victorious in this Coronation Cup. Just tenacious. Again, won't lose the way she's going now.
Likes to get her picture taken. And again, the versatility is what strikes me. She's quick enough to be on the pace, but she can come from off the pace. And Luis Saez fits her like a glove.
To Maggie in the Winter Circle.
Here with winning trainer Jose D'Angelo. And Jose, watching her, she's amazing. I think her heart is bigger than her. She's a small filly, but big heart and big stride, too.
100%. When she arrived to the barn, all the riders jokes on her like, "Hey, where you found this horse?" And I like her since the day one, so I always, try with her to run the good races, and now she's undefeated on the barn.
She is. She's amazing. And two, she doesn't get respect at the windows, but she also doesn't care what kind of running style she's able to pull. Today, she sat off the pace with no problem.
I was pretty sure that she was a fast horse. So after won the allowance, I was traveling to Dubai. So I called Luis and said, "Hey, Luis, today, if they go in 22 and fraction, go in front. You have enough horse." And she can get the lead. So she ran second, and she won the stakes at Gulfstream. So after this day, I learned from her that the running style for her is not a big problem. When we went to Keeneland, that's I say. So, hey, Franz, just have good start, sit, and make her move. She knows where is the...
She does. She's cool. And speaking of traveling, and speaking of this lucky tie, we saw you well represented a couple weeks ago at Royal Ascot as Galbadon. He made an amazing showing of himself. You had to be so proud. Talk about that experience and give us a quick update.
No, thank you. The tie now is 100% in the money because runs there. Now got the maiden. No, it was an amazing experience. I thought we can win the race over there. It was so close, but I'm happy. It was a good experience. I learned a lot. I met a lot of people. The horse is training good here, so hopefully get the win here too with him.
Oh, it's so exciting, and congratulations here. She really is amazing, Twirling Queen.
Thank you.
All right, and 4 for 4 in Jose's barn as she does take down this Coronation Cup, guys.
Twirling Queen, she was with Norm Cassie, now with Jose D'Angelo. Tom, can you expand on the idea that doesn't mean that the previous trainer was doing anything wrong, that how some horses just respond to a change of scenery, a change in jockey, in this case, a change of trainer?
I can't tell you how many times I've claimed a horse and it's come into my barn and it's gotten on a roll, and people will ask me, what do you do differently? And I don't have the answer. I really don't. Horses get good, just like athletes get good, human athletes get good and play better, and it's just you get them at the right time.
Yeah, it's never an indictment on former connections when a horse goes on and does good. I just think sometimes a little tweak, a little change. Maybe, the way you train in the morning is a little different than the other guy, or maybe a little change in the feed program. Sometimes just the right groom with a horse could change her attitude, too.
I'm not going to agree with that, first of all. First of all, she changed when she went to synthetic and turf, to be fair. So I don't think that's any indictment of Norm whatsoever. But I don't know. I think there are some trainer changes. There is an indictment on the former trainer. There's a trainer that wasn't able to do well with horses. I'm not saying it always is, but there are cases where horses get taken over by better trainers and they do better with them. So I don't want to I'm not naming names, but I've been around a long time and I've seen some horses with trainers that did a bad job with them and got taken over by trainers who did a much better job with them.
But I think to be fair to previous connections, it's not always the case that it's because they just went to a better trainer.
It's a surface switch here. I mean, that to me, the trainer, but the surface switch is what did it.
But normally what you just mentioned, it's the automatic insinuation that like the guy before didn't know what they were doing. The guy before made mistakes, and now this trainer knows what them is, pointing it out that it's not always that simple.
Of course, but there's insinuations all over this game and all over life that aren't true. So, there's people that, they think you're sharp.
This is what we have to deal with. 38 more days of Andy Serling here, and you guys have to watch and listen to it.
You're 2 for 2,
We're
right?
all in
You're
the
2
same
for 2?
boat. Yeah, just sit next to him yesterday. I'm back. I think I'm back
he
with
paid
him on
extra money when he
Saturday.
came up here. He's taking less salary, actually, to get to spend more time with me. I get less salary to not be on with Amos.
The numbers. What do we know going in? With the carryover, Twirling Queen here, 940. We know Tom is singled for a pick 5, and in the pick 6, Andy, what's the story?
The 2, 3.
You got to set me up, don't you?
The 2, 3, 10, and 12 are not covered in this pick 6.
Oh, the 4's covered?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wondered. Yeah, okay.
I believe the carryover will be in the low 500,000s if one of the 2, 3, 10, or 12 win. I just want to be very clear. I am rooting extremely hard for the 4. And you do have something going for the 4. I bet him last time, so the horse is Andy off. That's one of the reasons I'm particularly annoyed about this horse.
Do you know what the payout
I don't know what it is.
Do you want?
3,700.
Sure.
No, you don't.
Sure. Did he steal your
Sound the
thunder
bag.
again?
All right.
He stole your thunder.
It's
didn't
not
he?
really thunder. It's more like a rumble.
It's like finding your Christmas present in your parents' closet up top, you know, and it's not Christmas yet.
You want to tell us something? Is there a story there, Tom?
In that kind of afternoon, one left here at Saratoga. Horses in the paddock about 19 minutes out. Also, the 3-year-olds in trainer Kenny McPeak. What a season thus far. The win in the Derby, the win in the Kentucky Oaks after finishing second 3 times. And Torpedo and next stop, Saratoga in the Grade 1 Coaching Club. American Oaks a week from tomorrow.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Enjoy Saratoga's first premium giveaway, a drink tumbler on Friday, July 19th, free with paid admission while supplies last. Plus, celebrate the 10-year anniversary with players from the Union College Hockey Championship team. Visit NYRA.com for tickets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
We're doing our grand reopening celebration today. We're bringing back the MIG sandwich, a little homage to our good friend Richard Migliore, who's a retired jockey, who was one of my favorites when I was growing up. We're going to be offering that obviously for the whole meet, the Saratoga meet, which we did last year. It was a big hit, one of our best sellers in terms of our featured sandwiches, so we're happy to bring it back.
Everybody. Now that's a good sandwich.
The Saratoga meat and what it brings to this city, it's amazing, and people know it all over the country and over the world. It's some of the best places. So we're happy to be a part of that, you know. And we like to think that we're a little bit of have a little piece of that. So.
At Cordona's, the MIG sandwich. Richie, how much were you involved with the actual the design, the ingredients, everything that went into it?
It was me. I designed the sandwich. Is it rosemary?
So what's in it besides a lot of bologna?
Wow. No, I'm the one full of bologna. No, it's Genoa salami, prosciutto, rosemary ham, fresh mozzarella, roasted peppers, and a little bit of hot pepper as well.
I'm in. I love that. That's.
What's in the Tom Amos?
I'm not gonna touch that.
A little Pujol.
Pujol, Tom singled for the late pick 5. It's been a blast to watch, and as far as the response. How proud are you? There's a sandwich named after you here.
Listen, I think it's pretty cool, and people stop me all the time saying, hey, you know, we tried your sandwich, we really liked it. I mean, even if they're lying to me, it feels good.
Do they ever say it's better than you are on the show?
Wow.
The man's on a roll, isn't he?
You're like
in the corner, you're taking
today.
a beating.
As opposed to other days? Wait a second.
He's going to be doing the 11th race by himself.
38 more days. Fox Saratoga Saturday. 6 consecutive Saturdays on Fox. Big Fox starting with the Coaching Club American Oaks next Saturday all the way through the DraftKings Travers late August. So let's start with the top-ranked 3-year-old filly in the nation, Kentucky Oaks winner Torpedo Anna, and what she did in the Acorn. Richie, imagine how much she would have won by if she had 4 shoes.
And just, I love the way she waits on Brian Hernandez to ask her for her best. She flicks her ears back and forth. She just looks like she's doing everything so easily, Tom, that there's always another gear, seemingly.
So this is right up Andy's alley. All right, Andy, the Travers is tomorrow, and she's in the field.
I can't wait to bet against her.
You're betting against her?
Oh, yeah.
So and what about on the board? What is she? Is she first, second choice?
It's hard to know because you don't know what happens to the Jim Dandy and the Curlin. And
Well,
the
I said if it's
fair.
tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
It's
got to be one of the top 2 choices.
Oh yeah, no, I don't disagree. I hope they don't run there. I think I don't understand this impetus to need to go against the boys. The Alabama's a huge race.
Almost universally, it's a story that we love, that we gravitate towards. Why Zenyatta, Rachel Alexander, why they were so popular and why we followed so closely. What is it about the fillies taking on male competition that you always have kind of shied from?
Well, I mean, this filly's terrific. Rachel Alexander would beat her like a drum. I mean, I don't think there's any argument there. And though they have a similar way of going, she goes fast, she buries horses on the front end, and she wins sort of against race dynamics. She sets fast paces, she continues on, which is an incredible trait. She's very talented. Rachel was a very different character. But let's discuss Rachel, okay? The Preakness, the Woodward, the Haskell. She was nowhere near as good as she was as a 4-year-old as she was as a 3-year-old. Swiss Skydiver, terrific horse for Ken McPeak. Went and won the Preakness. Huge accomplishment. She never ran a particularly good race again after winning the Preakness. So I do wonder if sometimes these things take a toll. You know what? See what happens this year. Run the table on the girls. Beat them in the Alabama. One of the most prestigious races in the country. Win the Breeders' Cup Distaff if you're good enough. And if she's good enough to beat the boys, she's good enough to win that race. And then you got next year. You don't have to do it as a 3-year-old. Give her some time. Let her get another year older. She's terrific. I don't want to knock her. I want to see her around and stick around.
But to answer your question, Lafitte, it's because for a girl to beat the boys, an athlete, on their terms, it's a remarkable accomplishment. You know, when Genuine Risk won the Kentucky Derby, that was a thing of beauty. So I mean, look, yeah, we all love it. You know, it's fun to watch it unfold.
It's fun.
She goes out and hammers her competition in the Coaching Club American Oaks, like she did in the Acorn, like she did in the Kentucky Oaks, like she did in the Fantasy. I don't know what else there is for her to do against the same competition at the highest level that she continues to drill. And you can understand with Kenny McPeak, Mystic Dan, very shaky now for the DraftKings. Travers is like, what's left?
Well, he should never run her because Mystic, and I'm not saying
I'm
you're
not
implying
saying that's
because Mystic
why.
Dan's not running the race. He should make his decision based on her, not based on whether or not
Which
Mystic
he
Dan.
will.
I'm not saying
He
he's
most
not. I just
definitely
want. I
will.
don't want. I want because people are going to say that. Well, he's running her because Mystic Dan. I don't think he will either. I'm not saying he will, but people will say it, and you know that. I'm not. Hey, it'll be fun. It'll be a big story for us. I don't deny it. But is that the reason to do it? It's something I probably would do. And you say, yes, people love the idea of the girls being the boys. And I think it's really cool, too. And I've been for a lot of them. But there's a big difference between horse racing. I mean, Europe, they do it all the time. But they don't have as many options in Europe for the fillies against the colts.
I just think you're dismissing her chances.
Yeah, I'm not dismissing
way
them.
too
She
much.
could win it. I would bet against her. She's definitely a major player. She's very, very good.
And
No
Maggie,
doubt about
because
it.
look, there is there's a thought that many feel that she's not just the best 3-year-old filly in the country, that she is the best 3-year-old in training, period.
Well, and two, don't forget, yes, Rachel Alexander was beyond brilliant. She was a once-in-a-generational type of horse, but they often took on the boys or took on those older males because there was nothing left in her sex and her age group for her to beat. And Torpedo Anna is kind of heading in that direction. And just from an overall standpoint, I think even if the females are better on paper and they're favored in these races against the males, there's still that that element of rooting for the underdog that I think gets people excited, and they want to root for a perceived underdog because it's not easy to take on a male competition when you're a filly. But the one thing I can say about Torpedo Anna is that she is a killer on the racetrack. She is a puppy dog in the stall. I got to go back and meet her with my 2 daughters a couple days ago. And Dermot Magner, who is Kenny McPeak's assistant up here, let us feed her carrots. I mean, she could not have been more sweet and gentle and laid back and just ultimately really intelligent. Now we're gonna take a look at another Torpedo, and it's definitely not her. It's Torpedo Run in here, the 5-year-old maiden who does come off of that long layoff in this nightcap. And makes his first start for Chad Brown as a gelding. I do think that getting back to the turf is ideal. This is a turf horse. And when we last saw him on the turf going the 7/8, he wanted to be a little bit more on the pace, but was wrangled back, and which was a pace that ultimately collapsed. So I do kind of wonder, a mile and a 16th, is that really going to be in his wheelhouse? We'll see. Physically, yes, but in his demeanor, he is a little bit more of a horse who is aggressive. He came in an aggressive type of manner, and he's showing that he wants to be forward again from this inside post. He looks incredibly well. I mean, he's strong, he's well turned out, and I'd say 90% fit with that layoff in mind, but he's also getting that drop in class, so maybe he only needs to be 90% fit to get the job done here, as he is your current heavy favorite. Then a horse that I have been waiting to get on the turf, that's number 11, Guile. I saw him first time out in April for Bobby Robato, and I had written may want turf. That he also could have looked a little bit better in his coat that day. Well, the coat looks great, and he's a lot more fit too, and I think this guy should appreciate the move to the turf. Blame is kind of a good influence universally across whether it's dirt, turf, long, short. The Dam did win in France and is half to a turf winner by the name Jocular. So I really like this move to the turf for this guy who tried to get on it 2 back, but gets to do it here at the Spa, guys.
Guile at 10-1, first try on grass. Riders up, Maggie. That was the greatest segue ever from Torpedo Anna to Torpedo Run, the 3-2 favorite. But to put a period on that conversation, Mig, one final thought regarding jockey Brian Hernandez, who is not only familiar with rides Torpedo Anna, but also familiarity with Rachel Alexandra.
Yeah, he rode Rachel Alexandra early in her career, worked her several times after that as well. And we had a conversation, and he talked about how special Rachel was, that she breathed different air, and that he was starting to get that vibe from Torpedo Anna, that she was like really making him feel like there was so many gears that he just didn't know where the gears would end. And that's high praise from a guy who I think is a terrific horseman, not just a really good jockey. I mean, I don't know how much experience you've had with him, Tom, but he checks the boxes for me. No drama, no histrionics. Just a hard-working, salt-of-the-earth kind of guy.
Watch this year's Kentucky Derby, and he is the difference between winning the Kentucky Derby with Mystic Dan and running 3rd or 4th. I mean, right out of the gate, he has a mission, and his mission is to get to the rail. He actually takes the Belmont winner, Dornick, and makes him have to check, takes him out of the picture. He takes his spot along the rail, and he stays on the rail the entire time.
He'll be here next Saturday. Coaching Club American Oaks, Torpedo Anna live on Fox Post Parade for the 10th and final. Torpedo Run, 3-2 favorite.
Hard to bet a horse, and I picked this horse. I scratched into her, but that's off 22 months. But Chad Brown has great numbers off long layoffs, but that's a long layoff for a short price.
Bookworm would trigger a 2-day pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, you know, favorite first time out, didn't run well, claimed in a new barn, gelded. They're trying all the tricks to get this one home.
Smooth and easy, not covered either.
Unlike the 2, and somehow a bigger price, this horse actually is not impossible. The last race wasn't bad.
Pujol, everyone watching, pulling for you, Tom.
Say hello to my little friend. Let's see how he does here. But I mean, he's hurt by a slow pace 2 back. I'd like to see some pace in here. I don't know if we're going to get it.
He's got a good rider change.
Beach Blanket, Jose Liscano, first-time starter.
Linda Rice doesn't run too many first-time starters in these spots. There is not a lot of pedigree for this horse in the turf.
Comanche Peak, number 6, 4-race maiden, Jose Gomez.
Tricky horse, 2 back. The winner won by so far. It makes this turf race not look so good at Saratoga back on Belmont weekend.
Over and Ollie, big class drop.
This is the danger to the favorite in here. Why would Al Stall ship this horse after such a bad race last time? And the horse's prior turf race is good enough to be competitive.
Adventurous Spirit out. Remember the Chief at 6-1, Jose Ortiz.
These are half the 3 turf winners. 4 were okay, so there's a bit of pedigree on the dam side, not necessarily the sire side.
Fire Baron not covered in the pick 6.
Well, 28 starts and no wins. I think it's going to be 29 starts, no wins.
Guile, look out. Turf debut.
Yeah, I mean, this horse has pedigree and is usable, as Maggie was talking about, and it is interesting, and she's been looking for it back on the turf. I certainly have a contender. I think I picked him 3rd.
Dangerous Driver, should he win, it would result in a 2-day pick 6 carryover.
Tough post and a lot of opportunities that haven't gotten it done on the grass. We'll see.
But I'll tell you, I don't think he's, I don't like him. But, I mean, if the pick 6 carries over, and I hope anyone alive, I wish you best of luck not rooting against anybody alive in this difficult pick 6. You deserve a lot of credit for getting there in the first place. But to say that, if it doesn't get hit, I think it'll be the 3 or 12. I think you would agree. They seem like the right 2.
Couple of outsiders to look out for. Great day of thoroughbred racing, and one left in 3 minutes. If you want to get involved, if you haven't signed up just yet, our offer stands. And that $250 deposit match bonus, sign up, Naira Bets, use that promo code SPA250, earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit, but any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com to earn your $250 deposit match. Torpedo Run, Tom, why such a heavy favorite?
Well, I think the Chad Brown influence is there for sure. But, you know, look, I mean, we're looking at a paint. This is almost 2 years ago. That's how long this horse has had off, since September 2022. When horses get older, just like people, and they got to get fit again, it's a lot harder to get a horse fit at age 5 than it is to get a horse fit at age 3 off the
A lot
layoff.
of rust to shake off.
Fit again, you're playing. I might have actually been fit once. No, I agree. And I, listen, I picked this horse, and I'm almost embarrassed I did, to be honest with you. Having said that, scratched it when the 8 came out, and the 7 was my alternative along with the 11. But if you're going to get a trainer to get horses to win off long layoffs, Chad Brown's the right one. But I agree, at 6-5, this is not a great gamble.
And with the scratch of the 8, Adventurous Spirit, I mean, isn't this horse the speed? Who else goes?
This horse is supposed to be in front.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be in front if the 8 was in the race. So without the 8 in the race, he's even more clear. No, I agree. And I'd have to think that Flavian's thinking, I'm not fooling around here. I'm going. They're going to catch me. They're getting me from behind.
Particularly from the inside post. I mean, it kind of simplifies things, doesn't it? I thought the 7 was the horse I wanted. He, dropping into the maiden allowance in his turf race 2-back last time, the first time he was ever on the turf, was more than good enough to win here. And that's a substantial drop in class. The 9, remember the Chief. I thought the same thing as you did, Andy, that on the top side, Army Mule, not so much turf, but he gets 16% routing on dirt, 16% routing on turf with his offspring.
Okay.
Pujol, Tom singled and alive in the late pick 5. Give us the sales pitch for the viewers just joining us. What was it about Pujol that you?
It's his race 2-back.
It's
his race 2-back that took place Belmont weekend right here at Saratoga, and the fact that he really was hurt by a slow pace that day. He may well be hurt by it again today, but I'd like to see some pace up front for Pujol, and if he can get it, I think he's got a real chance here.
Dylan Davis, the upset yesterday in the Schuylerville, trying to pull off another one here with Pujol, 16-1. We check in with Maggie.
Pujol, that's a fun name to say. He looks great. I mean, good luck. He's 16-1, and he makes every ounce of sense to me. Dropping back into this class, I think he just faced better horses too last time. As we'll take a look at number 6, Comanche Peak, who was also in that Junko and Saki race. He didn't run very well that day, but he was coming off a bit of a layoff, and he really looked as though he needed it. And he was a wreck in the paddock. He was so wound up and just so nervous. Being Belmont Stakes Racing Festival weekend, there was a lot more energy taking place. And then last time, he nearly got the job done just behind the drop-down favorite, Nostalgic One, for Todd Pletcher that day. And oddly enough, Juan Bernardini, a former rider, and I think foreman or assistant, can't exactly remember to be technical which one, but for Todd. So, it was almost student taking down teacher there. But Comanche Peak is so much more fit now, third off the bench, so much more well-behaved and focused that I think he could step up and run that same race again, in which he had a good trip, but he continued forward progress throughout. Big, burly, good-looking son of Frankel as number 7 over and Ollie. Look, I get it. Alstall's horses are always really well turned out. So, you know, of course this guy looks great. He's dropping down in class, but he just has no speed at all, and that bothers me a lot. He just immediately kind of goes out the back, so we'll see what he does here. As first-time starter, number 5, Beach Blanket. Now, the workouts haven't been great, and according to the last one on the DRF Clock Report, sloppy action. But often turf horses are sloppy when trying to finish up a breeze on the main track. Good-looking Louisiana bred that just feels green, just feels like he needs to start for fitness, kind of your typical Linda Rice first-time starter. I want to watch and see how he does, though. I'm intrigued by him, Lafitte.
Maggie, thanks so much. Filing into the gate, final thought, Tom, all eyes on Pujol. We'll pull in for you.
Yeah, I'm paying attention what the pace is up front early. I don't want to see a single horse go out there and slow it down like the one could very possibly do. I want to see some horses challenged.
It is post time, 10th and final, day 2 from Saratoga. Here's Frank Mirmati.
The rider is off Guile, about to remount. And then there will be one more left to load. Best of luck to all alive in the pick 6. And of course, Tom for his pick 5 ticket. Waiting on Dangerous Driver now. Romero Mirage has remounted Guile. They're in the gate. And they're off. Beach Blanket with good debut speed goes straight to the front. Along the inside, Torpedo Run has some early gas too, and Dangerous Driver joins the fray on the outside, as does Remember the Chief, who's up to take the lead. Over and Ollie is the gray just behind the pacemakers, 4 lengths off them in fact. Another 2 back to Bookworm, who races on the inside of Fire Baron. Fire Baron's a good 12 lengths off the lead. Another 3 lengths back to Guile, followed by Comanche Peak, who was just passed by Pujol. And on the back of the field, as they swing onto the backstretch, Fire Baron now is way back there as they straighten up. The opening quarter went in 23 4/5 seconds. It's Remember the Chief in front, Torpedo Run patiently handled in second. Over and Ollie is making an early bid in third as they come to the half-mile pole. Just outside of him comes Dangerous Driver in fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. It's a gap of 4 back to Fire Baron, who's by himself. Pujol has made some steady headway. Followed on the inside by Bookworm. Beach Blanket is losing ground around the far turn. Guile in the purple is just outside of that pair. Another 2 to Smooth and Easy, and Comanche Peak, 47 3. Remember the Chief, hard ridden to try and maintain that lead with Torpedo Run in second. Pujol is continuing to pick up nice momentum on the outside of Fire Baron as the field turns for home. Torpedo Run. There's been steady headway for Over and Ollie emerges with the lead. Center of the course, Fire Baron becomes a threat, and a serious one too. It's Over and Ollie, Fire Baron. Over and Ollie digging in, 2-length lead. Fire Baron fired his best, but he cannot catch Over and Ollie. Over and Ollie by 2.5. Fire Baron was second. Pujol finished third in front of Smooth and Easy.
Frankie on Over and Ollie in the 10th and final at Saratoga. Big effort. Pujol, the runner-up. Fire Baron would have triggered the 2-day pick 6 carryover, but too much. Over and Ollie at 7-2 with Dettori.
Yeah, he got a very good ride, and obviously they all got good trips because the pace was extremely contested in here.
Remarkably, yeah.
A very good ride by Frankie Dettori, and Al Stahl with 2 wins in the first 2 days.
He's rocking, man.
You could see midway down the backside from him. Over and Ollie was traveling. He was taking Frankie. He was all up in his hands, and he was disciplined, patient. He stayed inside and waited for that hole to present itself, shot the gap. Pujol ran really well. Tom just caught pretty wide turning for home.
He had everything he needed to get to the winner's circle. He just wasn't quite good enough.
No, but he ran a lot better than I thought he would, Tom. I mean, I'll tell you that. He got the right trip.
The favorite compromise right from the start with all the applied pressure from Remember the Chief and Jose Ortiz all over Torpedo Run with
seriously aggressive, the favorite.
He was crazy aggressive.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, and that's not the rider's fault, but I mean, you get aggressive, and you got a horse outside of you pushing you as well. That's a recipe for disaster.
I'm guessing Flavian's probably thinking to himself, I didn't need to go after Jose in the first turn. He was going. I could have let him go. I'm sure he's a rider that's probably, in this case, is second guessing himself with good reason. May not have won, but
Yeah, but you understand from the inside, too, you're trying to protect that inside position. And if you want to go, really go and clear, right?
Yeah, I'm going to say, and listen, we love Flavien Prat, but we're also extremely, extremely complimentary of him. And I'm going to say in this one, he didn't give a great ride because they were 3 or 4 going, and he really went after Jose. And at that point when he did it, he kind of took off with him on there, and they ran off the field. I'm guessing, I could be wrong, but I'm guessing Flavien Prat's thinking, that was not my best moment.
I thought the horse was pretty keen, though.
Maybe off the fresh, off the long
fresh,
layoff.
2 years.
This is when you unsaddle and you get this from a trainer where you just bite your lip and you go back to the room.
I don't agree.
And then you let it out.
Your college roommate, Tom.
I'm going to tell you something.
Yeah, how about that?
I asked Flavien Prat.
It looks like you might have been playing golf today. I mean, what the heck is that outfit?
I asked Flavien Prat after a race where he did not give a particularly good ride. He almost got knocked over at the 8th pole, and I just felt bad. I said, "You okay?" And he said, "Man, I screwed that up." First thing out of his mouth.
Listen,
he's a guy
anybody
who's ready
that's
to
a
admit
professional has to be able to admit when they make a mistake. Watching it from here, the horse looked a bit keen to me.
That's one side of the story. The other is stall winning races on both days here at Saratoga. And Frankie, whether you're Frankie Dettori or Bill Shoemaker or whoever, getting off to a quick, getting that first
and
win
kudos to Over and Ollie,
important.
the winner. I mean, this horse
Absolutely.
ran a good race.
And that drop.
First time gelding, I mean, this horse can continue to improve.
And he showed perhaps, and I think it's something that people to keep in mind. To me, what was interesting about this horse was, why would Al bring this horse here? He ran so badly first time for him. Why would you even bother putting this horse into a van? He looks like he should be looking for very low-level maiden claiming races somewhere else.
We don't have a lot of low-level maiden claiming races tomorrow afternoon. It's the Saturday program and 3 stakes races, all of the graded variety. We have 2-year-olds in the historic Sanford, on the grass in the Kelso, in the Grade 1 historic prestigious Diana. Cue the animation. America's Best Racing's race of the week. First Grade 1 flat race of the brand new season. The Diana. There's the field. 11 strong. Chad Brown represented by 5, but not the favorite. That distinction belongs to Didia. 7-2 on the morning line with Jose Ortiz, winner of the New York. A New York that felt like a Breeders' Cup Filly Mare turf going in.
I agree with you. That race was a war, whereas it was a relatively small field and just a game. This was a war. Now, Didia worked out a perfect trip. Jose Ortiz rode her brilliantly, but she also has the tactical speed to put herself in position. And Tom, I don't know what to say. She's good.
She's very good. I mean, let's watch how she clears this group. I mean, Richie, you've ridden the turf a number of times. As a trainer, I've entered a number of horses. When you clear on the grass by this kind of margin, I mean, you just don't typically see grass horses win by that much. That's the equivalent of winning by 6.
Considering the competition.
Yeah, creating that kind of separation, and it talks about her turn of foot, her acceleration, and the way she kicked on. And this was a quality group. This was not, she was beating up on a bunch of bums. This was a serious race.
What is the biggest obstacle? What's the biggest difference for Didia between the New York and tomorrow's Diana?
Well, I do think there may be a bit more pace signed on here, you think?
No, I don't think there's really much pace signed on whatsoever in here, to be honest.
Heavy Jets being in there?
We'll see. I think White Beam will be aggressive.
White
I
Beam
like
will be
to see Flavien Prat be aggressive as he wasn't here, to be honest, and go there
I
and
think
get
White
the front
Beam and
with
Heavy
him.
Jets are the speed.
Yeah, they're the only two with the potential of speed. I don't think it figures me, but doesn't matter with Didia because she doesn't need the lead to win. She's very comfortable sitting behind horses. They go a little too fast, she'll sit a little farther back. They're going a moderate pace. It's going to come down to whether or not she's good enough. I think this is a very tough race, but so I thought New York was a very tough race as well, and she crushed them.
Grade 1 Diana. You mentioned White Beam trying to go back-to-back. She was like the sleeper last year. Now we know how good she is. We've always known how good Frankie Dettori is. And the flying dismount. Your favorite, Richie. Your favorite.
Al's wife, Nicole, his 2 kids are there as well.
Nice.
Albert, Greta. Everybody's in the winner's circle.
To Maggie in the winner's circle.
He did it. The fans wanted it, Frankie, and you obliged. You're the best.
I didn't want to do it. I thought if I start now, we've got 2 months of this. You don't expect me to jump every time, but you heard the screams. They were begging. So I thought, all right, hopefully they'll be quiet now for a bit. That was good. Good for the trainer and the family, and those gave me a perfect ride. They won by top of the stretch.
Well, too, he's a horse that in some of his former races didn't have much speed. Yeah. You made sure you got a forward position.
Oh, yeah, I will be good, and it was a go day today. Jumped good. I got him a good slot. Safe ground on the fence, and I thought better stay here. And I got the split. You know, even if I went out, he would have still won. So, but it all worked out really well.
Good to get off the duck, of course, here at the spa. How has it been treating you so far?
Well, I've been here since Monday. I used a lot of time to organize, new place to stay, unpack the bags, do the groceries, the usual, you know.
We all do that. He's just like us, see?
Yes. So now, now it's on day 4. Everything is in place. Started racing my first stage. Nice to have a winner, and yeah. Go for it now, right till the end.
Go for it. I love it. Well, we are so excited to have you here. Congrats with this win. I mean, I just can't even have a good throw after that, guys.
It's Frankie, Maggie. I can't believe, like, he heard you, Richie, from all the way over here, clamoring, yelling, wanting to see the flying dismount.
Yeah, but you could see his knees. Come on, you got to save those knees. Could you imagine being a racing fan? You're in the grocery store, Hannaford, pushing your cart, shopping, and you see Frankie Dettori pushing a shopping cart, shopping in there. That would be some sight, wouldn't it?
And that has to, like, there's got to be times where he's tired and maybe his knees do hurt, but after he wins a race, it's just expected. Everybody wants to see it.
Enough.
He'll be doing it every time. He's going to get the pressure. He'll be doing it every time. Because there's not going to be a day where there's not a small crowd. This last race of the day, who's out there? Everybody flocked out there to see it.
And you know what? If you weren't a Frankie fan before, but you hit this pick 6, you are now. And he a $250,000 plus for the payout in the pick 6 with the carryover coming into the Friday card.
Yeah, and listen, it was anybody that had this thing deserves it. This is a very, very tough sequence because even if you managed to get the first winner on your ticket, it was very tough to navigate. There were a couple of reasonably short prices in there, second, third choices. But you got to get a lot of horses on your ticket to get this. A tip of the hat to anybody, frankly, who got even close, and a tip of the hat to you for coming close in the pick 5. Good job.
Thanks, buddy.
That's the last nice thing I'm saying the rest of the meet.
Are we on together tomorrow?
It's going to get nice
again.
I hope not.
Right. Anyone know?
Are you on the Hunter show at the end?
Saturday night, he'll be at the Big M, Big Night of Standard Red Racing. We'll see you tomorrow, day 3 from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2, and a sensational Friday here, the very first of the brand new meet. And the stakes racing, a couple of them, 3-year-old fillies. How about Miss Justify, the daughter of a Triple Crown winner for trainer Todd Fletcher? Big day, Flavia and Pratt. 3 wins on the afternoon. She takes down the Wilton. And in the Coronation Cup, this filly in some kind of groove for trainer Jose D'Angelo joined his stable, and now perfect since 4 straight wins. Twirling Queen and Louis Saez in the Coronation Cup. We'll see you tomorrow on Saratoga Live. Have a great night.
War Cancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire to wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire to wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
26 Black almost there. 26 Black.
And Roos.
Torigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the big